Chapter 1637. After they left, Xiaosua panted continuously. His back was already drenched in sweat. The aura that this person brought was too terrifying. "Captain, are we really going to be cannon fodder?" Xiaosua still felt somewhat dissatisfied, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chen looked at the formation on the blueprint and entered deep thought. In terms of formation, the group at the very front would suffer the most attacks. They would definitely be cannon fodder. However, this might not be a bad thing. Xiao Chen patted Xiaosua's shoulder and smiled. "Don't overthink. If you expose your strength, you will end up dying even more miserably. Given the Black Cutlass's true combat prowess, it will be easier to survive among the cannon fodder. However, I really feel somewhat dissatisfied," Xiaosua said indifferently with his head lowered. Actually, while the Iron Hand Yama's words were unpleasant to hear, they might be true. He himself climbed to his current position step by step through blood and slaughter. Xiao Chen said softly, "Sooner or later, I will hand this pirate ship to you. Just treat it as training for yourself. There is not a high-ranked pirate ship that did not rise above the cannon fodder. Captain, stop talking. Adjust your emotions first." Danger often came hand in hand with opportunity. Xiao Chen always believed in this saying. He had somewhat recklessly accepted this mission of the Savage Blood Pirate Group. While it looked like he had jumped into a fire pit, he might be able to fish something out of it. Up on the watchtower, Xiao Chen looked at the huge pirate ship in the distance. He discovered many signs of damage on the ship. Many of the crew were currently repairing it. Just what kind of enemy could the powerful Savage Blood Pirate Group be unable to deal with? Why did they need to gather so many pirate ships to be their helpers? This was simply curious. Early the next morning, Xiaosua steered the pirate ship to the front. The first 3 rows were mostly mediocre pirate ships, looking ordinary. They were all here to try their luck. Perhaps they had made the same decision as Xiao Chen and the others in a moment of hot-headedness. In the rear were many 4-star pirate ships. They placed the waning moon in the center, making it the main force. Whoosh! A stout man in the air leaped over and landed on the Black Cutlass's deck, leaving behind a storage ring. "Here is 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. After the mission is completed, there will be another 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. If your performance is outstanding, there will be additional rewards. The Savage Blood Pirates can satisfy one of your requests. However, if you don't listen to orders, there will only be one consequence." I don't need to say anything more. After saying that, the muscular man quickly left. High risk is indeed high reward. No wonder so many pirate ships would risk their lives here, Xiao Chen said softly. Elder Tang's lips twitched. Who knows how many merchant ships the Savage Blood ship has robbed? They even dared to rob merchant ships from blessed lands. To him, these inferior-grade spirit jades are not even a drop in the ocean. Depart. Just at this moment, a resonant roar came from the front. The Iron Hand Yama stood on a huge seabird, commanding the massive pirate ships to advance. At the same time, his gaze swept back and forth across the numerous pirate ships. It made people feel as if his gaze was fixed on them. They didn't dare to act rashly, and even thought of running away appeared in their minds. Half an hour later, an island appeared before everyone's eyes. Strictly speaking, this should be a continent, not much smaller than a great realm. This is the territory of the Rank 3 sect, the Skeleton Dragon Hall. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Now, he knew what the Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to do. The Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to gather the strength of the many pirate ships and directly flatten this Rank 3 Evil Dao sect. Robbing a sect, it turned out that this was the Savage Blood Pirate Group's true mission. If they had known beforehand, no one would have been willing to come. However, now that the situation was already like this, there was no chance to back out. Elder Tang, how strong is this sect? Xiao Chen asked. It is not very strong, slightly weaker than our beast-governing sect. It can't even compare to the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands. However, it is a rank 3 sect, after all, with deep accumulations. Why is the Savage Blood Pirate group taking such a huge risk? Elder Tang expressed his confusion. He said seriously, perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. Let's not care about that for now. It's time to go ashore. Soon, the many pirate ships soared into the air, heading for the continent in front. After entering the continent, the gravity decreased. The environment was not as complicated as the Starry Sea, and the many pirate ships could fly. Under the Iron Hand Yama's command, the pirate ships quickly traveled through the clouds, heading for the Skeleton Dragon Hall. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's people seemed to have received the news long ago. Aside from some resistance along the way, there were no obstructions. After a while, a huge bone dragon appeared in front, piercing through the mountains. The Skeleton Dragon Hall was in this huge bone dragon. The bone dragon was filled with experts, surging with killing chi. Indeed, the Skeleton Dragon Hall had already gathered all its experts in the sect. Kill. The Iron Hand Yama gave the order, and the pirate ships in the third row steeled themselves and charged at that horrifying bone dragon. You are seeking death. The cold snorts of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's cultivators came from the mountains. Countless formations activated, sending out all sorts of lights and killing moves of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's experts. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. The sky instantly changed color, turning gloomy as black clouds churned. Rumble. Attacks filled the sky like a torrential storm, covering the sky and sun as they descended, drowning the first row of pirate ships. Explosions rang out continuously. After this round of attacks, more than half of the pirate ships in the first row were destroyed. The pirate ships shattered and turned into dust drifting in the air. Without the protection of the ships, the pirates in the ships were exposed to the attacks of the formations, dying miserable deaths. The so-called cannon fodder was indeed true. Second row, prepare to kill. The Savage Blood Pirate group needed to use these ordinary pirate ships to exhaust the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations. The Savage Blood Pirate group would use their corpses to pave a path for the elites behind to charge into the hall and start the decisive battle. With the Iron Hand Yama watching and the more elite 4-star pirate ships behind, the cannon fodder ships in the first 3 rows had no path of retreat. The pirates could only advance. If they hesitated, they would die even faster. After all, they still had a 50% chance of survival. If they fought, they might not die. As long as they did not die, the rewards they obtained would be extremely astonishing. After 3 rounds of attacks, the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations exhausted too much. Then, the 4-star pirate ships behind fired a volley of Neptune's rages and broke it. The Black Cutlass had a peak 4-star defense. As Xiao Chen expected, it easily endured the Skeleton Dragon Hall's attacks. The Iron Hand Yama, who was in command, found the warship not severely damaged somewhat strange. However, the Iron Hand Yama's surprise lasted only a moment. Then, countless cultivators charged out of the bone dragon that pierced through the mountains. The Iron Hand Yama himself fell into a bitter battle. A huge battle immediately broke out. At this moment, the 4-star pirate ships behind also joined the battle. The battlefield immediately expanded by 100 times, affecting everything within tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire scene was incredibly chaotic. The Black Cutlass could not escape unscathed either, sinking into the battlefield. "Captain, our defenses are broken," Fei said anxiously. After enduring a few rounds of attacks, the defenses of the Skeleton Dragon Hall were completely broken. They could not recover within a short time. In fact, most of the pirate ships in the war chariot had their defenses broken. "I know. Don't expose the arrow towers and Neptune's rages for now. I'll hold them off." Whoosh! The 3 minor primal core venerates of the skeleton dragon hall took the opportunity to land on the deck. Then, they smiled coldly and charged towards the ship's hold. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he personally charged over while holding the lunar shadow saber. So, it is just a half-step primal core realm pirate. Quickly finish him off. The 3 minor primal core venerates of the skeleton dragon hall did not care at all, preparing to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Chen happened to be thinking the same thing. Chapter 1638. I've finally left. I won't be able to deal with the savage blood pirates ever again. If he wanted to leave, this was indeed the best chance. His speed was too fast, and if he moved alone, it would be easy for others to target him. At this moment, the entire situation was a complete mess. The pirate crew had the advantage in numbers, and they were all vicious people. The sky should have turned dark long ago. Where did the sun come from? The cultivators on the pirate ships that were closer all felt a fear that came from their souls. It was very horrifying. Elder Tang appeared out of nowhere and suggested. The skeleton dragon palace's fate was already set in stone. They absolutely could not resist it. That's why this scene happened. Hee, interesting. He withstood a few rounds of attacks from the formation. It has been on the battlefield for such a long time, yet this ship is still in such good condition. Xiao Chen looked at the terrifying mysterious phenomenon of the 2-star venerates fighting in the sky. The secret of Savage Blood's appearance had to be on that star venerate. I'll deal with this fellow. You all charge into the skeleton dragon palace and sweep away all the treasures and secret manuals. The situation of the skeleton dragon palace clearly did not look good. Even the hall master, the ghost dragon astral venerate, had to make a move. The situation slowly tilted in favor of the pirate groups. The 2 wills clashed in the clouds. Lightning flickered, dark clouds rose, and terrifying light flickered incessantly. The mountains shook, and the entire continent seemed to be trembling. If he were to lose face and become like those pirates, burning, killing, and robbing, it would go against his conscience. Boom! As long as he survived, his harvest would be incomparably shocking. A powerful aura was emitted from his body, along with a mighty aura. After that, in a fit of rage, the Savage Blood Star Venerate spent a lot of money, gathering manpower through the Pirate Alliance. Clearly, this skeleton dragon palace must have obtained something and leaked the news. When the Savage Blood Pirates found out about it, it led to the destruction of their entire family. I'm quite curious as to what kind of item could be so tempting. Boom! Dong! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and released a saber light that looked like autumn water. Huh, why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Take it, this is your reward. If you want to leave, then hurry up and leave, little rookies. Unfortunately, he couldn't partake in a fortuitous encounter of this level. Hee. I told you long ago that without the protection of the sects formation, you are not my match. Hand over the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques incomplete manual, and I'll spare you and let your lousy sect continue to exist. What are you thinking? Xiao Chen estimated that the entire continent should be within the range of the star venerate's mental energy. Now that the battlefield was in chaos, and the Iron Hand Yama was in a bitter battle, his supervision was not as strict as before. Captain, it's 1 million low-grade spirit stones, Xiao Suo said happily after picking it up. Tut ti Xiao spirit dragon to see that to again. Xiao blood star, I to ti to them. I to that to. Xiao to again. Blood Xiao did not. However, he to experience that again. He. Done. Of sea. There. The sea. He. The dragon, the person. The T of. Of the people. Of the. T, Xiao, T war. T. Blood Dragon. Of that. Since the Savage Blood pirate group used him, they naturally wanted to wash the skeleton dragon hall in blood and plunder the sect's wealth. As the Savage Blood pirate group spoke, a few more people charged up the black cutlass. However, Xiao Chen and Elder Tang easily dealt with them without much effort. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed the warm sunlight. His body and mind felt relaxed as well. This is a big deal. It's not like they have not done this before. The harvest is very startling. Could it be that the Savage Blood Star Venerate could not see the situation clearly? Did he not know that if this continued, his sect would be destroyed soon, and he would not even be able to keep his life? Be it cultivation, martial techniques, or will of soul, the Savage Blood Star Venerate was stronger than the Savage Blood Star Venerate. Xiao Chen and the others acted like they were facing a great enemy. They circulated their veritable essence energy quietly, prepared to fight to the death at any moment. If we fail, not only will the reputation of this Savage Blood pirate group suffer, the losses will also outweigh the gains. The gains do not make up for the losses. No one is willing to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The two star venerates clashed head-on in the clouds. After 10 odd moves, the skeleton dragon star venerate fell into a disadvantage. The skeleton dragon star venerate charged down toward the skeleton dragon hall. There were many peak major primal core experts who were as strong as the Iron Hand Yama. The Iron Hand Yama muttered to himself as he observed, a smile on his face. After 10 moves, the 3 minor primal core venerates of the skeleton dragon hall on the deck became headless corpses. The crew all heaved a sigh of relief. This experience was exciting enough. Participating in the destruction of a rank 3 sect would be something to boast about in the future. Yes, Captain. It looked like the Savage Blood pirate group had come earlier. However, the other party had the advantage of numbers and the terrain, so they suffered a significant disadvantage. Xiao Chen put away the ring and looked at the other party's back. Then, he said softly, "What a strange person. Let's go." Dark clouds covered the sky, making the people below feel even more horrified. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and tossed out a storage ring before flying off. "You are seeking your own death. After I kill you, I will torture your soul and force out the location of the incomplete saber technique manual." The 3 minor primal core venerates of the skeleton dragon hall charging over were immediately suppressed, using the flawless saber technique to fight the 3. As Xiao Chen looked at the vast battlefield and the bone dragon moving through the tall mountains, killing chi surged around him. Shock waves surged as if everything had nothing to do with him. He looked even more ferocious and scary. Hee. Are we going to rob them? Let's go over as well. Blood covered the skeleton dragon hall, giving off a pungent smell. The blood had not congealed yet. When Xiao Chen saw the noisy entrance and the pirates excitedly snatching, he immediately lost most of his interest. "Young Master Xiao, how about we take this opportunity to leave?" Despite being at a disadvantage, the skeleton dragon star venerate showed no intention of giving up. "Let's go, then." Just the clash of wills between the 2 star venerates revealed a side that made one's heart tremble. The black cutlass moved against the flow of the chaotic battlefield, slowly leaving the battlefield and slowly flying to the back. That person wore gray dragon robes, and his eyes sparkled with stars. Everywhere he looked, a will of soul merged with the world. Just like that, the skeleton dragon star venerate swept out. With the black cutlass's strength, the skeleton dragon star venerate would definitely be able to reap a huge harvest in the skeleton dragon hall. This terrifying soul will was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The cannon fodder level pirate ship in front of them. The cannon fodder level pirate ships in front shattered upon contact, turning into a pile of junk drifting in the air. Elder Tang narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I did not keep track, but it has been at least 7 to 8 hours. However, this skeleton dragon star venerate still held on to hope. It had to be said that he was somewhat foolish. Now, he was already one of those cannon fodders. Why was he willing to come? He was afraid that the skeleton dragon star venerate was waiting for this moment. Even though he felt helpless, Xiao Chen still shook his head and chose to leave. Immediately, winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chen firmly held the upper hand. His great Dao might radiated out along with his saber light. How long did the battle last? Cloud Sea experts. The many pirate ships led by the Savage Blood pirate group clashed with this rank 3 sect of the Grave Sea. The Savage Blood star venerate snorted coldly. The will of soul grew stronger involuntarily. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. Just the initial reward for gathering so many pirate ships already requires hundreds of millions of inferior-grade spirit stones. Those strong 4-star pirate groups would offer even more. Clearly, it would not be good to use this Black Dragon's Gate as a target." The intense killing started. Everyone forgot about the existence of time. That's not right. In reality, when the Savage Blood pirate group gathered so many pirate groups to attack a declining rank 3 sect at the same time, the Savage Blood pirate group gathered so many pirate groups. Xiao Suo did not understand why Xiao Chen asked this. Crewmen immediately came out and carried the 3 corpses out. In the chaotic battlefield, the Black Cutlass looked very insignificant. A will of soul also came out of the Savage Blood pirate group and clashed with the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's will of soul. Right now, it was extremely easy to leave. The entire situation had already spiraled out of control. In just 1 round of attacks, half of the front row of cannon fodder warships died on the spot. This horrifying scene would definitely become a nightmare that would be hard to forget, testing the hearts of the people. The Savage Blood Star Venerate said coldly as he held up a scarlet saber. After leaving this continent, the group returned to the Starry Sea. The warm sunlight washed away the gloominess in everyone's hearts. Right after the Savage Blood Star Venerate spoke, he soared into the sky and charged at the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate. After the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate left, the true elites of the Savage Blood pirate group also came out in full force. Or did he have other plans? However, the auras of the 2-star Venerates fighting could still be clearly felt, inspiring fear and trepidation. As the Savage Blood Star Venerate spoke, a person suddenly appeared on the Bone Dragon's head. "Several experts of my sect died before we obtained this saber manual. You want me to hand it to you? Don't even think about it." Xiao Suo asked Xiao Chen in the control room. "Senior Tang, why do you think the Savage Blood pirate group is attacking a rank 3 sect for no reason at all?" At this moment, some of the stronger 4-star pirate ships smelled blood. They stopped conserving their strength and sent their experts to the huge bone dragon in the mountains. 15 minutes later, the Black Cutlass finally left the battlefield. They could only vaguely see the tattered bone dragon traversing the mountains. Xiao Chen felt shocked as he carefully withdrew his aura. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's trump card experts finally could not help but appear. "Captain, what should we do? Should we leave or wait until we make a fortune before leaving?" "Ha ha ha. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you finally appeared." Since the start of the battle, the sky had been dark. This was especially so after the 2-star Venerates fought, which made the atmosphere even more oppressive. After gaining the upper hand, the Savage Blood Star Venerates immediately charged towards the Skeleton Dragon Hall's headquarters, snatching everything they saw. "We set out early in the morning. By the time we arrive, it will be almost noon." Chapter 1639. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, everyone on the warship turned nervous. Indeed, the sky should have turned dark long ago. Why is there still so much sun? When Xiao Chen raised his head and looked carefully, he finally discovered something wrong. The sky was very bright, but there was no sign of the sun. Right now, it was indeed nighttime. However, sunlight had truly appeared. Furthermore, there was still warmth, the warmth of sunlight. Heavenly Eye, flying in the sky and tunneling underground. With a thought, Xiaochen sent out the heavenly eye from his forehead, continuously climbing. As the heavenly eye rose, Xiaochen's field of vision expanded. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the continuously rising heavenly eye seemed to break through a barrier. Everything Xiaochen saw was pitch black. The night sky was high, and stars dotted the sky. Xiaochen looked down. From this angle, Xiaochen was like a deity looking down on the land. Everything appeared in his eyes. He saw a ring of light encircling the island where the skeleton dragon hall was in the pitch-black starry sea. The ring of light encircled the island and approached. With the island as the center, the ring of light slowly shrank. Forming the ring of light were blue oceanic warships with war banners with golden shields on them. The light came from those war banners. Whoosh! Xiaochen withdrew the heavenly eye into his forehead. Then, he said honestly, there is a ring of oceanic warships with golden shields and war banners surrounding this sea region. The encirclement is continuously shrinking. Astral Divine Shield. It's the Divine Shield Army. They are moving out in full. They are trying to catch all the pirate groups in one fell swoop, not giving them a way out. Old Man Tang said with a shocked expression. Astral Divine Shield? The two armies under the ocean star are finished. At the mention of the Astral Divine Shield, Xiao Sua's expression slowly turned unsightly. What is the Astral Divine Shield? Fei asked, feeling confused. No one answered. At this moment, Xiaochen, Elder Tang, and Xiao Sua all entered deep thought. Xiao Sua, let the ship sink. The deeper, the better. After a while, Xiaochen made up his mind and said seriously, there is no need to be so dramatic. You don't have to be so dramatic. Can't you find a place and slip away quietly? I don't believe that they have completely sealed off this part of the sea. Sinking into the starry sea was extremely dangerous. It would also place a heavy burden on the ship. Elder Tang firmly said, we must sink. Don't have any delusions. Under the light of the Divine Shield, no one could escape. Although the Divine Shield Army was not as inhumane to the pirates as the Blood Sword Army was, they would not be nice to the pirates either. Old man, I don't want to be treated as a pirate and get caught. But, our defensive barrier was destroyed earlier. It will take some time for it to recover, Fei said in a soft voice. It's fine. Elder Tang and I will hold on. Hurry up and get moving. Yes, Captain. Under Xiao Chen's urging, the entire Black Cutlass started moving quickly, slowly sinking into the sea. On the deck, Xiao Chen and Elder Tang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and then struck out with their palms. Bang! The two palms collided, and their veritable essence energy merged, forming a veritable essence energy shield that encased the entire ship. As the ship sank into the starry sea, the two's veritable essence energy started to drain continuously. Young Master Xiao, if you can't hold on any longer, just let me know. I will share more of the burden. Thank you. However, after 10 minutes, Elder Tang was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, neither hurried nor slow. A Taiji diagram of yin and yang intersecting appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, forming an extremely peaceful aura. It was calm and empty, merging with the world. Although the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body drained rather quickly, the absorption was not slow, either. Elder Tang felt startled. If this were the sea with dense spiritual energy, Xiao Chen would be able to achieve zero expenditure. Young Master Xiao really has many secrets. I have never seen someone who can balance yin and yang so naturally before. He has the air of an outstanding talent of the Daoist sect. As Elder Tang stared at the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chen's feet, he was slightly startled. Then, his expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. The Daoist sect. Indeed. Right now, the Confucian sect has declined in the Great Thousand Realms. It has already been many years since a sage appeared. Only the Buddhist sect and the Daoist sect are left. I have seen some Daoist sect experts execute this diagram under young Master Zhao's feet in the Central Great Realm. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked softly, Elder Tang, you have been to the Central Great Realm before. What is it like there? Can you tell me a little about it? It was a long time ago. When I was young, I showed off my abilities. I was a frog in a well in the grave sea, thinking that my talent was pretty good. I did not listen to my master's advice and arrogantly ran off to the Central Great Realm. And the results? Xiao Chen felt somewhat curious. Elder Tang revealed a bitter expression. Clearly, recalling the past was a painful matter. There is no need to talk about the results. There are immortal dynasties, strong empires, boundless fortuitous encounters, tens of thousands of inheritances, 4 Buddhist temples, 3 Daoist sects, 8 sword union sects, 72 noble clans. Only the strongest genius with the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races can step onto that stage. A yearning appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He asked, have you heard of Ancestor Dragon City? Ancestor Dragon City is the most ancient city in the Divine Dragon Empire. I heard that it has an even longer history than Dragon Capital. However, I have never been there, so I do not know much. Even the Central Great Realm. I have never truly experienced its glory. There is really no need to mention the past. It looked like Elder Tang had a sad past in the Central Great Realm. The expression on his face could not be faked. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he did not ask any more questions. Actually, there was no need to guess to know what happened. Elder Tang was just proud and arrogant, and he received a heavy blow. What was even worse was that he met the geniuses of the great desolate 100 races and was ruthlessly humiliated. Such a thing was simply too common. This was a major reason why Xiao Chen was not willing to head to Ancestor Dragon City. He believed that Lu Riyue still remembered him, just like how he still missed her. However, without sufficient strength, could he hide behind Lu Riyue if he went? Captain, we can activate the defensive formation. Fei Er's voice rang out. Xiao Chen and Elder Tang stopped. Then, they took out spirit jades and sat down cross-legged. They started to recover their exhausted veritable essence energy. At the same time, the expression of the waning moon star Venerate, who was exchanging moves with the skeleton dragon star Venerate, changed slightly. He sensed the light of the Divine Shield Army's Divine Shield. You fellow! You called the Divine Shield Army over. The savage blood star Venerate roared hoarsely, feeling enraged. The severely injured skeleton dragon star Venerate smiled coldly and said, let's die together. You destroyed my sect, so I will not let you off easy. Honestly speaking, I already agreed to hand over the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's incomplete manual to the Divine Shield Army's Sword General. It is not a small group of the Divine Shield Army that is coming. It is all the Divine Shield warships in the Grave Sea. You. The savage blood star Venerate spread out his mental energy. When he saw the Divine Shield's light slowly approaching the continent, his expression changed completely. You are willing to work with the Divine Shield Army, but you are not willing to hand over the incomplete Saber Technique manual to me. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you really hate me. Give it to you? What can I do? Even if I give it to you, I will not get any benefits. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique is a saber technique comprehended directly from the Gautama Divine Palm's third move. Although it is only an incomplete manual, it is the original and contains the true meaning. You cannot imagine the conditions that the Blue Shield Army agreed to give me. You will regret this, the savage blood star Venerate said coldly. The skeleton dragon star Venerate guffawed and said, don't worry. The one who will regret this is you. You should not have destroyed my sect. You should not have coveted my incomplete saber technique. Otherwise, your savage blood pirate group could have continued living freely. Chapter 1640. The Divine Shield Army slowly pressed in. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He could not defeat the other party in the first place. Right now, all Xiao Qun could do was flee from the savage blood Star Venerate and meet up with the Divine Shield Army's sword general. At that time, the situation would be reversed. Clearly, the savage blood Star Venerate expected the other party's intentions. He said coldly, "You can forget about escaping from my hands without paying a price." Huh, so what? In any case, you will definitely die today. The savage blood pirates will also become history. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate laughed maniacally, not fearing the other party at all. He frantically counterattacked, looking for an opportunity to escape. It was true that the skeleton dragon Star Venerate could not defeat the savage blood Star Venerate. However, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate did not think that it would be difficult for him to leave. However, the savage blood Star Venerate's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. After a few lunges, he sent out all sorts of killing moves. Even so, he was unable to find an opening that would allow him to successfully break out. Holding the scarlet saber, the savage blood Star Venerate smiled evilly and said, "Skeleton dragon Star Venerate, it looks like you might not have a chance to walk out tonight." After wiping away the blood at a corner of his lips, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate paled slightly. The middle stage Starry Sky stage. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through. There are still many things that you cannot imagine. Obediently hand over the saber manual. If we work together, we will be able to break the Divine Shield Army's encirclement. The savage blood Star Venerate remained calm, not flustered by the fact that the Divine Shield Army surrounded him. Dream on. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate seemed to make some sort of decision. He tossed aside the sword in his hand and swapped it for a saber. Haven't you always wanted the saber manual? Today, I will show you the might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate suddenly gathered all the scattered auras in the clouds into his body, continuously draining his soul energy. His body seemed to be accumulating some kind of power, constantly accumulating. The savage blood Star Venerate's expression changed slightly. He held his saber with both hands and shouted coldly, preparing to attack first. He interrupted the skeleton dragon Star Venerate's attack. Normally, Xiao Qun would not mind seeing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, there were still strong enemies behind him. Clearly, this was not the right time. Xiao. Seeing the savage blood Star Venerate charge over, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate roared and burst out in advance. Suddenly, a golden swastika symbol appeared on his forehead. It shone resplendently, illuminating the surrounding 10,000 miles. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane. In that instant, a profound, twisting aura appeared around the skeleton dragon Star Venerate. The savage blood Star Venerate, who was among them, strangely recalled the time before he became a pirate. In the mortal world, hidden in the bottom of his heart, the things that left the deepest impression. That winter, he was only 13 years old. In his memory, that winter was especially cold. As he begged on the street in the cold wind, his body stiffened from the cold. Just as he thought that he was about to die, a woman appeared and took off her white fur coat. He struggled to open his eyes. He wanted to see the woman's face clearly, but he couldn't. He could only see a blurry smiling face walking past him. Hua! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A giant Buddha stood in the sky, bathed in divine light. Glaring angrily, the Buddhist commandment blade in the Buddha's hand radiated a bright light. It pierced through the woman's chest, causing blood to spurt out. No! The savage blood Star Venerate felt intense pain in his heart, startling him to his senses. Then, he discovered that the skeleton dragon star venerate's saber was only 2 centimeters away from his chest. A giant Buddha stood behind the skeleton dragon star venerate, forming hand seals with its left hand and holding a saber with its right. The saber light merged with the light in the skeleton dragon star venerate's hand. "You are seeking death." The savage blood star venerate suddenly turned berserk. A startling baleful aura erupted from his body, and a poignant scarlet setting sun appeared behind him. The savage blood star venerate's expression twisted, and his entire body seemed to turn illusory. Ka-ca. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the setting sun in the sky turned into a scarlet river that descended with the saber light. The saber light directly broke the skeleton dragon star venerate's saber bathed in Buddhist light. However, the tip of the saber still stabbed in by 1 centimeter uncontrollably, bringing intense pain. The Buddhist light and Buddhist seal all vanished. When the saber shattered, the skeleton dragon star venerate vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning even paler. When the skeleton dragon star venerate saw that the savage blood star venerate seemed somewhat distracted, he quickly took the opportunity to flee, not daring to linger. The other party's strength was beyond Xiao Chen's expectations. He had already brought out 30% of the state of breaking the mundane, but he still could not severely injure the other party. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was a saber technique that Xiao Chen comprehended from the Thunder God Palm's third move. As the savage blood star venerate watched the skeleton dragon star venerate leave, he muttered to himself with a cold expression, breaking the mundane, how can the mundane be broken so easily? Towards the end, the rage on his body grew stronger, and his killing intent grew more terrifying. It was as if a blood-colored ocean had gathered behind him, creating monstrous waves that reached the heavens. Amidst the raging winds and huge waves, his figure seemed especially terrifying. Xiao xiao xiao. The skeleton dragon star venerate abandoned the important land of his sect and rushed all the way. When he left the continent, he saw the warm sunlight. Joy appeared on his face. They're here. The Divine Shield Army has finally arrived. At this moment, the Divine Shield Army's encirclement had already closed up. The silhouette of the Divine Shield Army's warships could be seen with the naked eye. The skeleton dragon star venerate looked around and found the flagship, then quickly flew over. Xiao Chen moved very fast. The starry sea's gravity did not seem to affect him at all. Where did this insignificant person come from? To think that he dares to barge around under the light of the divine shield. Quickly stop. On the surface of the sea, a clear and sharp shout suddenly sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless divine shield battle flags appeared. Whoosh. Immediately, countless divine shield war banners shone with piercing light like mirrors, freezing the skeleton dragon star venerate's figure. The skeleton dragon star venerate, who felt like hundreds of warships locked onto him, did not dare to move rashly. Right now, he was incredibly weak. This round of cannon fire might take his old life. General Jian, this humble self is the skeleton dragon hall's palace master. I have come with a saber manual, the skeleton dragon star venerate shouted with narrowed eyes. Get him to come down. Yes, General. The resplendent light on the skeleton dragon star venerate's body disappeared. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a few flashes, he landed on the huge flagship of the Divine Shield Army. The Divine Shield war banners around the flagship fluttered loudly in the wind. Cultivators wearing golden battle armor stood on both sides of the deck, looking at the skeleton dragon star venerate expressionlessly. In front, the sword general sat on a throne on a flight of steps, looking down at the skeleton dragon star venerate from high above. In every starry sea of the ocean star, there was a divine shield army stationed there, with a general overseeing them. Every general had a title. However, only this person before the skeleton dragon star venerate was known as the sword general. This was because of his sword. His sword techniques rampaged about, making him look like a general charging into the enemy lines on the battlefield. Hence, he was known as the Sword General. In the Grave Sea, many pirate groups trembled in fear at the mention of his name. A somber air spread out on the ship, making the skeleton dragon Star Venerate feel strangely uneasy. The situation seemed somewhat different from what the skeleton dragon Star Venerate had imagined. The Sword General was far from being as enthusiastic as the skeleton dragon Star Venerate had thought. One could even say that he was cold. "General Jian, I have already brought the saber manual. I even used my sect as bait to lure the Savage Blood pirate group over. Now. Alright, I got it. Hand over the saber manual." On the throne, the Sword General interrupted the skeleton dragon Star Venerate's words. "But, I said, hand over the saber manual." The Sword General did not give the skeleton dragon Star Venerate a chance to speak at all. He repeated himself in an indifferent but domineering manner. Whoosh! Right after the Sword General spoke, the somber air spreading out on the ship turned even colder. A chill assaulted the skeleton dragon Star Venerate. He looked at the guards with cold gazes, even loathing, and the aloof Sword General on the throne. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate's body started trembling for some reason. He thought of the Savage Blood Star Venerate's words, "You will regret this." Chapter 1641. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, why are you still not handing over the saber technique manual? Don't keep the general waiting. A young man in armor shouted coldly beside the Sword General. Feeling the disdain in this youth's eyes, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate could not help feeling humiliated. After all, he was an early-stage starry sky cultivator. He was a cloud sea powerhouse, yet a youth of the Divine Shield Army dared to look down on him. However, right now, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate vaguely felt that if he did not hand over the saber technique manual, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate would definitely suffer. He would die immediately. If he handed over the saber technique manual, he would not have a good end. Just when he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, suddenly, a flash of scarlet light appeared on the island. The Savage Blood Star Venerate actually led all the pirate ships out first. They did not sit around and wait for their deaths, giving the enemy a chance to further narrow the encirclement. "General, the Savage Blood pirates have come out." The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Just as the Sword General was about to say something, the skeleton dragon Star Venerate below took advantage of this opportunity to push off with his feet and quickly leave the pirate ship. Courting death. The Sword General's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed a broadsword that was as tall as a person. His figure soared through the air and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced out like a magnificent army galloping in the sky. The killing intent swept out in all directions, and the majestic might shook the mountains and rivers. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate's face immediately sank. The might of this sword strike firmly suppressed him. The boundlessly mighty and domineering sword aura locked him in place, not giving him the slightest chance of survival. The skeleton dragon Star Venerate, who was already severely injured and weak, had less than 10% of his strength remaining, could not possibly block it. He turned around, wanting to fight with his life on the line to block the sword and obtain a chance of survival. However, the instant he turned around, the sword intent that surged towards him tore open terrifying wounds on his body. Back then, the dragon robe on his body had been shredded, cracks appearing as if it had been swept by the sword wind. Kacha! The skeleton dragon Star Venerate roared furiously and performed exceptionally well. His hands moved at lightning speed to grab the Sword General's sword. Pu Ci. A huge shock wave came from the sword, and the skeleton dragon Star Venerate vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at the Sword General's cold and emotionless face with boundless hatred. "You lied to me. You promised to help me restore the sect." The Sword General said indifferently, "If you were from a righteous sect, naturally, I would do as I said. The Skeleton Dragon Hall is an evil sect in the first place, doing all sorts of evil. They're not much better than those pirate groups. If I help you restore your sect, wouldn't I be helping the evildoer? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Despair spread in the skeleton dragon star venerate's heart. He seemed to go crazy, roaring endlessly. Idiot! The sword general said coldly. Then, he raised his broadsword, and it seemed like a vast army galloping on the battlefield. The entire space shook. An unparalleled sword aura. The sword easily tore apart the skeleton dragon star venerate's final defense. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the skeleton dragon star venerate's chest. Shio! The sword general's other hand quickly dodged the skeleton dragon star venerate's storage ring. The energy contained in the broadsword exploded. With a loud bang, this starry sky expert died just like that, dying without a complete corpse. On the Savage Blood warship, the Savage Blood star venerate, who wore a scarlet cloak, watched this scene expressionlessly. Then, he said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." The skeleton dragon star venerate had long guessed that this would be the result, yet he foolishly held hope for the Divine Shield Army. Was it because the Divine Shield Army's reputation was better than the Blood Sword Army's? The ignorant were truly sorrowful. Whoosh! Suddenly, a clump of Buddhist light burst out from the blood mist that the skeleton dragon star venerate created. It was emanating from a painting. Saber manual? It turns out that this fellow hid the saber manual in his body. The Savage Blood star venerate said coldly, "Third brother, fourth brother, do your best to control the Savage Blood warship. Don't be stingy with the resources and trump cards on board. Lead everyone out of the encirclement. Go as far as you can." Right after the Savage Blood star venerate spoke, he used instant flash and arrived in front of the painting. When the Savage Blood star venerate looked forward, he saw that the sword general was similarly not slow, standing on the other side. The painting that recorded the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's incomplete manual hovered quietly between the two. Neither of them made a move. Savage Blood star venerate, it has been many years since we last met. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through. The sword general found this somewhat strange. He was somewhat surprised that the Savage Blood star venerate had already reached the middle stage Starry Sky realm. The Cloud Sea realm was divided into 3 stages. The Starry Sky realm was known as a Star Venerate, the Holy Light realm was known as a Holy Venerate, and the Sovereign realm was known as a Sovereign Personage. Each stage was divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Every time one broke through a bottleneck, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. Seeing the Savage Blood star venerate easily suppress the skeleton dragon star venerate was the greatest example. The Savage Blood star venerate said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. Today, I fell at your hands because I was one step behind. However, if you want to obtain the saber manual and destroy my Savage Blood pirate group, you are overthinking it. I can let you have the saber manual. However, you have to make way for the Savage Blood pirate group." The sword general's thoughts raced. Then, he nodded and said, "Deal. However, the pirate groups behind you have to stay." Scram! The Savage Blood star venerate shouted coldly, simply and crudely rejecting the other party's proposal. The sword general's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "This world is not so black and white. You and I both know that many things can be discussed. I mobilized the entire Divine Shield Army in the Grave Sea. If I cannot bring out any results, how am I supposed to step down?" The Savage Blood star venerate smiled coldly and said, "You want the saber manual and reputation at the same time? In that case, it is best not to discuss it." Whoosh! Blood dyed the sky, and the setting sun appeared. The Savage Blood star venerate swung his saber, and the scarlet heavenly river poured into the saber. The sword general's long sword swept through the air and blocked the saber stably in mid-air. The exchange of two Starry Sky Realm experts immediately turned the situation out of hand. The Divine Shield Army and the pirate groups also stood together. The incredibly intense naval battle officially started. On one side was the Divine Shield Army, which held the advantage in numbers. On the other side were the elites of the pirate groups that had just experienced a bloody battle. Furthermore, both sides were mortal enemies. The intensity of this battle was easy to imagine. How horrifying would it be? The Savage Blood pirate group was the first to get involved. The peak 5-star pirate groups showed their ferocious and terrifying side in the sea. More than 100 Neptune's rages shot out at the same time. The cannons covered the sky and the sun, looking like the end of the world. The Divine Shield Army formed a light defense formation. Countless war banners gave off a golden light. These banners formed a huge golden shield on the surface of the sea, blocking the might of the 100 cannons of the peak 5-star Neptune's rages. At this moment, the seemingly ferocious and boundless starry sea revealed its soft and weak side. As the cannons and the aftershocks tore at the vast sea, thousands of holes appeared. Waves surged, sounding like the miserable wails of the sea. The Divine Shield Army specialized in defense. With the support of the large number of light shields, they firmly blocked the pirates' attacks. If the Blood Sword Army were here, the scene would be different. Divine Shield of Light, counterattack. Under the lead of the Savage Blood Star Venerate, the pirates fired increasingly ferociously. The commander on the flagship shouted coldly, giving the order to counterattack. Ka! 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 Immediately, golden shields appeared on every Divine Shield warship. Then, they shot a beam of resplendent light into the sky. The light gathered in the air. After a while, it looked like an artificial sun. It was resplendent and piercing. The scarier thing was that it contained an incomparably scorching energy. The expressions of the many pirates on the warships immediately changed. Their pirate ships could not work together to form a shield formation like the Divine Shield warships. They could only defend individually, each ship taking care of itself. Break that beam of light! Someone on the Savage Blood Star Venerate roared and soared into the sky. It was the Iron Hand Yama. Countless strong pirates soared into the sky and formed a human wall, using their auras to block the light in the sky. Attack! Kill all the pirates! Whoosh! Countless golden-armored cultivators on the Divine Shield warships held sharp sabers and soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They prepared to start the cruelest close-range battle. At this moment, the Black Cutlass slowly surfaced from the bottom of the sea. When the Black Cutlass appeared on the surface of the sea, it was a pitch-black night with resplendent starlight overhead. When the Black Cutlass looked up, it saw a dazzling light surrounding the island, continuously shrinking. Chapter 1642. Even from more than 5,000 kilometers away, one could still clearly feel the desperation of this intense naval battle. The deafening rumbles were incessant. The clouds were even more horrifying. When two star venerates of equal strength fought, practically no one dared to loiter nearby. From the outside, the golden light that represented the Divine Shield Army was continuously shrinking, slowly gathering together. Through the golden light, one could see a blood-like light trying to break out of the encirclement several times. The Divine Shield Army has one special characteristic. Their Divine Shield is like a mountain. This time, it will be hard for any pirate group to escape. Xiao Suo sighed softly. As a pirate, he felt sorrow in his heart. He felt dissatisfied and sympathetic for the fate of these passageways. He felt somewhat indignant, but he could not do anything. Unless a 9-star pirate ship came, they could turn the tide. Anything else would be pointless. With the Black Cutlass, they would not even be able to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. The difference in numbers was too great. If it were the Blood Sword Army, some pirate groups might be able to escape alive. However, the dead pirates would be in 100 times more pain, Elder Tang said softly as he watched the scene before him. He felt the same way as Xiao Suo when he saw the scene before him. Xiao Chen took a look at the situation. The pirate groups were already losing. All that was left was to see if there was a chance to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the wisest choice was to leave quickly. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt that there was something in that battlefield attracting him. It was not a desire from his bloodline. Instead, it was a bond from the depths of his soul. The two seemed to be pulling each other. There seemed to be a weak connection. It seemed like it existed and yet not. It was illusory and tempting. Is it this? A Buddhist lamp appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. The heavenly snow divine flame was in the Buddhist lamp. Above the lamp was the Sarira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. No, when the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira appeared, that vague connection did not become stronger. A Sarira? Elder Tang cried out hoarsely, feeling slightly startled. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. To think that he even had a Buddhist holy item. Furthermore, based on the appearance of this Sarira and the Buddhist light it gave off, it was definitely of extraordinary origins. Strange. Xiao Chen put away the great limitless Buddha Sarira and revealed a contemplative expression. Since it did not come from his blue dragon bloodline or the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira, then what could it be that was connected to the mysterious item on the battlefield? Young Master Xiao, what happened? Why are you still not leaving? Elder Tang urged. Xiao Chen answered honestly, I feel that the item that the two-star venerates fought over has something to do with me. Elder Tang was startled by Xiao Chen's idea. He quickly said, that's not a good idea. You will definitely die if you enter. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was normal for young people to have this kind of drive, but old people like them hadn't lived long enough. I know. I won't go in, but I'll take a look. You guys go ahead. The black cutlass quickly left the surface of the sea. With a thought, the heavenly eye on Xiao Chen's forehead soared into the sky and the ground, heading for the sky dome realm. The heavenly eye flew increasingly higher. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds and arrived in the starry heavens. Then, under Xiao Chen's control, the heavenly eye quickly headed for the place where the savage blood star venerate and the sword general fought. Xiao Chen watched the two-star venerates fight at such a close distance. The tremors that came from the soul still made Xiao Chen, who was far away from the battlefield, jumpy. However, at the same time, his horizons were broadened and he gained a lot. The one holding the scarlet saber should be the savage blood star venerate. The one holding the sword should be someone like the commander of the divine shield army. As the two-star venerates fought, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye hovered in the sky, looking down. For some reason, Xiao Chen felt like he was high up and that the two-star venerates were merely SOSO. This thought startled Xiao Chen, and he quickly banished it. Not daring to watch for too long, Xiao Chen focused his heavenly eye's vision and started searching. That painting. Wherever the two experts fought, there would always be a place filled with Buddhist light. The savage blood star venerate and the sword general used their minds to not affect that painting. In this incredibly intense fight between the star venerates, the painting was like a peaceful tea garden in a war chariot, no one caring about it. The two-star venerates did not care. The victor had not been decided yet. All they needed to do was pay some attention to the painting. No one dared to get too distracted by it. As for the other pirates and Divine Shield Army cultivators, they did not dare to get close to the area where the two-star venerates fought. What exactly is on me that is attracting this painting? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Since it was not a bloodline power or a Buddhist sect Sarira, what else could it be that was special? The Saber Dao, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and his eyes lit up. Be it the savage blood star venerate or the sword general, these two were very strong and did not have the courage to fight. However, these two had not comprehended a Dao in either the Saber Dao or the Sword Dao. In the Great Thousand Realms, the Savage Blood Star Venerates were already extremely talented. However, they were still somewhat lacking compared to Xiao Chen. He had already surpassed the Saber Domain and comprehended Great Tao energy. Even though Xiao Chen had this guess, he did not dare to rashly test it. Once he exposed his Great Tao energy, these two-star Venerates would definitely notice him and know of his existence. To bet or not? Xiao Chen would take the risk under the eyes of two-star Venerates, betting that the painting had a fate with his Saber Dao. If he gambled correctly, he might have a chance of obtaining the painting. After that, the two-star Venerates would work together to kill him. If he gambled wrongly, only death awaited him. Friend, after watching for so long, are you still not going to show yourself? Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the Savage Blood Star Venerate and the Sword General suddenly stopped. Then, one of them spoke. You overdid it. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He completely forgot about the painting and quickly withdrew his divine eye. Wait. To think that I got discovered anyway. In that case, why don't I gamble? Earlier, I feared being discovered the most. Right now, I am already at the worst possible moment. There is no need to worry so much. Boom! A great Tao halo appeared behind the divine eye. Then, it condensed into a point, and a brilliant Tao might spread out. The surrounding clouds immediately cleared out. The heavenly divine eye. The heavenly divine eye flickered with a faint light as it looked at the two mysteriously, exuding a cold and emotionless aura. Great Tao energy? Be it the Sword General or the Savage Blood Star Venerate, their expressions suddenly changed. They raised their guard and retreated. The number of people who comprehended Great Tao energy in the Grave Sea could be counted on one's fingers. These people were all holy Venerates at the very least. Furthermore, they were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. These people would not casually come out. Once they did, something major would definitely happen. That's not right. That's not right. In the blink of an eye, the two sensed that something was wrong. This Tao might did not put much pressure on them. We were fooled. It should be an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. Their thoughts raced like lightning, and they quickly guessed the closest answer. Only the outstanding talents of the 100 races of the untainted universe, the 3 Tao sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the 4 Buddhist monasteries, the noble clans and the dynasties of the Central Great World. Only then would it be possible to comprehend Great Tao energy before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. With a holy Venerate's cultivation and Tao might, the moment it spread out, everyone in the battlefield could not move at all, unable to resist at all. My guess was right. On the black cutlass, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. He could clearly sense that the painting had already sensed his presence. The connection that had been faintly discernible became clear at this moment. Xiao. The lonely painting turned into a resplendent saber light and quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 li and was out of the battlefield. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have designs on me, you are courting death. The Sword General's brows raised, then he turned around and gave chase. But just as he turned around, a baleful aura seized the opportunity to strike him. How dare you stop me? The Savage Blood Star Venerate smiled coldly. Why not? This Grave Sea is not your divine shield army's turn to cover the sky with one hand. What can you do to me? Since the Savage Blood Pirate Group's destruction is inevitable, why should I let you obtain the Saber Technique Manual? You, the Sword General, immediately felt incredibly frustrated. His greatest goal in this trip was the Saber Technique Manual. Secondly, it was to destroy the Savage Blood Pirate Group's weapons. Without the Saber Technique Manual, this operation would have failed. Chase. Deputy General Liu, lead a team and give chase. Since the Sword General could not free himself, he could only place his hopes on his Deputy General. Chapter 1643. On the Black Cutlass's lookout tower, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting that turned into a saber light. A look of joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He had obtained the painting, although he did not know what it was. If it could incite 2-star venerates to fight over it, it would definitely be priceless and immeasurable. At the same time, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that the 2-star venerates were still fighting, not chasing after him together as he had expected. That is, before Xiao Chen could unfurl the painting, he looked around and discovered several figures quickly chasing the black cutlass. Figures clad in golden armor dashed across the starry sea. The weakest among them was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. The strongest was actually like the Iron Hand Yama, a peak major primal core cultivator. It's the people from the Divine Shield Corps. They chased after the painting. After putting away the painting, Xiao Chen gave the order, and the black cutlass accelerated. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The peak major primal core venerate wearing dark gold battle armor roared and sent out a sword light. As the sword light descended, the sea of stars was cut in half, and the sword chi continued to spread forward. It looked like it wanted to chop the black cutlass in half along with the seawater. In a fluster, Xiao Suo controlled the black cutlass to change directions, narrowly dodging that sword chi. However, the black cutlass could not avoid the huge waves it kicked up. As the waves surged, the black cutlass rocked in the water, its speed dropping rapidly. Light of divine shield, illuminate the stars. So. The divine shield army cultivators behind the dark gold armored venerate held up their golden shields and shot out beams of light. They gathered in the air above the black cutlass and formed a clump of blazing flames. Chi! Chi! Heat waves surged into the air. Even the seawater below gave off strange sounds because of the formation. The black cutlass slowed down again. Captain, our formation has been disrupted. A few nodes have been burnt. Damn it! The consumption of spirit jades has also doubled. The seawater has turned into mud. What's going on? The bad news made Xiao Chen's expression sink slightly. Unexpectedly, the Divine Shield army moved so quickly. Almost at the same time, he chased after the painting. Xiao. A few more vast sword chi chopped down. The black cutlass dodged left and right, but it still got struck. Immediately, the entire ship started shaking. The cultivators on the ship all felt their chi and blood tremble. The ship swayed along with the waves, making it difficult for people to distinguish between north, south, east and west. Stop. Xiao Chen decisively got Xiao Suo to stop. If they continued to flee, they would be exhausted to death by the other party sooner or later. Xiao. The dark gold armored venerate held a broadsword similar to the sword generals. He led 8 early-stage and late-stage major primal core venerates to the front of the black cutlass pirate ship. Don't act rashly. I'll stall for time. You guys get ready to counterattack at any time. After sending a voice projection, Xiao Chen gently leaped up from the watchtower and landed firmly on the bow. His white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the other party across the sea. What can I do for you? The white-clad Xiao Chen stood under the black cutlass's war banner on the bow of the ship, looking calmly at the dark gold armored venerate. The dark gold armored venerate did not smile. As he held his broadsword, his expression turned grave and stern. Killing chi surged around him, causing the seawater to surge. Receive the general's orders. Leave behind the saber manual, and we can let you go. At the same time, you can become an honored guest of the Divine Shield Army. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can seek the Divine Shield Army for help. The Sword General thought that Xiao Chen was a noble clan outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm with an extraordinary background. Hence, he did not want to offend him too much, so he used a more polite tone. Of course, that was on the premise that Xiao Chen was willing to obediently hand over the saber manual. Saber manual? It turned out that the painting was a saber manual. Xiao Chun could not help feeling even more curious. What kind of saber manual could make the Savage Blood Pirate group destroy a rank 3 sect to obtain it? Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun asked calmly, "Is the saber manual your general's?" The dark gold armored venerate did not know that Xiao Chun was stalling for time. Even if he knew, he would not react. The other party was merely a half-step primal core cultivator, and the pirate ship was ordinary. He did not care about it at all. Xiao Chun had managed to stop this pirate ship with a few attacks earlier. This was sufficient proof. You do not need to know whether it is or not. You only need to answer, are you going to hand it over or not? Right after the dark gold armored venerate spoke, the 8 gold armored cultivators behind gathered their killing chi. A sharp light appeared on their foreheads. Clearly, they were prepared to attack at any moment, only waiting for the order. When Xiao Chun heard what the dark gold armored venerate said, he rolled his eyes. Since it is not your general's, then you are forcefully snatching it. Since when did the Divine Shield Army become so shameless? The dark gold armored venerate's expression did not change. He did not care about Xiao Chen's mocking at all. Hand it over or not. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2. Neptune's rage, fire. Without waiting for the other party to finish counting down, Xiao Chun gave the order, and the black cutlass turned sideways. Ka. 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 The melodious sound of gears clicking rang out continuously. The 16-peak 4-star Neptune's rages bared their fangs. Without giving these people any time to be shocked, the Neptune's rages fired at the same time. Boom! The compressed ancient demonic energy cannons howled as they shot out. The explosions were like divine thunder shaking the heavens. The seawater surged for 5,000 kilometers around. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that in the time it took for a spark to fly, the gold-armored cultivators behind the dark gold-armored venerate had taken the initiative to raise their shields and block the cannons of the Neptune's rages. When the surging waves scattered, a huge golden shield of light flickered 500 kilometers away. Neptune's rages, continue. Xiao Chun gave the order expressionlessly. A peak 4-star pirate ship. Traces of blood leaked out of the lips of the 8 gold-armored cultivators, their faces filled with shock. The dark gold-armored venerate behind them was not injured at all. His expression turned cold. Even in the face of such a situation, he remained calm. The dark gold-armored venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun, who was on the deck. Xiao Chun immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A cold chi assaulted him, causing him to tremble slightly. How strong! Follow me. The dark gold-armored venerable said indifferently. Not only did he not retreat, but he even charged towards the cannon fire. An extremely compressed ancient demonic energy cannon flew over. The dark gold-armored venerate used his left hand to block the sword. The broad sword immediately blocked most of the dark gold-armored venerate's body as he clashed with the ancient demonic energy cannon. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the light from the ancient demonic energy cannon radiated out. However, the dark gold-armored venerate was not injured at all. Whoosh! 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 The dark gold-armored venerate advanced ferociously as he faced the cannon fire of the 4-star Neptune's rages, his figure flashing. When the dark gold-armored venerate approached, the many peak 4-star ballistae on the tower fired out a net of specially made arrows. The dark gold-armored venerate swung his broadsword, and the sound of a vast army galloping resounded in the air. All the arrows flying at him shattered in the air. The dark gold-armored venerate's figure flickered, sweeping through everything before him, displaying an unparalleled aura. Die! The dark gold-armored venerate pointed his broadsword at Xiao Chun. Then, he thrust his sword forward, showing his sharpness. The entire ship shook intensely before the other party's ferocious aura. Everyone felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts, as well as waves of fear. Can I block it? Even if I can't, I have to block it. Otherwise, everyone on the ship will die. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiaochen remained exceptionally calm. He drew the lunar shadow saber and spun around. Instant of glory. Supported by great Tao energy, Xiaochen instantly executed Instant of Glory. A vast painting appeared in the air, blocking the dark gold-armored Venerate. Ka-Ca. The painting blocked for only a moment before the broadsword pierced through it, turning it into countless shards. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. Xiaochen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread out. Under the pressure of pain, all the potential in his body burst forth. The dark gold-armored Venerate's saber buzzed, trembling endlessly. Clashing with the other party's broadsword, Xiaochen shouted coldly and charged over without hesitation. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Xiaochen's arm went numb, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The lunar shadow saber nearly flew out of his hand. Xiaochen's body, which was in midair, immediately fell. However, the dark gold-armored Venerate's broadsword trembled for a moment before continuing to descend on his head. Unexpectedly, his heart was injured. The dark gold-armored Venerate frowned slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to be able to injure his internal organs with one saber strike. Fortunately, the dark gold-armored Venerate had vast accumulations and a deep cultivation, so he did not suffer from this attack. Below, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled up in a smile. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally arrived. Earlier, it looked like the dark gold-armored Venerate blocked Xiaochen's saber strike. However, the sword trembled, and a weak opening appeared in its move. Buddhist Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Chapter 1644. Buddhist Sect Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Xiaochen's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. The situation instantly reversed. Xiaochen did not hesitate to kick at lightning speed. This kick was like a mountain that soared into the sky. Xiaochen's mighty force sent the dark gold-armored Venerate, who already had an opening in his sword move and could not change direction, flying. Bang! The force was so great that the dark gold-armored Venerate grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Unable to resist, the dark gold-armored Venerate tumbled in the air, quickly flying backward. A Buddhist sect secret technique? This fellow is indeed an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. I was too careless. The dark gold-armored Venerate was very knowledgeable. When he saw the enlarged Xiaochen, he quickly understood the origins of Xiaochen's move. However, at this moment, the dark gold-armored Venerate did not have a good opportunity to counterattack. The timing of Xiaochen's magic skill was simply too accurate. First, Xiaochen used 2 moves to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored Venerate, not caring about the price to create an opening in his sword move. After that, when the dark gold-armored Venerate's move was already over and he could no longer change it, Xiaochen instantly executed the magic skill, catching the dark gold-armored Venerate off guard. However, the dark gold-armored Venerate remained incredibly calm. This magic skill could not last for long. When the time was up, it would be Xiaochen's time. The dark gold-armored Venerate would not give Xiaochen any more chances. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. There were still 3 seconds left before Dharmic World. Xiaochen used these 3 seconds to execute the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique. Azure-colored dragon images appeared. When Xiaochen chopped down, he used the might of the true dragon, which was startlingly great. A dragon race martial technique? The dark gold-armored Venerate felt somewhat confused. This saber technique clearly had traces of a dragon race martial technique. What exactly was Xiaochen's identity? This confused the dark gold-armored Venerate. However, this was not the time to be confused. Xiaochen's saber strike had already landed. However, his body was still affected by the force of Xiaochen's previous kick, so he was very passive. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the dark gold-armored venerable also unleashed his full power. He did not panic and spun one round in the air, dissipating most of the remaining force on his body. The broadsword in Xiao Chen's hand spun in a circle and met Xiao Chen's saber light with all his might. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of golden light erupted from the broadsword, illuminating the dark night. The dark gold-armored venerate exuded a hot-blooded heroism. He was like a general standing in the middle of a vast army on the battlefield, having the courage to remain calm even when millions of people attacked. It could be seen that his sword Dao cultivation was as deep as the sword general's. This move was called sword subduing rivers and mountains, and it was also the sword general's famous martial skill. Although the dark gold-armored venerate only had 50% of his usual might, it was still very mighty and intimidating. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. By relying on the preemptive strike and the support of the magic skill, Xiao Chen held the upper hand in this saber strike. Xiao Chen shook off the difference in cultivation and knocked the dark gold-armored venerate into the air with one saber strike. However, that was all. Xiao Chen originally thought that Dermic World would at least be able to injure the dark gold-armored venerate severely. However, he was disappointed. Deputy General Liu is actually injured. Even sword subduing rivers and mountains is broken. The expressions of the gold-armored cultivators behind changed drastically. Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? It ends here. The dark gold-armored venerate said coldly as he stabilized his body in midair. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiao Chen, who had recovered. Then, he raised his sword and charged over again. When the dark gold-armored venerate moved, it was like a vast army moving with him, creating an immense pressure. Rumble. Rumble. There was the sound of galloping horses and the rumbling of war drums. There were also countless hot-blooded soldiers filled with murderous intent. Xiao Chen remained calm. At this point in the battle, he had already given up on any other thoughts. This was the battle that Xiao Chen was most invested in since entering the Great Thousand Realms. This was also the strongest and most horrifying opponent. This was an opponent that made Xiao Chen's blood surge. He felt admiration and respect for Xiao Chen. Great Dao energy spread out behind him. Xiao Chen's eyes were as calm as autumn water. The dark gold-armored venerate charging over slowly became clearer in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Everything in the world disappeared, leaving only the dark gold-armored venerate's figure. Dragon blood soul-breaking finger. After locking on to the target, Xiao Chen attacked decisively. He drew out the energy from his soul, and he pointed with his finger. A scarlet light burst out from his fingertip. A beam of scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored venerate's horrifying sword move and entered his forehead. A Soul Dao martial technique ignored physical defense. The dark gold-armored venerate, who led the vast army and charged forward in a heroic manner, suddenly stopped. The scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored venerate's sea of consciousness and continuously entered his soul. Energy exploded, and the dark gold-armored venerate's soul energy immediately scattered. Soul Dao martial technique. Soul Dao martial technique. The dark gold-armored venerate's heart immediately turned cold. He had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a trump card. This was not a move that only a Cloud Sea cultivator could execute. How could it be? Xiao Chen, who was in the air, did not get greedy. He knew that this finger strike could not kill the dark gold-armored venerate. It could not even severely injure the other party. A peak major primal core existence had already touched the surface of soul energy. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger would not be able to achieve its greatest effect on them. At every moment, Xiao Chen was preparing for the worst, putting more pressure on himself. Only under heavy pressure would he not dare to slack off. Only then would he have a chance at victory. Dragging his fatigued body, a light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he clenched his teeth and roared ferociously. A three-colored lightning dragon shot out of Xiao Chen's palm. It contained the divine might of a solid blue dragon, berserk electricity, and a cold chill as it charged at the dark gold-armored Venerate. Bang! The dark gold-armored Venerate, who had just recovered some color in his eyes, could not react before the ice-blood-lightning dragon struck him. This ice-blood-lightning dragon knocked away Xiao Chen's great killing weapon. The power of ice and lightning attributed energy intertwined and merged, allowing the two energies to surpass their limits and erupt wildly. The dark gold-armored Venerate vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back again. This time, the dark gold-armored Venerate's heroic aura was clearly not as intense as before. The dark gold-armored Venerate's mistakes and miscalculations caused his momentum to plummet. Every time, he didn't really hurt his muscles or bones, but he accumulated it over and over again. However, the dark gold-armored Venerate found this somewhat unbearable. His heart ached, and his soul suffered torture. His body turned cold, and the electricity had yet to scatter. However, he still had the strength to fight. He was confident that he only needed one move. No, he only needed half a move. As long as he could get close to Xiao Chen, he only needed half a move to defeat Xiao Chen. In fact, that was indeed the case. If he didn't use his trump card, Xiao Chen wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. When the sword first fell, Xiao Chen used 2 moves, but he was unable to resolve it. He only managed to make his sword momentum reveal a flaw. Only then did he use his Dharma idol to forcefully destroy it. Xiao Chen knew his weakness. Thus, he never gave the dark gold-armored Venerate a chance to truly attack him. Now, of course, was no exception. He was dressed in white, and his body was like a willow catkin. His exhausted body and pale face made him look somewhat weak. However, the expression on his forehead remained stubborn and resolute, as if he would never give up. A scarlet war banner appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. Amid the whistling wind, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. "My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron, burning blood. For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain, spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the stars, making the sky shine without night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other." Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood the meaning of "my body is like a sword, filled with pride." Elder Tang said that Xiao Chen could not figure out whether his body was like a sword or a mountain, finding them contradictory. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen started laughing loudly. These two did not contradict each other at all. "My body is like a sword." This referred to the soul, a kind of spirit within the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, an immortal will in his bloodline. After understanding this, Xiao Chen could not help laughing loudly. His laughter was bold and carefree. "Your soul and spirit are like the noblest treasure sword in the world. Filled with pride, you would rather break than bend, your sharpness eternal. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right?" As if responding to Xiao Chen's words, the Scarlet Blood War banner suddenly trembled. A beam of scarlet light soared into the sky. As Xiao Chen tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, he felt an eternal, hot-blooded, and indomitable will. "Immemorial Demon Soul Formation, Yazi Beast Demon Soul, come out." Xiao Chen waved the war banner, and winds blew and clouds surged. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul inherited this hot-bloodedness. It roared ferociously, and the sky changed color. Chapter 1645. As the Immemorial Demon Soul Array was activated, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul quickly appeared. The great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the Yazi Beast, had a dragon's head and a jackal's body. It stood on blazing flames and stood on the surface of the starry sea. Compared to its first appearance, the Yazi beast demon soul's image this time was even more solid. Having lit up 2 pearls, it no longer only had a skeleton, but already had the embryonic form of Yazi. As soon as he appeared, he emitted an ancient and ferocious aura. 2 balls of blood-colored flames danced in his eyes. The dark gold-armored Venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on the dark gold-armored Venerate. With the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, its gargantuan body was the size of a small mountain. His aura shook the heavens, the wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Right now, the Yazi beast demon soul possessed the strength of a peak major primal core cultivator. To a certain degree, it was even significantly stronger. Because it had no life, no pain, no fear, and no weakness. Roar. With a roar, the sea surged up and sent the 8 golden-armored cultivators flying. Protect Deputy General Liu. The situation instantly reversed. After the Yazi beast demon soul appeared, its aura completely suppressed the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators. Deputy General Liu will cover you. At this moment, the 8 golden-armored cultivators had completely seen through Xiao Chen's tricks. Earlier, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored Venerate because he wanted to injure the Venerate. Then, when the immemorial demon soul formation was activated, the dark gold-armored Venerate would no longer be a match for the Yazi beast demon soul. In fact, he did not even give the dark gold-armored Venerable a chance to escape. From the beginning, he had already planned this out. He had no intention of leaving them a way out. Kill. The black cutlass hovered near the heart of the Yazi beast demon soul. On the lookout platform, Xiao Chen waved the war banner and coldly and emotionlessly directed the Yazi beast demon soul to charge at the dark gold-armored Venerate. Senior Tang, Xiao Sua, Luo Nan, and Fei the 4 of you, go out and send these 8 people away. Xiao Chen instructed calmly. After paying such a huge price, if they still could not take down this dark gold-armored Venerable, they would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chen exposed all his information, then he would be a failure. Understood. Elder Tang and the others received the order and left. A huge tortoise beast appeared on the sea. Elder Tang stood on it and charged at the 8 golden-armored cultivators. 2 sharp bird cries came from the air. Luo Nan and Fei each riding a cold steel eagle, sealed off the other party's path of retreat. Xiao Sua, who had already advanced to the early stage major primal core realm, laughed loudly. Then, he held up his saber and ran over the sea. There was a small golden bird resting on his shoulder. It was the golden crow divine beast, Little Yellow Feather. The black cutlass immediately erupted with all its combat prowess. The 8 golden-armored cultivators and the peak major primal core dark golden-armored Venerate formed an encirclement. At the start, when these 9 people chased the black cutlass relentlessly, they definitely did not expect such a scene to occur. Soon, the formation of the 8 golden-armored cultivators tore apart. With the life juice source cleansing their physical bodies, Elder Tang and the other 3 were not weak at all. Furthermore, the cold steel eagle, the golden crow, Little Yellow Feather, and the huge tortoise beast were assisting them. Their overall strength was significantly stronger. In the core battlefield, the Yazi beast demon soul fought against the dark gold-armored Venerable. No matter how many techniques he used, he was suppressed from beginning to end by the ferocious and bloodthirsty Yazi beast demon soul. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. If he was still in his peak condition, it would be very easy for him to leave. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by Xiao Chen. Now, his soul, heart, and body had all suffered considerable damage. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even have a chance to stay alive. After a while, 2 miserable cries rang out in the air. The 2 golden-armored cultivators were torn apart by the cold steel eagles in midair, dying miserable deaths. After another hour, the remaining golden-armored cultivators died one after another. 3 of them were swallowed by the giant tortoise beast, 2 were killed by Xiao Sua, and 1 was killed by the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang and the others did not stop, joining the battle between the Yazi Beast Demon Soul and the Dark Gold Armored Venerate. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul could not last for too long. Every moment it existed consumed the spiritual energy contained in the spirit jades. Obviously, no one wanted this battle to drag on for too long. The greater worry was that if the battle dragged on, the Divine Shield Army would send reinforcements again. However, this worry was clearly unnecessary. The Sword General would never have thought of it. The Sword General could not have imagined that his capable deputy could not even lead 8 Venerates to chase after a half-step Primal Core Realm veritable personage. Furthermore, the other party even killed him, not even able to bring back any news. After another 2 hours, the Dark Gold Armored Venerate finally lost all his combat prowess, losing his resolve to resist. The Dark Gold Armored Venerate was fatigued, his veritable essence energy drained, and his complexion was pale. Wounds covered his body. In the fight with the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, the Dark Gold Armored Venerate was at a complete disadvantage. Then, Elder Tang and the others surrounded him. This was a tragic sight to behold, making him feel very sullen. "General, this subordinate is incapable and failed to complete your instructions." Ka-ca. The Dark Gold Armored Venerate, who had retained his last bit of strength, actually chose to commit suicide by swinging his sword, ending his life in such a miserable manner. Upon seeing the Dark Gold Armored Venerate's life force disappear, everyone relaxed. At the same time, they felt like they were in a dream. They really killed a peak major Primal Core expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even the strongest among them, Elder Tang, could not exchange more than 100 moves with the Dark Gold Armored Venerate. There was no way he could exchange more than 100 moves with him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. However, such a peak expert still died at the hands of the Black Scimitar pirate group, which fought at full power. "Xiao Sua, clean up the corpses and set sail immediately." Xiao Chen's calm orders startled Xiao Sua to his senses. Then, he quickly worked with Luo Nan and Fei to clean up the corpses on the sea. Elder Tang, who was riding on the gigantic tortoise beast, returned to the ship first. When Elder Tang arrived beside Xiao Chen, he looked at the fatigued Xiao Chen and revealed a trace of heartfelt admiration. If not for Xiao Chen standing out at the crucial moment and risking his life with that Dark Gold Armored Venerate, the result would have been different. At the very least, it would have been easy for the Dark Gold Armored Venerate to flee. "The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. Even when facing a peak major Primal Core cultivator, you have the courage to fight head-on." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Compared to my previous experiences, this is nothing." The beast governing sects Elder Tang really wanted to ask what Xiao Chen had experienced in the past. However, he held back. Asking about another person's secrets was a taboo. If the other party was willing, he would naturally speak. Elder Tang changed the topic and asked, "What exactly did you obtain for the Divine Shield Army to send such a strong lineup?" "It is a painting. I did not see the details, but I heard from that Dark Gold Armored Venerate that it was a saber technique manual." As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the painting and gently unfurled it. Many monks holding Buddhist monk sabers appeared in the painting. They showed stern expressions, exuding might without showing any anger. The monks danced around with their sabers, making many profound postures. As for the background of the painting, it was a Buddha statue with a single palm placed before its chest. The Buddha statue's expression was cold, and a murderous intent spread from its forehead. Elder Tang's eyes lit up as he said, "Interesting. To think that it is the rare Buddha statue of massacre. This was not an evil Buddha. Buddhas had thousands of dharmic bodies. Most of them looked benevolent, solemn, and peaceful, exuding a solemn might. Buddhas had already purified their negative karma. They had completely severed their greed, anger, and delusion. There would be no such thing as rage. Even if the Buddha statue glared at Elder Tang, it was just the Buddha statue, and the Buddha statue pretending to be stern and not truly angry. However, there were too many evil demons in the world. The Buddhist sect's preaching involved many conflicts of interest. Hence, the Buddhist sect preserved the various angry dharmic bodies of Buddhas before they became Buddhas. They purged evil, saved the dying, healed the injured, and purified the world. Such dharmic bodies were carved into Buddha statues. Due to taboo, they rarely appeared in public. Elder Tang gave Shao Chen a brief explanation. At this moment, the painting was fully unfurled, and the words, Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, appeared in the lower right corner. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. After confirming it, Elder Tang's expression changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. Shao Chen put away the painting and asked, feeling curious, "What's wrong?" No wonder the Savage Blood pirate group destroyed the Skeleton Dragon Hall at all costs and the Divine Shield Army mobilized its entire army. It turns out that this saber technique appeared. Elder Tang sighed softly with a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 1646. There were many incomplete parts on the scroll. This was a remnant manual of a saber technique. Shao Chen was a bladesman himself. Naturally, he could tell how extraordinary this saber technique was. Just a cursory look at it was enough to excite him, broadening his horizons. Shao Chen originally thought that it was already very rare for him to be able to create the flawless saber technique. However, when he saw this saber technique, he felt somewhat ashamed. Compared to the Great Thousand Realms, the Kunlun realm was like a frog in a well. Upon hearing what Elder Tang said, Shao Chen could not help feeling even more interested. Elder Tang knows about this saber technique manual? Naturally, just at this moment, Shao Sua and the other two returned to the warship and quickly reported, "Captain, we gained a lot. These 8 people all carried a lot of spirit jades and the equipment of the Divine Shield Army. We still have not checked the dark gold armored Venerate storage ring." Shao Sua stepped forward and handed the dark gold armored Venerate storage ring to Shao Chen. Shao Chen nodded and said, "Let's leave this place quickly. It is still not very safe. You can deal with these war trophies yourselves. There is no need to ask me." "Thank you, Captain." The 3 left excitedly and returned to their posts. Then, they piloted the black cutlass far away. In the captain's quarters, Shao Chen brewed a pot of tea and served Elder Tang, preparing to listen to him explain the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique in detail. "Now that there is no one to disturb us, Elder Tang, tell me what you know," Shao Chen said softly as he poured a cup of tea for Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the teacup and took a sip. Then, he said slowly, "Regarding this Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, it is a long story and involves many things. Young Master Shao, do you know how the martial techniques of the Great Thousand Realms are differentiated?" Shao Chen answered honestly, "There are not many records in the Book of the Epochs. The various great realms and astral regions have different introductions to martial techniques. Honestly speaking, I am not very clear about it." Elder Tang smiled and said, "This is very normal. Those who have not been to the central great realm would not know. That is the birthplace of martial arts and the center of civilization of the entire vast thousand domains. It has been flourishing for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and profound grade cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there are 3 martial techniques in the world. From high to low, they are heaven rank, earth rank, and human rank." "Elder Tang, I know all of this." "Just say it," Shao Chen said softly. Old Tang nodded and said, "It is not that I am keeping you in suspense. However, there are some topics that cannot be avoided when talking about the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. Otherwise, young Master Shao, you would not understand either." "Alright, go ahead." After a chaotic period at the start of the martial epoch, it entered a dark period, commonly known as the Fiendish Demon Chaotic Era. It was also during that era that countless predecessors appeared and created many primogenitor-grade martial techniques, establishing the foundation of the martial epoch. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. Are you saying that this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a primogenitor-grade martial technique? Elder Tang laughed involuntarily. How is that possible? Most of the primogenitor-grade martial arts have been lost. If one were to reappear, it would be a matter that would shock the entire Great Thousand World. There will be countless almighty beings who will divine it in advance. It will not fall into the hands of people like us. Then, Xiao Chen said, finding it strange. Elder Tang put down his teacup and said, I have not finished yet. The primogenitor-grade martial techniques of the Buddhist sects are the 8 moves of the Gautama divine palm that the Buddha created. There are also 9 moves. Now, the 4 Buddhist temples that we are talking about are the holy lands that surpass rank 7 sections. Each of them possesses 1 move of the Gautama divine palm. The rest are lost. After that, the powerhouses of the 4 temples continuously comprehended many cultivation techniques and martial techniques from the Gautama divine palm that they grasped. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a saber technique that the hidden spirit temple's eminent monks comprehended from the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm. It is also the only saber technique. Xiao Chen muttered, the hidden spirit temple, that's right. The Hidden Spirit Temple is one of the 4 great temples with the greatest influence among the 10,000 Buddhist temples of the Great Thousand World. Its status is extraordinary, even above that of the dynasties. Everyone in the Central Great Realm knows about it. Xiao Chen whispered, if that is the case, then this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not too shocking. Just the Gautama divine palm's 3rd move, the Hidden Spirit Temple comprehended hundreds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Not to mention the other 3 great temples. Elder Tang said with a grave expression, you did not hear clearly. There is only 1 saber technique that was directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. The other Buddhist sect saber techniques were not comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. More importantly, this is a saber technique that goes against the Buddha. The meaning of the Mahamaya is that everything in the world is an illusion, just a dream of the Buddha. This word is taboo in Buddhism and should not be spoken of recklessly. What is even more frightening is the last 2 words, abstinence violation. Xiao Chen's heart sank. When he thought about the killing chi from the Buddha statue in the painting and the various strange aspects, he suddenly felt a chill. When Buddhist sect cultivators cultivate, they have to strictly abide by the precepts. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the temple. At worst, they will lose their true self and enter a state of berserking chi deviation, losing all their strength. However, this saber technique dares to defy the rules of the entire Buddhist sect. Not only does it use the word Mahamaya, but it also uses the words abstinence violation. It does not respect all the precepts. When Elder Tang reached this point, he suddenly smiled. What is even more shocking is that this saber technique is directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. It cannot be more authentic. It is the will of the Gautama divine palm. When it first appeared, it angered that group of monks. You should know that any cultivation technique or martial technique directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm can be traced back to its source and directly practice the Gautama divine palm. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling. Interesting. In that case, what exactly is this saber technique like? How strong is it? Elder Tang's smile vanished. He said sullenly, it is very strong. So strong that many terrifying existences did not hesitate to put themselves in danger and barge into the Hidden Spirit Temple to destroy this secret manual. In the end, the Hidden Spirit Temple was forced to turn this saber technique into an incomplete manual. Actually, the Hidden Spirit Temple was already very embarrassed about this saber technique in the first place. However, they were not too helpless about it. Furthermore, the Hidden Spirit Temple has many divine cultivation techniques and martial techniques. It would not be a pity to destroy one. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. That exaggerated? I am not exaggerating at all. If you ask around in the central Great Realm, everyone will know about it. When you go to the Great Thousand Realms in the future, you will know that I am not lying. What exactly is it? Elder Tang smiled and said, hee hee. You will know when you go. I will tell you now. Your horizons are not broad enough, so you only know a little about it. Feeling helpless, Xiaochen said, very well, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to ask, can I practice this saber technique? If you can practice it, naturally, you can. You are not a Buddhist sect member, so there is no need to worry. However, people who are not a Buddhist sect member and want to comprehend the true meaning of it are rare, Elder Tang said slowly. Xiaochen said, that might not be the case. Back then, this saber manual came with me of its own accord. He left with you? Elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. After I released my saber Dao Great Dao energy, it took the initiative to follow my aura and fly over. Old Tang did not believe it. He muttered, this. Although the saber Dao's Great Dao energy is hard to come by, the saber Dao's Great Dao energy is extremely rare. It might be a little far-fetched to attract the saber manual to fly over on its own. You have a Buddhist Sarira on you. No, that's not right. This saber manual is a deviant sutra. It won't care about orthodox Buddhist Sarira. Xiaochen didn't think too much about it and didn't care. No matter what. In the end, the saber manual still ended up in Xiaochen's hands. It was a fact that it flew over on its own accord. Xiaochen believed that he had a fate with the saber manual and would definitely be able to learn its true meaning. This was a rare opportunity for him. He had to seize it. From the time he had accepted the mission to now, this trip could be said to have come to a successful conclusion. Obtaining the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the greatest harvest. If Xiaochen could learn it before rushing to the Blessed Lands, he would have gained a lot of capital. There was also the storage ring of a peak major primal core venerate. He wondered what kind of pleasant surprise it would bring him. Oh, by the way, there was one more important thing that he nearly forgot. Elder Tang, is it a body like a sword or a body like a mountain? I already figured it out. Xiaochen told Elder Tang about the enlightenment he gained while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner and fighting the dark gold armored venerate. After Elder Tang heard that, his eyes lit up. This body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. It turns out that it is the will of the soul. Alright, I understand now. In less than 1 month, I will be able to decipher the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's final words. After saying that, Elder Tang laughed loudly and left excitedly. Chapter 1647. 7 days later, the Starry Sea remained calm. The Black Cutlass had already distanced itself from that battlefield. It would be very difficult to find a pirate group in this vast grave sea. The Divine Shield Army sent out to pursue Xiaochen could not find him, so they could only helplessly end the search. The disappearance of the dark gold armored venerate and the 8 gold armored cultivators baffled everyone in the Divine Shield Army, not knowing what happened. Regardless of this, Xiaochen finally managed to shake off the Divine Shield Army and no longer had to worry about the other party's pursuit. For the past 7 days, Xiaochen had been pondering the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This disappointed him somewhat. This incomplete saber technique only had 3 moves. One was breaking the mundane, one was resolving the mundane, and one was entering hell. Right now, Xiaochen was doing his best to comprehend breaking the mundane. However, the deeper he delved, the more he felt a chill spreading in his heart. In this world of sensual pleasures, fame and fortune, love and hatred, and so on. Who had no worries? Who had no thoughts? How could one easily break the mundane? That's not right. That's not right. I must have comprehended it wrong somewhere. The further I go, the more I deviate. This is clearly a sign of berserking chi deviation. Xiao Chen stopped comprehending. Then, he took out the painting and looked at it again. As he focused his mind. Under the killing Buddha image, a monk holding a Buddhist monk's saber moved. As he moved, he sent out many saber lights. At this moment, the mental cultivation method for breaking the mundane slowly appeared. Suffering in the mundane world. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Not being able to obtain love. Not being able to obtain immortality. Not being able to obtain immunity from all diseases. Not being able to obtain love without parting. Not being able to obtain separation. Suffering, suffering. The mundane world is full of suffering. Breaking the precepts and leaving, breaking the peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a cauldron, tempering my Buddhist heart. Who? A saber wind blew by Xiao Chen's ear. The monk's saber wind seemed to be right beside his ear. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of his various sufferings. He felt that this saber light was merciless, and the saber wind was sinister and cold. His entire body felt a chill, and he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm stuck again. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. If I were to imitate it and simply execute it, this saber technique wouldn't be difficult. However, it is really difficult to find the true meaning in it. If one is not careful, it might turn into a demonic saber. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and put them aside for the time being. I should think about happy things. With a thought, Xiao Chen took the dark gold armored Venerate storage ring. Xiao Chen had not seen the wealth of a peak major primal core Venerate yet. He did not know what there would be. When Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense, the first thing he saw was a piece of flickering spirit jade. 800,000 medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He recalled that this dark gold armored venerable was some sort of deputy general. Indeed, he was very wealthy. Just the medial grade spirit jades alone had brought so many of them with him. This did not even include the scattered inferior grade spirit jades. Keep looking, what is this? With a thought of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen took out a book. Looking at the cover, he muttered, "Thousand Army Sword Technique." This sword technique should be the one that the Sword General and the dark gold armored Venerate used. Good stuff. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. The sword technique of that dark gold armored Venerate had left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, the dark gold armored Venerate's sword technique had even blocked the dragon subduing slash that Xiao Chen executed with his dermic incarnation. The sword technique's aura was vast and boundless, tyrannical. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a bladesman. However, it was not impossible to research it. Perhaps he could make some improvements in it and use it in his own saber technique. The most important thing was that the style of this sword technique was very compatible with Xiao Chen, both taking the tyrannical path. Xiao Chen continued looking. Aside from the sword manual, there were also some spirit herbs and supplies in the storage ring. These were all good things that the Divine Shield Army used. They were strictly prohibited from leaking out, so they were extremely rare. Dynasty's Influence Record. It records the birth and rise of the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen found a book from the Divine Shield Army that introduced the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. It also introduced some strong empires. This is interesting. Xiao Chen looked down the catalogue and discovered a dynasty that shocked him. The Tianwu dynasty. Just as Xiao Chen was about to take a closer look, Xiao Suo's voice rang out beside his ear. "Captain, there's a situation. We discovered an ordinary warship of the Divine Shield Army." An ordinary warship? Yes, it is just one warship. It is about the same as an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. It is chasing a person and is not coming for us. Keep an eye on it first. I'll go take a look. Xiao Chen put away the dynasty's influence record. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived at the control room. The water screen in the center showed a lake. A divine shield army warship was chasing a bloodied, burly man with a blurry face. That burly man was in a sorry state, continuously fleeing from a few gold-armored cultivators. As for that group of gold-armored cultivators, the leader was only a peak minor primal core cultivator. Young essence stage soldiers followed behind. The warship followed behind unhurriedly, not worried at all. "Captain, do you need help?" Normally, Xiaosua would have immediately gone to help. However, the Black Cutlass had just shaken off the Divine Shield army and could not take the risk. Even if they completely destroyed that warship, the Divine Shield army would be able to find some clues from where the warship disappeared. This matter was very important, so they could only ask Xiao Chen to make the decision. Of course, Xiao Chen was not a goody two-shoes. If it was within his capabilities, he would definitely mind helping. But if he had to sacrifice himself for a stranger, he wouldn't be so foolish as to implicate the entire ship's crew. Wait. Just as Xiao Chen decided to give up, his expression suddenly changed. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? Whoosh! The heavenly eye soared into the sky and tunneled into the ground. After a while, Xiao Chen clearly saw that burly man. Then, the heavenly eye returned to his forehead. Xiao Chen said, "It's the Savage Blood Pirate Group's Iron Hand Yama." Ah! The group of people in the control room was greatly startled, all of them incredibly shocked. How strong was the Iron Hand Yama? He was even stronger than that dark gold armored Venerate. He was known as the strongest person under the Cloud Sea realm in the Grave Sea, an unrivaled Venerate. To think that he was in such a sorry state, chased by a group of mediocre Divine Shield army cultivators like monkeys. Xiao Chen looked at Xiaosua and said, "You decide for yourself." Back then, this person had ruthlessly reprimanded and humiliated Xiaosua. Hence, Xiaosua was at a loss. Whether to save or not, Xiao Chen could accept it. It all depended on Xiaosua's decision. Save him. Xiaosua hesitated for only a second before decisively making his decision. Xiao Chen revealed a smile and patted Xiaosua's shoulder. "Go, then. Use the cold steel eagles to save him. After that, bring that warship around and return to the Black Cutlass. That way, they would not expose the Black Cutlass's position." "Yes, I promise not to expose the Black Cutlass." Xiaosua left to carry out the order. Then, he soared into the sky with the two cold steel eagles, leaving quietly. The Black Cutlass slowly sailed away, moving further away from the Divine Shield Army's warship. After a while, the Divine Shield Army's warship vanished into the water screen. Xiao Chen and the others arrived on the deck and waited quietly. There was no need to doubt whether they could succeed. With Xiaosua's early-stage major primal core strength and the two cold steel eagles, there was no possibility of failure. It was just a matter of how much time they had to spend. As expected, an hour later, two cold steel eagles appeared in everyone's field of vision. Clang! Xiaosua directly jumped down from the sky with a person on his back. Then, he slowly placed the person on his back on the deck. Right now, the Iron Hand Yama no longer looked like his past glory. He was so weak that he could not even compare to an ordinary veritable personage. Xiaosua's complexion was pale and covered in blood. His physical body had been corroded by the starry sea. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked dispirited. Xiao Chen glanced around and saw a wound on Xiaosua's chest. Given Xiaosua's strength, he should not have ended up like this when saving a person. What's going on? Xiaosua's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This fellow did not want me to save him, seeking death. I spent a lot of effort, but he even scolded me. In that case, help him treat his injuries first. When his injuries are more or less healed, he can go or stay. Xiao Chen did not find this hard to understand. It looked like the Savage Blood pirate group was probably destroyed. Once the faith in one's heart collapsed, one would naturally find it hard to accept. Chapter 1648. The Iron Hand Yama recovered very quickly. With the help of medicinal pills and Xiao Chen's personal treatment, his complexion soon turned red. The scars on his body healed automatically, and the scabs fell off. The physical body of a peak major primal core cultivator was already rather strong, even stronger than Xiao Chen's physical body, which had been cleansed by the life juice source. This was because his body would undergo a transformation every time he advanced to the next level. Of course, if Xiao Chen reached peak major primal core realm, the strength of his physical body would definitely surpass the current Iron Hand Yamas. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama slowly woke up. When he saw his surroundings, he looked at the people around him. He slowly rose to his feet. He did not express his thanks, and there was no joy on his face either. "Do you have wine?" When Xiao Suo heard this, he frowned. "Although your cultivation is high, your injuries are only slightly better. It is not easy for you to drink." The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "This old man's body is fine. Do I need a rookie like you to talk so much? You saved this old man's life, so you can criticize me?" Xiao Suo was speechless when he heard this, and his expression was slightly awkward. Fei could no longer watch on. She pulled a long face and said, "How can you be like this? Boss Xiao Suo, at any rate, risked danger to save your life. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Now that he's concerned about you, you're actually taunting him instead." The Iron Hand Yama turned his head. Although he was injured, his aura was still there. His eyes widened slightly, which made him look exceptionally scary. However, Fei-er's body did not move even half a step back. She looked straight at the other party. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "Little fatso, get this straight. I did not want this rookie to save me in the first place. If I don't give him a slap, I'll be doing him a favor. You want me to thank him? Ridiculous." Fei-er's expression darkened. Her little face, which had some baby fat, was so angry that it turned completely red. "You said I'm fat, you." Before Fei-er went berserk, Luo Nan quickly held back Fei-er. They needed to remain calm at this moment. After all, the other party was a peak major primal core cultivator with a ferocious reputation. Now that he had recovered some of his strength, it was best not to offend him. Ha ha ha. The Iron Hand Yama could not stop laughing. The people on this ship are all weirdos. He didn't know which small place this couple came from, but they were so unsophisticated. There were also the novice pirates who had just arrived at the Grave Sea. They were very foolish, as stupid as cows. Oh, there's even an elder from the school of Imperial Beasts. You're from a reputable sect after all. Elder Tang's face darkened. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The Iron Hand Yama did not care. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Then, he continued scolding, "There is also this white-clad brat who came out of nowhere. To think that he is the captain. To think that he managed to escape from the Divine Shield Army's encirclement with this broken ship intact." The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly when he heard the comments of the crowd. His good intentions were truly unrewarded. Instead, he was looked down on by the crowd, a venomous snake pointing its finger at him. "Xiao." Xiao Chen casually tossed out a wine bottle, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Iron Hand Yama reacted quickly, catching the bottle firmly. Then, he removed the cap and started gulping it down, finally stopping the Iron Hand Yama's mouth. "Good wine. Good wine. I could not tell that you are such a simpleton. Unexpectedly, you have some good stuff." However, Xiao Chen had already turned around. He said indifferently, "Everyone, return to your posts. Our destination is the Blessed Land. Let's continue our journey." The people on the deck glared at the Iron Hand Yama, feeling aggrieved. Then, they left one after another. As the Iron Hand Yama drank wine and enjoyed the wind, he ignored the gazes of others. However, no one noticed that there was no sign of life in his eyes. As he looked at the sea, they were empty. The following days were calm and peaceful. With his cultivation of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique hindered, Xiaochen switched to the Thousand Army sword technique. This sword technique possessed extraordinary might and vast might. In terms of offensive power, it was even stronger than his flawless saber technique. After all, Xiaochen had created the flawless saber technique when his cultivation had not been high. Now that he looked back, he still needed to supplement some of the moves. Compared to the extremely profound Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, the Thousand Army sword technique was very broad. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was very high. He quickly comprehended it and infused it into his own saber technique. After all, the saber and the sword were somewhat different. Xiaochen combined his own advantages and focused on the word break. He condensed the Thousand Army breaking saber technique into 4 major killing moves: breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the stars, and breaking the world. Among them, breaking the world was based on the dark gold armored venerate's extremely mighty one sword subduing rivers and mountains. After half a month of comprehending it, Xiaochen's Thousand Army breaking saber technique became increasingly colorful. When Xiaochen brandished the saber, a saber light howled. When he unleashed his great Dao energy, the saber light howled. It was like hot-bloodedness filled his chest as he reared his head back and roared. Break! 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 Thousand Army breaking. Mountains and rivers breaking. Stars breaking. Breaking the world. After executing the entire Thousand Army breaking saber technique, Xiaochen, who was on the deck, felt carefree. His blood surged, and his entire body felt comfortable. The bottleneck of the primal core realm also loosened significantly. Good saber technique. I have seen many geniuses in my life. However, I have never seen a demonic genius like you. In your hands, the Divine Shield Army's famous Thousand Army sword technique became yours in less than half a month. For the past half a month, aside from Xiaochen, only the Iron Hand Yama remained on the deck, minding his own business and drinking. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled faintly. This was the first time the Iron Hand Yama said something normal. In the past few days, Xiaochen had received a lot of criticism from the Iron Hand Yama. It was like a housefly buzzing around, not pleasant to hear. Damn it! If only that despicable general were here. When he saw this saber technique, he would definitely be angered to death. Ha ha ha. Xiaochen had just been praising the Iron Hand Yama in his heart when he suddenly said such a thing. Xiaochen's lips twitched. He said embarrassedly, it would be best if he did not appear. Xiaochen was not tired of living. If the Iron Hand Yama were here, everyone would die. That's true. Given that old fellow's character, even if he was really angry, it would not be written on his face. The Iron Hand Yama's lips curled up, feeling bored. Xiaochen could not help asking, what was the result of that huge battle that day? The Iron Hand Yama drank a large mouthful of wine and replied weakly, what else could it have been? That is the Divine Shield Army's style. No matter how great the losses are, they want to wipe out the pirate group. We could not charge out at all. The severely injured boss did his best to help open an opening. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt it was strange. He dared to get distracted while fighting the Iron Hand Yama? Indeed. Hence, although we managed to charge out, boss's whereabouts were unknown. We did not know if he was dead or alive. After that, it was a complete mess. None of the severely injured managed to escape. We fought it out with them. As the Iron Hand Yama spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Then, he slammed his wine glass on the floor. However, do you know that only IF*King survived? All of them died. I am the only one left alive. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what to do. He could imagine the savage blood star venerate getting severely injured due to being distracted in such a miserable situation. It was probably not a good ending. All the severely injured people did not care about their lives, charging at the Divine Shield Army with the resolve to die. Every one of them died a miserable death in battle or died under the swords of the golden-armored cultivators, getting their heads chopped off. 10,000 arrows pierced their hearts, dying with remaining grievances, or dying together with others. Or being blasted to death by the cannons. Hot-bloodedness rushed to their heads as rage spread throughout their bodies in the surging seawater. The Savage Blood pirate group fought to the last man. The Iron Hand Yama personally saw every one of them die. Everyone died, only he survived. In this world, there was an even greater pain than death. It was the loneliness that came from death. Those who died were fortunate. Those who survived were the ones who suffered the most. The Iron Hand Yama leaned against the ship's railing and held his head, lowering it in pain. For a moment, Xiao Chen did not know what to say. When Xiao Suo said that the Iron Hand Yama refused to help, Xiao Chen had already guessed it. However, he had not expected it to be so tragic. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a phrase from the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique: the world of mortals is bitter. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Resentment, hatred, desire, and not being able to obtain these were not appropriate for the Iron Hand Yama. But in reality, wasn't he the same? There were many things in the world of mortals and all kinds of suffering. It was better to break the precepts and break the peace. I will use the mortal world as a furnace to forge my Buddhist heart. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. However, bitterness spread in his heart. At this moment, he was not willing to comprehend a saber technique. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and left. Xiao Chen saw Xiao Suo standing at the entrance, looking in his direction. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, "I'm afraid that he won't be able to get over it." "Actually, I really don't blame him. I'll go over and let him scold me a few times. Perhaps he will be fine after that." "Go on, then." After Xiao Chen left, he paced back and forth, thinking about Xiao Suo's words. Suddenly, he understood something. All kinds of suffering exist. However, in this world of mortals, there will always be people who understand and care for you. Breaking the precepts and ignoring the rules of the mortal world would not bring peace but a moment of joy. One would definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen understood now. It did not matter whether he broke the precepts or not. Since the Buddhist heart existed, he was Buddha. Chapter 1649. Since the Buddha's heart is there, I am Buddha. This was also the principle of using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was enlightened. His blocked thoughts were like a broken river, surging violently. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane circulated in Xiao Chen's mind. His thoughts wandered as if he was enlightened. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Chen unfurled the scroll and studied it carefully again. After a while, the monk brandished the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand under the gaze of the killing Buddha statue. Saber light shot out in all directions. The originally cold and emotionless saber light turned cold. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice. The various worldly affairs were like a painting slowly unfolding in the saber light that filled the sky. Break. When the saber light was brandished to its peak, everything, including the scenes of the mortal world, came to an abrupt end. The gigantic Buddha statue gave off a golden light and suddenly came to life. A purple gold glazed Buddhist commandment blade appeared in the Buddha statue's hand and stabbed forward. The saber light coincided with the saber in the monk's hand. It was as if it had leaped out of a painting and pierced Xiao Chen, who was observing. This was not the end. This saber strike that severed the worldly affairs was not the end. The monk sat cross-legged in midair. A swastika appeared on his glabella and spun continuously. The obsession of the secular world that had just been severed by the saber reappeared, one after another, the joys and sorrows of the world, the joys and sorrows of the reunion, the joys and sorrows of the world. Slowly, a flame appeared on the monk's body and the entire world started burning. As the flames burned, the swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead grew brighter. Golden light blossomed, and Buddhist might spread out. Accompanying it was a domineering aura similar to the Vajra Dharma of Buddhism, as well as a rare murderous aura. With the mortal world as a furnace, I forge my Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He quickly put away the scroll and started cultivating again. The scene that he had just witnessed was something that he had never seen before. This was the true meaning of breaking the mortal world. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Since the Buddha's heart was there, it didn't matter whether it was broken or not. With this in mind, Xiao Chen no longer entangled himself with his past obsessions. He could go ahead and cut off the obsessions in his heart with ease. Suddenly, images of Xiao Chen's past appeared in the captain's cabin. There was his youthful face when he was in Mo City, the peaceful times he spent with Lu Ryue in Qingyun Peak, and the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. Almost no one in the same generation could compare to him in terms of all the things he had experienced in the mortal world. Break. As more and more images appeared in the mortal world, until there were no more, Xiao Chen let out a roar in his heart. Everything disappeared like a clap of thunder, scattering the fog. A moment later, everything reappeared, turning into flames that burned fiercely. As the flames bathed Xiao Chen's body, he felt a warmth. Buddhist chants filled his ears, and the various mysterious phenomena on his body became increasingly similar to the monk in the painting. The only thing missing was the swastika between his eyebrows. This was because the Buddha heart had not been tempered yet. After all, he was not an eminent monk. If he wanted to temper the Buddha heart, it would take some time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. They would arrive at the Black Cave Mountain in the 3 Blessed Lands in another 7 days. The journey was calm and peaceful, there were no major setbacks. The crew on the ship slowly relaxed. Inside the captain's cabin, Xiao Chen remained in closed-door cultivation, not coming out at all. For 1 month, the swastika finally appeared on his forehead. However, it was not very bright yet, nor was it as dazzling as before. However, Xiao Chen completely grasped the true meaning of this breaking the mundane. He managed to do what Senior Tang thought was impossible. Without grasping the true meaning, this breaking the mundane was just a formality, unable to bring out its true might. Take the skeleton dragon star venerate for example. When he went all out, he could only bring out 20% of its might. After all, he was a star venerate, but that was all he could do. However, as a half-step primal core cultivator, Xiao Chen could easily bring out 20% of the skeleton dragon star venerate's might. This was the difference between grasping the true meaning and not grasping the true meaning. More importantly, only by grasping the true meaning could one integrate it. Only then could one reverse the source and comprehend the Gautama divine palm that the hidden spirit temple grasped. Satisfied, Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and revealed a smile. However, before this smile could spread, it froze. The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's chest throbbed, and he felt a burning sensation. The rope holding the Buddhist pendant snapped with a buzz. The Buddhist pendant floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen's chest, and cracks appeared on it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He reached out and grabbed the Buddhist pendant. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived on the deck. This was a feeling that Xiao Chen had never felt before. It was not that he had never been chased by the Black Lotus Church before. However, his reaction had never been this intense. What kind of enemy is this strong? An intense sense of danger spread in Xiao Chen's heart. As he stood on the deck, Xiao Chen looked to the front. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. It looked like the Black Lotus Church had found his destination and had been waiting for him for a long time. Or rather, the Black Lotus Church had set up an ambush at the places that one had to pass to reach the Blessed Lands. Damn it! Who leaked information about me? Or was I not cautious enough and exposed some clues? Why did these people from the Black Lotus Church chase me all the way to the Grave Sea? Why are they still waiting here? I thought that I managed to shake them off in Purple Sun City. Brat, why is your complexion so ridiculously bad? Your aura seems even steadier. I wonder what kind of eruption you will have once you advance to the Primal Core realm. It does not seem like something went wrong with your cultivation. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama, who had already recovered his strength long ago, did not leave, remaining on the ship. Upon seeing the Iron Hand Yama, Xiao Chen's expression warmed slightly. However, the worry on his face did not vanish. What is the point of telling me or not? After replying, Xiao Chen turned around and headed for the control room. As the Iron Hand Yama watched Xiao Chen rush off, he gulped down a mouthful of wine. His lips twitched as he said, "Brat, even if you don't say it, this old man can guess it. Just look at that scowling face. An enemy is definitely here." Then, the Iron Hand Yama looked in the direction that Xiao Chen had looked, and his expression turned strange. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in his hand. There was no more wine left. As he stared at the empty bottle, he entered deep thought. Inside the control room, Xiao Chen gathered everyone together. Then, he looked at Xiao Suo with a complicated expression. "Captain, don't look at me like that. I feel strange." Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. He said, "Captain, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Do you still remember what I said to you in the past?" "What did you say?" Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party and said seriously, "I said long ago that this ship would be yours sooner or later. I cannot sink too deep into the path of piracy." When Xiao Suo heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He felt somewhat excited and nervous. "You are leaving?" "Yes. There are still 7 more days before I reach the Blessed Land. If nothing unexpected happens, I should run into a senior and cultivate there for a while. Then, I will head to my true destination." Xiao Chen showed a relaxed expression, showing no change in it. This news shocked Luo Nan and Fei Er, leaving them gaping. This was simply too unexpected. Previously, there had been no sign of this at all. "Captain, you never mentioned it before." "This is too sudden," Luo Nan said, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's not really sudden. I was in closed-door cultivation and thought about it for a long time." Fei Er's eyes turned red, somewhat unable to accept this. "But big brother Xiao Chen, Fei Er can't bear to part with you." "Indeed. Captain, we can't bear to part with you. Let us wait for you. Give us a time." "No, there's no need for a time. Just say it. We are all willing to wait for you." The core crew of the ship felt somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Chen's sudden departure, finding it hard to accept. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He forcefully endured the gratitude in his heart and smiled. "I can't bear to part with you, either. However, all good things must come to an end. Everyone has their own fate. Furthermore, although this starry sea is vast and boundless, it might not be impossible for us to meet again." After saying that, Xiao Chen looked at Elder Tang, who had not said anything since the start, showing a suspicious expression. Then, Xiao Chen extended a finger and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. Crack! The scarlet restriction in the depths of Elder Tang's soul, which made him unable to eat or sleep in peace, disappeared. Elder Tang felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he opened his mouth to say something. However, Xiao Chen's gaze stopped him. Elder Tang has suffered during this period of time. Xiao Chen smiled in understanding. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, we will meet again in the future." The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's chest burned even more intensely. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, his figure flashed a few times, and he quickly left. "Captain!" The others quickly gave chase. When they reached the deck, they could only see Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Suo looked at the captain's medallion that Xiao Chen handed him in his hand. He felt that everything was too sudden. He muttered, "What's wrong? I keep feeling that something is wrong." Luo Nan, Fei and the others continued to look into the distance. As they watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, they were filled with reluctance. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in boredom. However, he could not pour out even a drop of the 1,000-year flame. How unfortunate. I won't be able to drink such good wine in the future. After that, the Iron Hand Yama looked at the people beside him and said helplessly, "I say, you bunch of fools. Can't anyone tell that he ran away on his own so as not to implicate you?" "What?" Everyone was greatly startled, looking at the Iron Hand Yama in disbelief. Chapter 1650. Even the Buddhist amulet cracked. Xiao Chen definitely could not dodge. He could only face it head-on and seek a chance at survival. That was right. After giving instructions, Xiao Chen did not resign himself to his fate. As long as there was a chance, he would fight for it with all his might, never giving up. There was absolutely no compromise without reason in Xiao Chen's life motto. The black lotus mark on his chest made him feel that he was getting closer to the other party. After a while, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black ship in front. Whoosh! 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 8 or 9 figures escorted a middle-aged monk in grey monk robes and kasaya from the ship. They soared into the air and quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. The figure landed on the sea, and a black lotus rose up, carrying the group of people. Like flickering light and passing shadows, they arrived before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye. A soul-level pressure pressed down. That middle-aged monk in the kasaya raised his head and locked his gaze on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword light, moving even faster than lightning. This gaze carried a strong wind, kicking up waves around Xiao Chen. In Xiao Chen's eyes, time seemed to slow down. He could see every drop of water in the waves. He could see a sharp light rushing over. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen gently twisted his head and dodged this sharp light. In that instant, his long hair fluttered about for no reason. A strand of his fine black hair was cut in half and slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Chen. The short probing ended in a breath of time. Then, that middle-aged monk asked somewhat uncertainly. Xiao Chen did not say anything. Based on what he knew, this middle-aged monk before him should be one of the 4 protectors under the Black Lotus Church's church master. As for those black-clad arhats, Xiao Chen was rather familiar with them. He had seen their strength in Purple Sun City. Each of the protectors was a Cloud Sea cultivator, incredibly strong. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The other paths to the Blessed Lands probably had their people waiting there as well. No matter which path Xiao Chen took, he would not be able to avoid being discovered in the end. They thought highly of Xiao Chen, directly sending protectors with the strength of a star venerate to block him. No wonder his Buddhist amulet shattered. It turned out that someone from the Cloud Sea realm had come. Although Xiao Chen was only a Starry Sky realm star venerate, he was not someone that Xiao Chen could block. Even if the entire Black Cutlass brought out all its trump cards, it would not be able to block him. It seemed that his decision was correct. Tell me, you are obviously very weak, so why does the sect master value you so much? The Vajra protector said coldly as he looked straight at Xiao Chen. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not know the answer to this question. He said indifferently, "Who knows? What are you bald donkeys thinking? Even after I left the Kunlun realm, you are still chasing me to death. Evil creature, you still dare to speak rudely." Right after he spoke, the protector charged over like lightning. He was incredibly fast, leaving behind countless flickering afterimages. He stretched out his arms, and his wide sleeve spread out like a goshawk spreading its wings. It formed a perfect whole with the surging starry sea, the quietly drifting sea breeze, and the rippling light and shadows on the surface of the sea. Be it the position, angle, or posture, they were all extremely harmonious. It was like he was bringing this world with him as he flew over. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt rejected by the seawater, the sunlight, the gentle breeze, and the light and shadows. It was like there was no place for him in the vast world. This was an indescribable feeling. This was another understanding of the cloud sea realm's state of being one with nature. Then, it manifested itself in actual combat. A clash of auras, a struggle of the mind. When the other party got close and landed his palm strike, the void became increasingly larger. It was like he did not put any force into it, making it extremely unbearable. This was an obvious characteristic of the Buddhist sect's Dhyana Dao palm technique. Bang! Xiaochen stabilized his mind and threw a palm strike, barely catching it. With just a slight contact, he was knocked back. He did not even have time to bring out a tenth of his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Fast. Heavy. Ruthless. In the air, Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate at all. This was not a fight on the same level at all. It was no different from an adult beating up a baby. On the other hand, the other party had to be careful, not daring to use too much force lest he accidentally beat himself to death. In the other party's eyes, all of Xiaochen's means would be like a baby dancing with the sword, a joke. Buzz. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the protector's eyes. A power that came from the depths of his soul appeared. Suddenly, the surrounding space froze. Xiaochen, who was in midair, strangely came to a stop. He could not move at all. At this moment, the countless water droplets in the air also turned crystalline. Every drop appeared perfectly in the air, reflecting all sorts of lights. The stars in the protector's eyes flickered. He showed a cold and emotionless expression as he stretched out his hand. Then, Xiaochen's body flew towards him for no reason. However, the countless crystalline water droplets in the air remained motionless. Damn it, hatred surged in Xiaochen's heart. If there was an opportunity, he, Xiaochen, would definitely repay the Black Lotus Church 100-fold. He would not go back on his word. Be it bringing the demonic calamity, severely injuring the Kunlun realm, or repeatedly attacking him, the Black Lotus Church would never let him off the hook. Xiaochen's hatred with the Black Lotus Church was irreconcilable. Boom! After Xiaochen was pulled back, the protector sent him flying with a palm strike, and the stars in his eyes vanished. At this moment, the force-binding space also disappeared. Xiaochen's body crashed into the sea along with the seawater. Blood leaked out of Xiaochen's mouth continuously. He felt incredible pain in his chest. All the bones in his body felt like they had shattered. You dare to be so rude with just this bit of strength? I did not even use 20% of my strength. This Buddha is asking you, do you still dare to do so? What a despicable mouth. The protector snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. Interesting. I have seen fools before. Unexpectedly, the Black Lotus Church's star venerate is also this stupid. Since I dared to come here alone, naturally, I am prepared to die. Are these bald donkeys really brainless? Xiaochen did not fear death. At this moment, he felt calm. He only felt that it was a pity. There were still many things that he wanted to do and people that he wanted to meet. However, it was worth it. Xiaochen thought about the reluctance of the Black Cutlass's crew before he left. At the very least, there were people who treated Xiaochen sincerely in this great thousand realms. Although the mundane world was bitter, there were people who cherished him and understood him. You overestimate yourself. The protector snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand, and the surrounding space froze again. Countless water droplets froze in space again. Then, the suction slowly pulled Xiao Chen's body over. Despite facing such adversity, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the protector, he did not show any fear at all. Breaking the mundane, which contained a true intent, was sufficient to injure the other party. The protector was looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to strike the other party at his peak. Even if he could only injure the other party, it would be worth it. Even if he died, he wanted to let the other party know that he, Xiao Chen, was not a pushover without any dignity. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to attack, every drop of seawater in the surrounding space suddenly exploded. This part of the world was invaded by a powerful force and then brutally destroyed. Suddenly, a figure landed behind Xiao Chen. By the time the protector reacted, a figure had appeared behind Xiao Chen. Before the protector could react, the protector grabbed Xiao Chen and retreated at lightning speed. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that face, he revealed a horrified expression. It was the Iron Hand Yama. This ferocious-looking pirate, who had been cursing at everyone after boarding the ship, actually made a move to save Xiao Chen. Don't be shocked. The moment you raised your tail, I knew what you were thinking. Brat, you have guts. Even though I cannot save the brothers of the Savage Blood Pirate Group, this old me, the Iron Hand Yama, will definitely save your life. He looked behind him and saw a pirate ship rushing over quickly with its sails raised. It was the Black Cutlass. An old man holding a flute stood on a tortoise beast in front and behind the Black Cutlass. That was the beast governing sect's elder Tang. In the air, Luo Nan and Fei Er flew over with sullen expressions on the backs of two cold steel eagles. They were all here. All the people that Xiao Chen chose to abandon were here. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch our captain, the Black Cutlass will fight to the death. There are no cowards on the Black Cutlass. Xiao Suo's somewhat maniacal roar came from the surface of the sea. Without exception, everyone on the Black Cutlass charged over. Even though they knew that Xiao Chen would face the Cloud Sea Star Venerate, they would not retreat. As Xiao Suo said, there were no cowards on the Black Cutlass. They lived and died together, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1651. The disheartened Xiao Chen had not expected that everyone on the Black Cutlass would rush over without exception, including the Iron Hand Yama. Previously, Xiao Chen had not considered the Iron Hand Yama a part of the Black Cutlass. In that case, with the combined power of the Black Cutlass, they might be able to hold their own, even though the outcome would still be uncertain. However, there was a huge difference between having the strength to fight and being beaten up passively. The sudden scene caused the protector's expression to sink. He looked coldly at the Iron Hand Yama and said, "Just you alone, and you dare to be impudent before me? How reckless." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out a palm strike that seemed to be as light as a feather. The Iron Hand Arhat did not dare to be careless. He pushed Xiao Chen away, and a red light burst out of his body, filling the sky with a murderous aura. He took a step forward and took the palm strike head-on. Boom! The two palms collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Thousands of layers of waves shot out from the place where the two clashed. A strong wind blew and a torrential rain fell. In the wind and rain, the Vajra Arhat and the Iron Hand Yama quickly exchanged moves. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 moves. Every single move was earth-shattering and mighty, causing others to be unable to interfere at all. After another 10 moves, the two of them separated from the waves, each retreating 100 steps. Blood leaked out of a corner of the Iron Hand Yama's lips. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, he was full of vigor and did not suffer any serious injuries. "Bald donkey, you don't seem to amount to much." The Iron Hand Yama said disdainfully as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The protector's expression turned sullen as if he had not expected the Iron Hand Yama to be so strong. Peak Major Primal Core realm was only a step away from the Cloud Sea realm, a terrifyingly high cultivation. What was even more difficult to deal with was that the other party's quintessence was extremely solid. His cultivation technique and martial technique were exceptionally tyrannical. He was far from a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator. That was natural. If he were a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator, how could he have gained the title of the Iron Hand Yama? In the Grave Sea, no one under the Cloud Sea realm could defeat them. The protector said sullenly, "I underestimated you. You should have plenty of experience fighting with Cloud Sea cultivators. You should have been a Peak Major Primal Core cultivator for many years." The Iron Hand Yama chuckled and said, "It's just so. However, it is sufficient to delay you. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my boss, the Savage Blood Star Venerate? Can you be stronger than that Divine Shield Army's Sword General? Just a few words of praise from Lord Zheng and you're getting cocky. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Black Arhats, heed my command, capture Shao Chen." With a darkened face, the Guardian Protector charged forward once more. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength and released his aura. He walked over step by step, forming a heaven-overflowing aura, driving the power of heaven and earth, becoming one with him. Hua! With every step he took, the vast sky and the vast sea moved with him. For a moment, winds blew, clouds surged, and waves surged. The Vajra Protector's will of soul merged with heaven and earth, forming a vast, invisible aura field. The Iron Hand Yama's expression immediately turned grave, no longer daring to underestimate Shao Chen. On the other side, the 8 black-clad Arhats also joined forces and charged at Shao Chen. The weakest of the 8 black-clad Arhats was an early-stage Major Primal Core cultivator. When they worked together, the pressure they brought was extremely terrifying. Black Lotus subduing Demon Fist. Boom! The 8 black-clad Arhats attacked at the same time, each throwing a punch at Shao Chen. Immediately, the sky turned dark. 8 Buddha images covered the sky and sun as they each sent down a fist light. Shao Chen took a deep breath. Just as the fist light approached and was about to drown him, he suddenly shouted, "Break! Break! Break!" Then, he executed the army-breaking saber technique, breaking 1,000 armies. Shao Chen shouted 3 times, each louder than the one before, sounding like thunder. With each shout, the light of that Buddhist chant dimmed. After 3 shouts, its aura plummeted. As for Shao Chen, his aura soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing a vast army alone. As for Shao Chen's own aura, it soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. The thunderous aura coming from Shao Chen made it seem like he only needed one saber strike to break the vast army before him. Whoosh! A saber light appeared. With the support of great Tao energy, it swept out with the might of breaking an army. A loud sound rang out, and the saber light swept away the 8 fist lights covering the sky and sun. The black-clad Arhats all retreated. "Captain, we'll help you." Luo Nan and Fei Er rode the cold steel eagles in the air, charging at the 2 black-clad Arhats without hesitation. Even though those black-clad Arhats were late-stage Major Primal Core cultivators, they did not fear them at all. "Young Master Shao, this old man will do his best." On the tortoise beast, Elder Tang held the flute in his hand horizontally, and melodious notes rang out. The tortoise beast under him immediately surfaced from the water and charged at the group of black-clad Arhats. At this moment, the black cutlass also arrived. The 4-star ballista fired off many fatal ballista bolts. This warned this group of black-clad Arhats not to be careless. Even with their Arhat bodies, they could not completely block these peak 4-star ballista bolts. Immediately, the pressure on Xiao Chen decreased sharply. He only had to face the two black-clad Arhats alone. Clearly, Xiao Chen could not defeat the 8 black-clad Arhats with profound cultivations and terrifying strength. However, dealing with 2 alone was not that scary. It was not like Xiao Chen had not improved at all in his cultivation over the past few days. Before the Protector, the army-breaking saber technique and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were not sufficient. However, it was more than enough to deal with these 2 black-clad Arhats. Go all out. Leave none alive. A baleful aura surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and go help the Iron Hand Arhats. Leave none alive? You are underestimating the Black Lotus Church's accumulations and strength. The situation suddenly changed. However, the 2 black-clad Arhats facing Xiao Chen did not show any fear. No matter what, in their opinion, Xiao Chen was just a half-step primal core cultivator. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and ferociously pushed forward with his left hand. Xiao Chen's killing move, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, quickly formed. A berserk tricolor dragon, infused with the power of lightning and ice, charged forward with the might of a blue dragon. This was a martial technique that once caught the dark gold armored Venerate off guard. Now, it immediately sent the 2 black-clad Arhats flying. Army-breaking saber technique, breaking mountains and rivers. Xiao Chen's aura soared to its peak. When he swung his saber, he materialized an unparalleled sharpness that could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. This sharpness was boundlessly tyrannical. It advanced ferociously with an unblockable momentum. The 2 black-clad Arhats worked together to throw a palm strike. Black lotus flowers filled the air, forming an independent field. However, the 2 black-clad Arhats still could not block the berserk and tyrannical saber strike. They retreated again, their complexions turning even paler. Breaking stars. Let's see how many moves you can block. Xiao Chen shouted again. Then, he held his saber with both hands and descended from the sky. The instant the 2 blocked the saber light, clumps of star-like light appeared and surrounded the 3. It was like a star appeared out of nowhere above the vast sea, radiating resplendent starlight that illuminated the surroundings, looking very dazzling. Boom! In the next moment, the star exploded violently, giving people the feeling that it was an illusion. The star vanished just like that, leaving only ripples of light in the air. The 2 black-clad Arhats lay on the surface of the sea. The 2 black-clad Arhats vomited blood but could no longer stand up. After Xiao Chen took the initiative, the black-clad Arhats were ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Chen from start to end, unable to retaliate at all. The army-breaking saber technique's tyranny flabbergasted everyone in disbelief. Xiao Chen breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. The army-breaking saber technique's explosive power was incredibly sharp and boundlessly tyrannical. However, the exhaustion was terrifying. Xiao Chen had only used 2 killing moves, and he already felt incredibly fatigued. Xiao Chen glanced around and discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in an incredibly miserable state. After the Protector erupted with his true strength, the Iron Hand Yama could only be suppressed. The Iron Hand Yama could not retaliate at all. However, it was clear that the Protector could not afford to be distracted, either. The Iron Hand Yama tried to come over and help several times, but the Iron Hand Yama held him back. The Iron Hand Yama's explosive power was also very terrifying. This Protector did not dare to clash head-on with the other party. Damn it! Xiao Sua, receive my war banner. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the Scarlet Blood War banner turned into a beam of light in the air, heading for the Black Cutlass. Whoosh! A figure soared into the air from the Black Cutlass. Then, he firmly grabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner with his right hand and landed firmly on the watchtower. With the war banner in hand, Xiao Sua narrowed his eyes. As he brandished it, a surging scarlet light appeared. The immemorial demon soul formation instantly activated. Chapter 1652. The immemorial demon soul formation was activated, and the great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, Yazi, appeared. It raised its head and roared furiously. A tyrannical aura spread out from his body, causing the surging seawater to surge. Under Xiao Suo's control, the Yazi beast demon soul gave off a horrifying aura as it leaped up and slammed its front claws on the surface of the sea. In the unique aura that belonged to the Vajra protector, his soul will merged with the world. Every move he made could cause the world to change color and the waves to rise and fall. His every move and stance was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in front of him. It was as if the one fighting was not a person, but a piece of the sky. When the palm fell, it was as if the entire sky had fallen. However, the Yazi beast demon soul's claw was like a strange object descending from the sky. It forcefully destroyed the Vajra protector's aura. Using the most violent method, he launched a lightning-fast attack. The Vajra protector's expression changed slightly. He looked up and saw a black shadow flash by. It was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. In a panic, his body instinctively dodged. Bang! When the Yazi beast demon soul's claw landed on the surface of the seawater seemed to soften and sink in. In reality, it was naturally impossible for the seawater to become soft. It was just that the Yazi beast demon soul's claw strike was too powerful and too fast, resulting in a special scene. Boom! In the next moment, the seawater bounced back and the surface of the sea suddenly rose. Huge waves that were thousands of feet high were like a shocking tsunami, extremely frightening. What the hell is this? The Vajra protector looked shocked and bewildered, revealing a trace of doubt. They looked like ghosts, but they also possessed a ferocity and violent power that ghosts shouldn't have. They didn't look much different from corporeal ferocious beasts. After catching his breath, the Iron Hand Yama took a deep breath and quickly recovered. The Vajra protector's will of soul suppressed Xiao Chen to the point of suffocation. However, the appearance of the Yazi beast demon soul was a great help to him. As soon as he appeared, he used brute force to shatter the other party's soul will. To him, this was a piece of good news. Without the suppression of the will of soul, the Iron Hand Yama would have a much easier time. Big brother Iron Hand, are you alright? Xiao Suo, who was controlling the Yazi beast demon soul, asked anxiously. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Let's do it this way. We mustn't let the bald donkey's soul and will appear. If we cooperate well, we might be able to take care of this black bald donkey. Alright. The two sides formally joined hands. After the Iron Hand Yama rested, they took the initiative to charge over. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused his attention on the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. With the unexpected help of the Iron Hand Yama, the situation slowly turned for the better. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen, Elder Tang, Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, the tortoise beast, and the 2 cold steel eagles finally dealt with the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. This was more problematic than expected. It turned out that every black-clad arhat's strength was different. The strongest among them could fight against the other 3 black-clad arhats alone, catching Xiao Chen and the others off guard. This was because Xiao Chen did not know that the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church were named after numbers. Numbers represented strength and glory. The black-clothed arhat named E was an existence comparable to the Iron Hand Yama. Fortunately, none of the 8 black-clad arhats ranked in the top 10. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Big brother Xiao Chen, don't abandon us again, alright? Fei said as she looked at Xiao Chen from the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang said sullenly, although this old man knows that you have good intentions, what position do you place us in by doing this? Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart as he nodded seriously. I'm sorry. I won't be so rash in the future. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't feel good either. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Only that protector is left. We might still have a chance of victory, Elder Tang said as he looked at the battle in front. Xiaochen entered deep thought before saying, attack together and end this quickly. There is indeed a chance. Right. Everyone's hot-bloodedness surged in their hearts. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged at the protector. Although Elder Tang and the others did not fear death, they were very wise. They did not blindly charge forward to die. They only chose to exhaust and harass the protector from a distance. Xiaochen relied on his strong physique to bring out his blue dragon war body, choosing to fight in close combat. When Xiaochen infused his great Dao energy into his saber light, he could put extreme pressure on that protector. The trouble that the protector could cause would be no less than the Iron Hand Yamas. Of course, the main force was still the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. With 2 lit pearls and the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul possessed the strength of an ordinary star venerate. More importantly, its berserk aura was the special attribute of an ancient ferocious spirit. It perfectly countered the protector's will of soul. Once the other party unleashed his will of soul and merged with the world, it would be ruthlessly pierced. Otherwise, when the protector unleashed his will of soul, not to mention harassing the protector, they would not even be able to get close to him. Whoosh! The protector nimbly dodged the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's attack again. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the turtle beast under the sea had stretched out its head and bit one of his legs at lightning speed. With a rare opening exposed, the Iron Hand Yama did not hesitate to charge forward and throw a punch. The protector's face sank as he roared in rage. He did not move from his original spot and forcefully clashed with the Iron Hand Yama's punch. Then, he sent the Iron Hand Yama flying with a palm strike. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Xiaochen's saber light chopped down at lightning speed. Ka-Cie. The lunar shadow saber struck the protector's shoulder. Xiaochen used all his power and finally managed to cut in by 1 centimeter. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of cold light shot over. At this crucial moment, the 2 cold steel eagles each sacrificed a precious tail feather and shot it into the protector's chest. The protector could not help roaring in pain when he felt the intense pain. Now! Xiaosua controlled the Yazi Beast Demon Soul to open its huge maw and descend from the sky, trying to swallow up the protector. With victory in sight, everyone revealed an expression of anticipation in their eyes. However, at this moment, the protector suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, "Sect Venerate, heed my call. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Unrestricted Golden Body. When the Black Lotus blooms, the world venerate becomes a sage. I will reign supreme in the world." A strange Buddhist scripture came from the starry heavens. As the clouds churned, a black lotus bloomed, and a black Buddha image stood up. The Buddha image passed through the starry heavens, traveling an unknown distance. Then, it pierced through the clouds and entered the protector's body in the time it took for a spark to fly. Oh no! Xiaochen's expression changed as he quickly drew his saber and left. However, he was still a step too late. Black light burst out of the protector's body and sent Xiaochen flying. Just the shock waves made Xiaochen feel like his skin was burning. Xiaochen felt incredible pain. He stepped forward and kicked the tortoise beast into the bottom of the sea. Cracks appeared on the thick, mountain-like tortoise shell, looking incredibly horrifying. Unrestricted golden body protection. The protector shouted, and black scriptures spread out from his body. His entire skin turned black, flickering with a black-gold luster. The protector punched, and countless scriptures circled the fist light, knocking the Yazi Beast Demon Soul over into the sea. The black cutlass in the Demon Soul's chest shook continuously, and Xiaosua vomited a mouthful of blood. The protector, who was in charge of the formation, sustained significant injuries from this punch. After executing a secret technique, the protector reversed the situation in one breath. A strong aura radiated out, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. As for the Yazi beast demon soul, which the protector placed his hopes on, it could not turn the situation around because Xiao Sua was severely injured. Humph. Even if you can turn the sky upside down, you are just a bunch of dancing clowns. Before an era venerate, all of you are just ants. Although the protector said that, he was furious in his heart, feeling an extreme heartache. Against such a group of people, he actually forced the protector to execute a forbidden technique and nearly died here. This was simply a great humiliation. Come with me. The protector swept his gaze around and stared at Xiao Chen. Then, he rushed over step by step. It seemed like the protector had some misgivings. He ignored everyone else, only wanting to bring Xiao Chen away. Black scriptures circled the protector's body, and the era venerate Buddha image followed him like a shadow. As he walked over, Xiao Chen had no chance to resist. Dong! Just at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the churning seawater. The sound was deep and distant, like the sound of footsteps in an empty valley or the morning bell and evening drum. The moment this sound rang out, the protector's expression changed drastically. Dong! 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 Several more similar sounds rang out. Finally, Xiao Chen recognized them as the sound of the wooden fish. Where did this evil Buddhist disciple come from? How dare he show himself near the Potala mountain? A resonant voice rang out in the distance. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Potala mountain was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. Chapter 1653. As the sound of the wooden fish grew closer, a small boat appeared in everyone's vision. A gray-clad monk stood on the boat, looking like he had drifted away from the mundane world, giving off the feeling that this was a pure land of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Chen could not help feeling reassured. This was an esteemed monk of the Potala mountain. Based on his aura, he was at least on par with the protector. The Potala mountain, the protector's expression turned grave. This was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. It was filled with righteous Dao temples of the Buddhist sect, even rank 4 temples. Actually, the protector was not surprised. The moment he executed the Black Lotus secret art, he had guessed that it would startle the Potala mountain. However, he had not expected the person to arrive so quickly. Needless to say, this gray-clad monk definitely came from a large temple. Only an esteemed monk of a rank 4 temple could arrive so quickly and put such great pressure on the protector. If it were any other time, the protector would not mind fighting to see who was stronger. However, he could not do so now. If he lingered for a while, more people would arrive. Boom! Suddenly, the Vajra protector made a move. Countless scriptures revolved around a large black Buddha hand. Then, the protector ruthlessly pressed down on the small boat. Under the pressure of the Buddha's palm, even the air was compressed. It had yet to truly fall. Before the boat truly landed, the seawater below it slowly sank, enduring the immense pressure. May the Lord Buddha. As the Buddhist proclamation rang out, the gray-clad monk gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand. As the sound of the wooden fish rang out, a strong Buddhist light merged with the sound waves, continuously radiating out. Boom! Under the impact of the Buddhist light, that black Buddha hand exploded, vanishing into nothingness. The gray-clad monk looked up and discovered that the protector was no longer there. He did not know where that person ran off to. However, the gray-clad monk did not intend to give chase. This protector's strength was clear for all to see. Although the gray-clad monk's cultivation was higher than that person's, if the other party wanted to leave, the gray-clad monk could not do anything, so he could not be bothered. The gray-clad monk looked around and saw Xiao Chen lying on the surface of the sea in pain. She smiled faintly, giving off a peaceful aura as she gently landed beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hurriedly got up and was about to thank him for saving his life. Who knew that just as he stood up, his body would feel a burning pain, and he would lie down again. Young benefactor, you've been burned by the evil sect scriptures. You don't have to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed monk pointed at Xiao Chen's head and chanted sutras. A steady stream of white Buddhist light emerged from his hand and flowed into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body. His skin also felt somewhat itchy. Not only were the burns all healed, but the internal injuries he suffered earlier had also recovered. It was really magical. Thank you, Grandmaster. I am unable to repay you for saving my life. The gray-robed monk smiled and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. My cultivation itself is a great merit. Buddhist cultivation was particular about merit, great aspirations, and incense. To put it bluntly, merit was doing good deeds. Of course, the principle behind it was not that simple. As one's merit increased, the Buddhist Dharma would continuously deepen. It was an extremely profound process. Great aspirations. The Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva made a great aspiration. Then, he continuously worked hard to achieve it. When his aspiration was fulfilled, he would be reborn. Incense was to develop believers, to let more people feel the greatness and extraordinariness of Buddhism. Simply put, it was to absorb the power of faith and increase one's own power of will. Xiao Chen was very fortunate to have met an esteemed monk who cultivated merit. If it were a monk who cultivated something else, he might not have such a good face. Young benefactor, there is no need to take it to heart. Furthermore, I can tell that benefactor has a deep affinity with Buddhism and a good opportunity. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The other party was probably referring to the Buddhist heart that he had recently tempered by practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Honestly speaking, I have traveled the world and obtained some Buddhist sect martial techniques. I am not a true Buddhist cultivator. The gray-clad monk felt enlightened. So, that is the case. However, for you to cultivate it to such an exquisite level, it proves that you have a fate with Buddhism. Are you interested in coming with me to the Potala Mountain's profound light temple? This monk was going to take in a disciple. Xiao Chen thought about it and understood what the gray-clad monk was thinking. However, it was clearly impossible for Xiao Chen to become a monk. He quickly thanked the other party for his kind intentions and took out his recommendation letter. On the surface, Xiao Chen already had an appointment to go to the Black Cave Mountain. Unfortunately, you are very intelligent. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will definitely benefit greatly. Actually, you can also become a lay disciple. That way, you will have fewer rules and restrictions. In the future, after you finish your studies, you can go down the mountain to marry and have children. The gray-clad monk did not give up completely, continuing to advise Xiao Chen. Hey, bald monk. No, it's Venerable. Venerable, this little one is injured as well. Can you take care of me? The Iron Hand Yama, who was on the surface of the sea, smiled and did his best to appear friendly, trying to gain trust. However, the Iron Hand Yama had a naturally ferocious face. The gray-clad monk turned around and smiled. I am Xian Bei. Benefactor is not of the Buddhist sect. Just call me by my Dharma name. After saying that, the Iron Hand Yama softly chanted a scripture. The Iron Hand Yama gently raised his hand, and a gentle Buddhist light poured out from the clouds and landed on the Iron Hand Yama. The injuries on the Iron Hand Yama's body immediately healed at a visible pace. He. Venerable's attainments in the saving scripture are really high. I am in awe. The Iron Hand Yama stretched his body and felt great, not stingy with his praise. Xian Bei showed a peaceful expression as he said softly, Benefactor's heart is filled with deep resentment and hatred. You have already formed a mental barrier. In the future, you will find it hard to improve your cultivation. In the worst case, you might even enter berserking chi deviation. The Iron Hand Yama's face sank when he heard that, and his expression changed. He was somewhat surprised that this monk's eyes were so sharp. How could the Iron Hand Yama not know that when he closed his eyes every day, he saw the miserable deaths of the savage blood pirate group's members. The Iron Hand Yama had long become a mental barrier. While he looked heartless, he was actually already a walking corpse. Venerable Xianbei, do you have any brilliant ideas? The Iron Hand Yama asked sincerely. Xianbei shook his head gently. If the cause and effect cannot be resolved, the obsession will be hard to resolve. If you are willing to let it go, you can come with me to the profound light temple. 10 years should be enough to resolve the mental barrier in benefactor's heart. When the Iron Hand Yama heard that, he could not help smiling. 10 years is really not long. However, this old man is a free man. I would rather die in a state of berserking chi deviation than go to some temple and shave my head to become a monk. Venerable, I appreciate your kind intentions. The Venerable Xianbei smiled without saying anything. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in a neutral tone, Little benefactor, would you tell me why the Black Lotus Church is pursuing you for so many kilometers, even sending out the protectors? Xiao Chen's face sank. As the Venerable Xianbei spoke, he looked straight at Xiao Chen. The Venerable Xianbei's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. For some reason, Xiao Chen had a feeling that if he were in the desolate desert, he might be forcefully brought back to the Potala Mountain's profound light temple. I don't know, either. Xiao Chen answered with a bitter smile. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he felt the invisible pressure vanish. The Venerable Xianbei nodded and said, Many thanks, benefactor, for telling the truth and resolving this misunderstanding. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not know. This was the truth. If the Venerable Xianbei found some other excuse, he would probably be in big trouble. There is still some distance to the Black Cave Mountain. This old monk will send you off for now. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. That is good. Then, I'll trouble the Venerable Xianbei. No one knew if the Black Lotus Church's people would appear again or not. With the Venerable escorting, Xiao Chen's safety could be guaranteed. Naturally, this was for the best. 4 hours later, the situation changed. The Black Lotus Church's teams waiting at the other intersections all gathered. Holy Son, an esteemed monk of the Potala Mountain saved him here. He should have entered a blessed land by now. The injured protector explained to the Holy Son Ming Xian, who was dressed in snow-white robes and looked spotless. The Holy Son Ming Xian entered deep thought. It looks like he had a plan long ago. He knows that we cannot enter a blessed land, so he intends to hide here for a while. As for how long, no one knew. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 10 years. With this thought, the Black Lotus Church's people could not help feeling depressed. Clearly, the deadline that the sect venerate gave would not be long. That's a good idea. However, if you think that I cannot catch you by hiding in a blessed land, you are gravely mistaken, the Holy Son Ming Xian said softly without any expression. The 4 protectors expressed their confusion. They all asked, Holy Son, what is your opinion? The Holy Son Ming Xian said softly without any expression on his face, I have my own ways. You all return to the Holy Mountain first and explain the situation to the sect venerate. The Holy Son Ming Xian was not willing to say more. However, he looked confident and did not appear to be in a difficult position at all. Chapter 1654. The Grave Sea had 3 blessed lands, the Black Cave Mountain, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, and the Potala Mountain. Among them, the Black Cave Mountain and the Heaven Shaking Mountain were more secular. Their origins were more complicated, and the competition was more intense. Mount Potala, on the other hand, was filled with orthodox Buddhist monasteries. Mount Potala rarely appeared overbearing, but in truth, in terms of strength, the strongest of the 3 blessed and heavenly lands was definitely Mount Potala. After traveling for 7 days, the Black Cave Mountain appeared in the distance amid the clouds and mist at the end of their vision. After reaching this place, the Black Cutlass could no longer continue forward. Otherwise, the Black Cave Mountain's outer factions would take note of it. Young Master Shao, are you really not willing to go to my profound light temple? As for lay disciples, as long as they cultivated for 10 years, they could leave the monastery and cultivate in the secular world. Furthermore, you will be able to travel freely. If you are willing, I am willing to accept you as my disciple. As they approached the Black Cave Mountain, Venerable Xianbei expressed his intention to take Shao Chen as his disciple once again. After interacting for 7 days and chatting idly with Shao Chen, the Venerable Master Xianbei's impression of Shao Chen deepened. Shao Chen smiled, tactfully declining Grandmaster's invitation again. Shao Suo said, "Venerable, what do you think of me? My comprehension ability should be pretty good. How about I become your disciple?" Being able to be accepted as a disciple by the great Master Xianbei was undoubtedly a matter with a bright future. At the very least, he wouldn't lack any resources: martial arts manuals, divine weapons, medicinal pills, and spirit jades. The Reverend Xianbei smiled and shook his head. "Your 6 senses are impure. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will only delay your cultivation. Don't be dejected. As long as you have a heart for Buddha, you can cultivate no matter where you are." Ha ha ha. Immediately, laughter came from the deck. Shao Suo's evaluation of the 6 senses being impure caused him to feel embarrassed. He could only smile in embarrassment. This evaluation could easily cause misunderstandings. Actually, it wasn't as he had imagined. The so-called 6 roots were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. To put it simply, it represented 6 different desires. If the 6 were not pure, it would mean that one's heart would be restless, and it would be difficult to quell one's desires. Master Xianbei said softly, "The path of cultivation in the Buddhist sect is extremely austere. Even my disciples might not receive any preferential treatment. What they needed was someone like Benefactor Shao, someone who could endure loneliness. Perhaps after following me for 10 years, your cultivation and strength might not have improved at all. Instead, you might have a sudden epiphany that will shock the heavens." As the Venerable Xianbei spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Benefactor Shao, the Black Cave Mountain is different from our Buddhist sect. It is inevitable that they will make things difficult for you because of your cultivation. You should be mentally prepared." Shao Chen cupped his hands to express his gratitude. After interacting with Grandmaster Xianbei for the past few days, he realized that Grandmaster Xianbei could be considered a highly respected monk. As everyone conversed with him on the ship, they did not feel that he was a peak starry sky powerhouse. All the questions in his heart could be answered here. However, there were many factions in the Buddhist sect. A person's character would also be completely different if they focused on a different direction. One couldn't use Master Xianbei's character to define the entirety of Buddhism. Up ahead is Dongxian Island. It's responsible for receiving outsiders, so I won't be sending you off. Benefactors, let's meet again. Amitabha. Master Xianbei bent down with one hand and chanted a Buddhist name. Then, he got on a small boat and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Captain, should we wait for you here, or what?" Shao Suo asked. Shao Chen entered deep thought before replying, "I will be here for at least 3 to 5 months, at most 1 or 2 years. It is hard to say. During this period, you can move about freely. After I come out, I will come and find you." "Right. Captain, take care. After you come out, you just need to go to any pirate hall, and you will be able to find us using the captain's token." This was a true farewell. Without the threat of the Black Lotus Church, Shao Chen relaxed and gave everyone some instructions. When it was the Iron Hand Yama's turn, Shao Chen gave the other party a bear hug and said, "Many thanks. If not for you making a move, all of us would have died at the hands of that protector of the Black Lotus Church." The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to be so polite. Captain's whereabouts are unknown. I will remain on the ship during this period. I will help you keep an eye on this group of novices." Elder Tang looked at Shao Chen and said, before I help you solve the mystery of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, I will remain on the ship. After obtaining the two's promise, Xiao Chen felt assured. At the very least, he could leave on his own in the future. There was no need to worry too much about the Black Cutlass's safety in the grave sea. Goodbye. After I come out, I will definitely look for everyone. Captain, take care. Before everyone's reluctant gazes, Xiao Chen turned and left. This time, there was no pressure, and he could shake off the Black Lotus Church for a long time. He could be said to be traveling light. When he was about 250 kilometers away from Profound Cave Island, Xiao Chen felt a formless resistance blocking him. This was not a barrier or a formation. Instead, it was two Cloud Sea Star Venerates using their auras and wills of soul to block Xiao Chen, preventing him from advancing further. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. This was just an island in the periphery, yet two Star Venerates personally guarded it for a long time. This was too exaggerated. Halt. State your purpose. A message rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He knew what to do. Xiao Chen took out the recommendation letter and opened it. The lingering strong aura immediately spread out. Recommendation letter? Only the top experts who have made great contributions in your blessed lands or who possess outstanding strength are qualified to issue a recommendation letter. I have already verified that this senior's handwriting is authentic. After a short exchange, a message soon entered Xiao Chen's mind. Take the recommendation letter and go to the island's cloud ceiling hall. There will be someone there to receive you. Many thanks. Feeling the obstruction disappear, Xiao Chen put away the recommendation letter. Then, he took a few more steps and saw someone flying towards him. The newcomers were two young disciples. They did not say anything. After glancing at Xiao Chen's recommendation letter, they led him to the island. Under the two's lead, Xiao Chen soon arrived at the cloud ceiling hall that the two-star venerates mentioned. The cloud ceiling hall was very large, several times larger than any of the pirate halls that Xiao Chen had seen. As Xiao Chen walked in, he felt that everything was very orderly. There was no chaos amid the bustle. Along the way, Xiao Chen noticed that there were many individual halls with the names of the sections. He guessed that these were probably the sects that were stationed in the Blessed Land. Go in, then. The Cloud Ceiling Hall's Hall Master Mo is inside. We won't be accompanying you. The two disciples did not seem to care about Xiao Chen. After all, he was only a primal core cultivator. These two people leading the way were both peak minor primal core cultivators, which was normal. When Xiao Chen entered, there was only a black-clad old man in the simple and unadorned room with a stern expression. That person should be the hall master. Greetings, Senior Mo. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and stepped forward to hand in his recommendation letter. It's true. Tell me, which sect do you want to join? Senior Mo closed the recommendation letter and continued, of course, you cannot enter just because you want to. You have to take the test of those sections. In the Black Cave Mountain, there are a total of 43 rank 3 sects and 2 rank 4 sections. Every rank 3 sect faces the pressure of competition and eliminates the last. The sect ranked last will have to leave the Blessed Land after 10 years. The competition was really intense, especially for a sect. Whether one could stay in the Blessed Land or not made a huge difference in status. No one was willing to be eliminated. The Blessed Land was the core of all the sects in the Grave Sea, the stage for the large sects to flaunt their strength. Here is a simple introduction of the various large sections. Take a look and make your choice. Senior Mo handed a jade strip to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and checked it. Then, a lot of information appeared in his mind. However, this was not what Xiao Chen wanted. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen asked, does Hall Master know which sect Senior Yi Zifeng is in? You know Senior Yi Zifeng? At the mention of Yi Zifeng, the Hall Master's eyes lit up, and his emotions fluctuated. It looked like this senior Yi Zifeng was indeed famous in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen did not want to cause any trouble, so he said cautiously, "Not really. I just admire the reputation of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. This junior is also a bladesman." Oh. The hall master's eyes immediately dimmed. The sect that Senior Yi Zifeng is in is the Purple Flame sect, one of the 2 rank 4 sects of the Black Cave Mountain. Could it be that you want to enter the Purple Flame sect? Senior Mo revealed a playful expression. I can tell that your bloodline is extraordinary. However, you have not advanced to the primal core realm yet. That means that your bloodline is not very strong. In the Blessed Land, the bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are not that rare. Only those who truly possess the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races and have to be at least medial grade would be able to catch the eye of a rank 4 sect. Simply put, Xiao Chen was not worthy of joining a rank 4 sect. It was best to give up on that thought. However, there were many twists and turns. In reality, I feel that it would be somewhat difficult for you to join a rank 3 sect of a Blessed Land. If your saber techniques are truly extraordinary, you might as well go to a few sects that focus on the saber and try your luck. Hall Master Mo was speaking the truth. He was not trying to make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not get angry. He said calmly, I still choose the Purple Flame sect. Hall Master, please help me make arrangements. The Hall Master shook his head and did not say anything more. Then, he called over a subordinate and said, bring him to the Purple Flame sect's branch palace. Tell him to explain his purpose of coming here with my orders. Tell the people of the Purple Flame sect not to make things too difficult for him. Yes, Hall Master. Chapter 1655. The Purple Ember sect was one of the 2 grade 4 sects in the Black Cave Mountain. The difference between a rank 4 sect and a rank 3 sect was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were the absolute overlords of the entire Grave Sea, enjoying many resources. There were many geniuses and outstanding talents in the sect, so the assessment requirements for outsiders were naturally stricter. Hall Master Mo's reminder and suggestion to Xiao Chen wasn't intentional. He was speaking the truth. If it was someone close to him, he would have been more strict and even directly refused. However, Xiao Chen wasn't related to him in any way. After explaining it once, he naturally wouldn't waste his energy to say more. In the Purple Flame Palace. The young man leading the way was holding the Hall Master's handwritten decree as he conversed softly with a white-bearded old man. Xiao Chen could easily listen to these contents by circulating his qi slightly, but he didn't do so. Since the other party wanted to control it, he would just let them be. After a while, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and gestured for Xiao Chen to come over. He said softly, our Purple Flame sect has always upheld the rules of the Black Cave Mountain. Hence, we will give you this opportunity. Xiao Chen said calmly, thank you. Don't get happy too early. This recommendation letter cannot be sent to the Purple Flame sect yet. There will not be any discount to your test requirements. Xiao Chen nodded and didn't complain. I don't need any special treatment. Just give me this opportunity. It's good for young people to be confident, but if you bite off more than you can chew, then, the white-bearded old man stopped here. Then, he said casually, let's wait a few days. After this period, the various branches of the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea will send some elites to the sect. At that time, I'll send you to the Black Cave Mountain with them. They are the elites of the Purple Flame sect's branch to begin with, and they only managed to make it through numerous competitions. Hence, they do not need to be tested. I hope you can understand this point. I understand. Then I won't waste any more of Senior's time. I'll go down first. Whitebeard looked at Xiao Chen and nodded slightly. Although his strength was low, his mentality was quite good. However, he had chosen the wrong sect if he wanted to join the Purple Flame sect. 7 days later, the elite disciples from the Purple Flame sect's branch and Xiao Chen arrived. Under the white-bearded old man's lead, they boarded the same boat and headed for the Black Cave Mountain. On the deck, the elite disciples from the various branches gathered together and chatted happily. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Anyone would be excited to learn that they would be able to enter the Black Cave Mountain to cultivate. Perhaps this was where they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. However, Xiaochun was not very optimistic about this. This group of people had just entered the Black Cave Mountain. When they entered the headquarters, they would definitely be suppressed. Normally, they were top figures in their respective branches, but when they arrived at the headquarters, they were reduced to mediocrity. This mentality was very difficult to change. It would take a long time to get used to it. Among them, 3 of them had pretty good cultivations, and Xiaochun thought highly of them. A purple-clad man who used a sword was called Bai Feng. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator. His swordsmanship was exquisite, and what was even rarer was that he had already comprehended 90% of his sword soul. In the Great Thousand World, this was considered very impressive. Most swordsmen could be proud of themselves if they could cultivate their sword intent to the pinnacle. However, the purple-clad man could reach an even higher level, surpassing sword intent and condensing a sword soul. There was another person, a youth who used a saber. He had a stern and proud expression, and his name was Leng Yuan. The last person was a girl called Yang Qing. She was also a peak minor primal core cultivator. She mainly cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique. However, she did not give off a cold feeling. On the contrary, she had a smile on her face, appearing very popular. If Xiaochun did not see wrong, this girl was the strongest of the 3. However, she did not like to show off, so others would not be able to tell. Xiaochun had no other purpose in paying attention to these 3. He was just bored and casually looking around. He was not worried about the Purple Flame sect's test. He would definitely pass it. What he worried about was whether Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. If Yi Zifeng was not around, then Xiaochun would have made this trip for nothing. Without a close senior, Xiaochun might end up sacrificing himself under the pressure of the Black Lotus Church's church master. There were many rumors about that mysterious Black Lotus Church's church master. The most horrifying rumor was that Black Lotus Church's church master once fought with a Buddhist sect sovereign stage expert and managed to retreat safely, preserving his life. After traveling for 3 days, the people of the various branches had already familiarized themselves with each other. There was no lack of competition between them, exchanging moves with each other. On this particular day, as the crowd cheered, the strongest swordsman, Bai Feng, and the strongest bladesman, Leng Yuan, prepared to exchange moves. They wanted to see who was the strongest elite heading to the Black Cave Mountain this time. The 2 stood still and bowed. Then, Bai Feng chose to take the initiative. He was prepared to use his advantage of comprehending a sword soul to seize the initiative, not giving the bladesman Leng Yuan a chance to counterattack. A sword light flickered. After Bai Feng condensed a sword soul, every move he made contained a strong aura. His entire sword move was heavy and heavy. Furthermore, it was extremely fast, showing no openings. On the other hand, the tyrannical and ferocious saber in Leng Yuan's hand looked exceptionally clumsy compared to Bai Feng's elegant sword light. The situation played out as Bai Feng expected, firmly in Leng Yuan's grasp. After gaining the upper hand, he continued to do so. Cheers immediately rang out in the plaza. Senior Brother Bai's sword technique is really exquisite. After comprehending a sword soul, it is indeed different. I wonder if Senior Brother Leng still has a chance to turn the situation around? That's impossible. He is already suppressed to this extent. What chance could there be? Just at this moment, Yang Qing, whose cultivation was similar to the 2's, walked over to Xiaochun's side and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think?" Xiaochun found this strange, but he answered honestly, "I do not have any opinion." Feeling suspicious, Yang Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen said sullenly, this exchange is too casual. Actually, neither of them could bring out their full strength. Otherwise, it would be hard to control their moves, and there would definitely be injuries. Just based on this exchange, we cannot determine the two's true strength. What a joke. Since both of them can control their moves, that is sufficient to show that the exchange is fair. Why can't we determine who is stronger? Before Yang Qing could reply, a disciple who had a good relationship with Bai Feng shouted coldly. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, that is because you do not understand bladesmen. A bladesman fighting to the death and a bladesman sparring normally are two different concepts. As Xiao Chen spoke, the outcome of the exchange on the platform was decided. The bladesman Leng Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat and sheathed his saber. However, he did not show any joy of victory on his face. This was because he had heard what Xiao Chen said earlier. With Xiao Chen's words, he made it seem like he had an unfair advantage in this exchange, which upset him greatly. With your cultivation, you are fit to talk about the saber? If there is a chance, in a fight to the death, are you going to say that you can defeat me as well? Bai Feng mocked coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen, eliciting laughter from the crowd. However, Yang Qing frowned slightly. This senior brother Bai's magnanimity was a little too petty. Actually, there is a chance now. I can enter a state of fighting to the death at any time. Amid the laughter, Xiao Chen said indifferently, and the laughter stopped. As everyone looked at Xiao Chen, they all revealed incredulous expressions. Everyone knew that Bai Feng was just casually mocking Xiao Chen earlier and did not take him seriously at all. However, the crowd did not expect Xiao Chen to take it seriously. When the bladesman Leng Yuan heard Xiao Chen say that he could enter a state of fighting to the death at any time, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a suspicious expression. He. Young Master Xiao, don't joke around. Look, senior brother Bai nearly took it seriously. Yang Qing saw that something was wrong with the situation and quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I never joke around. At the very least, I do not joke around with strangers. Bai Feng's face immediately sank. He stepped forward and said angrily, you are mocking me, right? In that case, I'll give you this opportunity. Right now, I'm right here. Try hacking me with your saber. Come on. If you don't make a move, you are a grandson. Whoosh. A saber light flashed, so piercing that everyone's eyes hurt and they could not see clearly. By the time the saber light vanished, Bai Feng had already soared into the air, flying out of the warship and landing in the starry sea. The people on the deck were all stunned, flabbergasted. Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing and nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I really rarely joke around. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, unable to react to what was going on. Only after a long time did someone startle to their senses. They quickly ran to the side of the warship and shouted Bai Feng's name. No one knew where Xiao Chen had sent him flying to. Chapter 1656. In the captain's quarters, the white-bearded old man, who was observing this scene, felt startled. Although Xiao Chen's earlier hand saber caught Bai Feng off guard, the saber intent and saber intent contained in that saber light were ridiculously strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to instantly knock Bai Feng into the air. More importantly, the white-bearded old man could tell that Xiao Chen had held back, not using his full power. Where did this brat come from? The white-bearded old man muttered to himself, thinking that he might have been wrong earlier. Back on the deck, Leng Yuan, who was also a bladesman, looked at Xiao Chen with a drastic change in expression. Extreme shock and incredulity. As a bladesman, Leng Yuan could feel the might of Xiao Chen's earlier hand saber even more clearly than the others. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Bai Feng leaped out of the water and landed on the surface. His entire body was drenched, and his complexion paled. He coughed a few times, clearly in discomfort. Senior Brother Bai. Senior Brother Bai, are you all right? A group of people rushed over and asked out of concern. No matter how they looked, Bai Feng's complexion did not look good. Bai Feng ignored them. He strode forward and looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. I told you to draw your saber. What does a hand saber count for? Are you looking down on me, Bai Feng? As Bai Feng walked over, he released his aura and placed his right hand on his sword hilt. He spread out his sword domain, and a sharp light suddenly burst out from his body. Bai Feng's long hair and clothes fluttered. He looked like an unparalleled treasure sword with unparalleled sharpness. Oh no! Senior brother Bai is angry. Feeling the sword domain that Bai Feng spread out and the killing chi in his eyes, everyone retreated to the side, not daring to interfere. If Bai Feng was just exchanging moves earlier, then now, he truly intended to kill. Bai Feng felt too sullen in his heart. He had not expected Xiao Chen's palm saber to knock him into the air so easily. Originally, Bai Feng had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to make a move against him, a peak minor primal core swordsman. Of course, Bai Feng had hoped that Xiao Chen would make a move. That way, he could take the opportunity to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. For this, Bai Feng had even used extremely mocking words. Who knew that as soon as he finished his words, he would be sent flying, losing all his face. If he did not get his revenge, he would not be able to stay in the Purple Ember sect in the future. Draw your saber. Weren't you very powerful just now? Your AF * king grandson. Bai Feng released his aura to its peak, circulating all the quintessence in his body. He waited for Xiao Chen to attack, then he would kill him with one sword strike. Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression didn't change, he teased him again. This time, he was prepared. He did not believe that he would be defeated by Xiao Chen again. Senior brother Bai, don't go too far. Yang Qing's face sank. She felt that Bai Feng's actions were too much. A chill spread out from her body as she shielded Xiao Chen. In the captain's cabin, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly when he saw this. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to observe Xiao Chen's strength. However, he did not wish for Yang Qing to block Bai Feng. Get out of the way, this has nothing to do with you. Bai Feng coldly shouted, if you continue to block me, be careful, I won't let you off either. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yang Qing smiled faintly. However, this smile was completely different from her usual genial one. Her smile sent a chill down one's spine, causing one to tremble slightly. Clearly, Yang Qing was angered by Bai Feng's words. Everyone felt slightly startled. Only now did they realize that Yang Qing had been hiding her strength all along, fully possessing the strength to compete with Bai Feng. Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. Unexpectedly, after being sent flying by his palm saber, Bai Feng still did not realize the truth. Bai Feng did not know that Xiao Chen had already shown mercy, yet he still used his full power, fighting to the death. The group of old fellows on the warship could see this, but they did not come out to do anything. I told you to get out of the way, but you did not. You asked for it. Bai Feng shouted coldly as he thought. Ignoring everything else, he vented all the rage in his heart on Yang Qing. The sword domain gathered at the tip of the sword. Immediately, that spot of sword light became as resplendent as a star, illuminating the surroundings. A terrifying might radiated from the tip of the sword. A strong wind blew, forcing many people back. These people were forced into the air, flying out of the warship and hovering over the starry sea. When they saw such a scene, they were somewhat startled. Bai Feng was fighting to the death. Yang Qing snorted coldly and spread her hands. A cold intent gathered and turned into frost spreading out under her feet. The air turned foggy, and the cold intent assaulted everyone. Yang Qing pushed off with her feet, and her figure soared into the air, charging towards that spot of sword light. Xiao Chen's expression could not help but change. What's going on? Both sides are fighting to the death. If they really clashed, someone would be severely injured, possibly losing the chance to join the Purple Flame sect. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen did not have much time to think. He executed the new fish dragon art in the blink of an eye, moving like a phantom. The intense friction between his body and the air directly ignited his protective veritable essence energy, forming a thin ring of purple flames. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen arrived first despite moving later, appearing before Yang Qing. Seeing that spot of sword light as resplendent as a star, he did not hesitate to draw his lunar shadow saber. Boom! When the great Tao energy spread out, it shattered the sword domain on Bai Feng's body in merely an instant. A saber light flashed, and there was a metallic clang. The sword in Bai Feng's hand broke. Bai Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and held his chest as he fell to one knee. A swordsman's heart was connected to the sword. Although it was exaggerated for a swordsman to die when the sword broke, it was very normal for the swordsman to be injured when the sword broke. The sudden scene made Yang Qing cry out softly. Xiaochen's back faced her. Her palm wind had already reached the critical juncture. She could not control it at all and could not pull it back. She could only do her best to pull back her veritable essence energy and reduce the might of this palm strike. However, in the blink of an eye, it would land on Xiaochen's body. If she pulled it back now, it would be too late. She would not be able to reduce its might. However, at this crucial moment, Xiaochen did not panic. Instead, he pushed out a palm strike with the back of his hand. Bang! When Yang Qing's palm strike struck Xiaochen's palm strike, she felt like the force of her palm strike flowed into the vast sea, not causing any ripples at all. She could not help feeling startled. What a strong physique! The flow of veritable essence energy is also very strange. Could he have been hiding his strength as well? All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiaochen broke Bai Feng's sword with one saber strike. Then, without moving at all, he received Yang Qing's palm strike. This happened nearly at the same time, confusing everyone. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen could resolve this dangerous situation alone, startling everyone? Whoosh! 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 The many disciples hovering in the starry sea quickly landed on the ships. The tenfold gravity of the sea was not easy to endure. Many people gave Xiaochen strange looks, not understanding what was going on. After that, some kind-hearted disciples helped the somewhat pitiful Bai Feng up and checked on his injuries. When they found out that Bai Feng's soul was only injured, they relaxed. With such minor injuries, he would recover after resting for a few days without fighting. Young Master Xiao, you really hide your strength deeply. This little girl admires you. Yang Qing withdrew her hand and revealed a smile. Xiaochen said calmly, I never hid anything on purpose, including my own strength. It is just that no one asked me. I am not a fool. Without true ability, why would I choose the Purple Flame sect? Perhaps you are a little different. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly. Then, she smiled in embarrassment and did not say anything. All of you, pay attention. It is just a small matter, and you started fighting. Do you still want to enter the main sect? After the matter was over, the white-bearded old man arrived late. He showed a furious expression. After lecturing everyone, he said with a cold expression, Xiaochen, get in here. Before everyone's complicated gazes, Xiaochen casually followed after the white-bearded old man. When the white-bearded old man entered the room, the anger on his face immediately vanished. He smiled at Xiaochen and said, Little brother Xiaochen, have a seat. Would you like to drink tea or wine? I have both here. Xiaochen found this funny. This white-bearded old man's attitude changed really quickly. The ways of the world are really interesting. What is it? Senior, please speak directly. Nothing much, just a casual chat with you. Just call me Martial Uncle Lu. In any case, you will be a Purple Flame sect disciple soon, the white-bearded old man said with a laugh. Xiao Chen asked, is there still no test? What test? I just need to say the word. There is no need. However, I remember Senior saying 10 days ago that having confidence is a good thing, but biting off more than you can chew is not good. Old Lu smiled in embarrassment and said, did I? I am old, and my memory is bad. Perhaps you heard wrong. It is settled, then. When you arrive at the main sect, you and these branch elites can directly enter. Just remember to say that this old man introduced you. Chapter 1657. The vast grave sea did not even have a sovereign personage. However, 10,000 years ago, a divine vein realm expert actually appeared. Xiao Chen added, this senior really takes good care of the grave sea. Xiao Chen smiled for some reason, startling Yang Qing slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Only then did Xiao Chen relax a little. When Xiao Chen arrived on the deck of the ship, he happened to run into the smiling Yang Qing. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Miss Qing, what can I do for you? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Yang Qing revealed an expression of understanding, thinking that he tacitly agreed. Hence, I need to grab hold of everything, any fortuitous encounters that I can. Xiao Chen thought to himself, but his expression did not change, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The foundation of working together was based on the two sides being roughly equal in strength. If one side was too strong, the other side would be in danger. At that time, the elites of the three blessed lands will all enter the fiendish demon battlefield. The intensity of the competition is easy to imagine. If we work together, our chances will increase significantly. How difficult would it be to produce a sovereign personage? However, the white-bearded old man did not know what Xiao Chen was thinking. He revealed a, you can't do it, look in his eyes as he smiled and said, so, you had best not think about it. However, given your potential, entering the inner sect is just a matter of time. Your future will be bright as well. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, continue. You have successfully piqued my interest. When Xiao Chen heard this, a ripple appeared in his heart. A divine vein realm expert. Perhaps it was when Yang Qing stood before him without hesitation, helping him block Bai Feng's sword strike. I have been waiting for this opportunity. Once I obtain a fortuitous encounter in there, I will be able to soar to the heavens in one step, greatly increasing my chances of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm. Xiao Chen would definitely be relatively safe if he entered while preserving his strength. A demonic genius outstanding talent like Yang Qing would definitely be able to cultivate to peak major primal core realm, a realm that ordinary people could only look up to. If Yang Qing knew Xiao Chen's true combat prowess, she would not dare to work together with him. It was unknown whether the other party was feigning ignorance or not. Xiao Chen explained, it's nothing. I just feel some admiration for the strongest of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. What kind of demeanor does he have? How about it? Do you want to cooperate? The fiendish demon battlefield rarely opens. At that time, with people helping each other, it will be much safer. As expected, I was right. He could join the Purple Flame sect without taking the test and not have to pay anything. Yang Qing rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, I thought you didn't know anything. When Yang Qing saw the subtle change in Xiao Chen's expression, she knew that Xiao Chen really did not know about this fiendish demon battlefield. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Yang Qing continued, this fiendish demon battlefield opens once every 20 years. With my strength, I could have entered the main sect a long time ago. However, in order to give me a better opportunity, my master has never allowed me to go. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, it's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if you want to enter Elder Ye's tutelage, better not think about it. Do you know Pan Huang? Elder Ye's master is such a legendary character. Over the years, countless outstanding talents have wanted to enter Elder Ye's tutelage. That's a pretty good suggestion. Very well, I'll tell you about it. At the intersection of the three blessed lands, there is a remnant known as the Fiendish Demon Battlefield. Fiendish demons, you should know about the martial epic's birth, the era when fiendish demons wreaked havoc, right? Sometimes, it was not necessary to tell the truth about everything. It was best for both sides. The title of sovereign among men was well deserved. Even in the central Great Realm, Sovereign Yi was an overlord-level character who could move about unhindered. After all, most people would spend most of their lives in the Purple Flame sect. It was hard to avoid interacting with them in the future. However, it was just a matter of time. It was hard to say if Xiaochen wanted to advance to the Cloud Sea realm. If Xiaochen forcefully told Yang Qing the truth, they might not get along well. It was best not to say. Sovereign Realm, the third stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the Sovereign Realm. This was simply inconceivable and shocking. Senior Lu, do you have any news about the Purple Flame sect, Senior Yi Zifeng? Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. He knew that the other party was purposely mocking him. Xiaochen did not retort, just quietly waiting for the other party to continue. As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he smiled faintly and left alone. Xiaochen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This white-bearded old man just saw that he had potential. Xiaochen wanted to establish a good relationship with the white-bearded old man. Not to mention what he wanted, at the very least, not to offend him. Yang Qing revealed an expression of joy when she heard this. It's a deal, then. Yang Qing blinked, looking at Xiaochen with some anticipation. Although she did not know what this fiendish demon battlefield was, she did not know what it was. Xiaochen nodded slightly and smiled softly. Not to mention anything else, at the very least, the title is that of Pan Huang's grand disciple. That would scare me to death. The fiendish demon battlefield is the place where the predecessors of the various races fought intense battles with the fiendish demons. Coincidentally, there is one in the Grave Sea. Furthermore, 10,000 years ago, a powerhouse of the Grave Sea took it for himself and used it as a cultivation ground. Good, it's settled, then. Elder Yi? Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he followed the other party to a quiet corridor in the warship. It was not a bad idea to bring this girl along. He could treat it as repaying her for this favor. You are also here for the fiendish demon battlefield, right? Yang Qing asked as she looked at Xiaochen. When Yang Qing heard that, she smiled. Before this powerhouse died, he returned to the Grave Sea from the Central Great Realm. He left behind his inheritance and mantle in the fiendish demon battlefield to benefit the later generations of the Grave Sea. Naturally, Xiaochen was happy with this. He started chatting with the white-bearded old man in the room. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Does that mean that you agree?" The old order had just been destroyed, and the new order had not been established yet. This period of time was known as the Dark Period of the Martial Epoch, or the Era of Fiendish Chaos. Xiaochen rolled his eyes in his heart. Not only do I know him, but I also have the Saber Sovereign Medallion. In name, I am Pan Huang's disciple. Yang Qing glanced at Xiaochen and said, "Come with me." What's there to agree to? I don't even know what the fiendish demon battlefield is. What's there to talk about? Xiaochen revealed a playful smile as he looked at the other party. Understanding dawned on Xiaochen. The first time he saw Yang Qing, he realized that she had hidden her strength. It turned out that it was for the fiendish demon battlefield. That explained everything. This cultivation realm already reached the limits of human cultivation. Any further and it would surpass the limits of human cultivation. Xiaochen nodded. He knew about this. The Book of the Epochs had detailed records of it. Xiaochen originally wanted to tell Yang Qing the truth. She had underestimated his strength and that the two of them did not have the foundation to work together. After saying that, Yang Qing paused. This powerhouse is the only divine vein realm expert born in the Grave Sea. Of course, the three blessed paradises were also intentionally gathered together by him. Unfortunately, the younger generations of the Grave Sea are disappointing. Not to mention divine vein realm experts, they have not even produced a sovereign personage for a long time already. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the strongest person in the Grave Sea was a holy venerate. The Cloud Sea realm's second minor realm was the Holy Light realm. Furthermore, there were very few of them, less than 5. The immortal Dao had collapsed, but the martial Dao had yet to appear. Cycle no longer existed, and the heavenly Dao no longer existed. The entire Great Thousand Realms was in chaos. Demons danced around, and fiendish demons were born amid the chaos, bringing disaster to the world. When Yang Qing heard that, she revealed a strange expression. She felt that she could not figure out the person before her at all. The white-bearded old man showed a strange expression. He asked somewhat warily, "What are you thinking of doing?" "That is our sect's supreme elder. He has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years and has not come out at all." Xiao Chen casually said a few words before taking his leave. It was fine as long as he knew that Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chen explained, in the entire history of the Grave Sea, he is the only divine vein realm powerhouse. If we go any further, that would be too long ago. Only later did the sages of the various sects appear. The 3,000 great Dao materialize and suppress the fiendish demons. Only after a new order was established did the martial epoch officially begin. Chapter 1658. The ship continued onward, heading for the Black Cave Mountain. However, ever since he saw Xiao Chen's strength, he had never seen it before. Initially, the elites of the branches, who were not willing to interact with Xiao Chen due to their status, started to try to befriend him. Aside from Leng Yuan, who was also a bladesman, Xiao Chen did not want to bother with the others, choosing to enter closed-door cultivation for the past few days. 3 days later, the ship passed through an invisible barrier. The spiritual energy suddenly changed. Everyone felt like they had entered an unfamiliar space. Many disciples on the deck could not stand stably, swaying left and right. The pure and dense spiritual energy that came from the blessed land gave off an omnipresent pressure that covered the sky and covered the earth. Xiao Chen's physique had already reached the level of a major primal core venerate. Furthermore, with his blue dragon bloodline, he only needed some time to adapt. He felt like he had encountered a spring breeze, feeling incredibly comfortable. The others blushed slightly, clearly finding this somewhat taxing. They needed some time to adapt. After all, the level of this space and the spiritual energy it contained were very different. Xiao Chen looked around. This somewhat unfamiliar place before him had a sky as blue as if it had been washed clean. It looked like a sapphire, giving off a dreamy beauty. The strangest thing was that the seawater under the ship was clear and transparent, turning into ordinary seawater. No, it was even clearer than ordinary seawater, filled with spiritual energy. The fish swimming in it were filled with immortal spiritual energy, very similar to the spiritual fish that Xiao Chen had seen in the past. Every blade of grass and every tree gave off a faint Daoist immortal qi. When one looked around, it seemed like everything here was filled with an aura of spirituality. The elite disciples from the various branches adjusted to this place, all of them revealing excited expressions. Inside the blessed land, everything seemed very different. The plants, bricks, tiles, buildings, and the level of space were all much stronger than the outside world. Don't just look around. Regulate your energy first and get used to the blessed land as soon as possible. Elder Lu walked out of the ship and reminded everyone with a stern expression. The others sorted out their emotions and closed their eyes to regulate their energy, then sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. He stood there casually, continuing to look around. Everything about the blessed enclave surprised him. Cultivating in such a place was like being an immortal in the past. No wonder everyone fought to get in. The outstanding talents that came out of the blessed lands were also very proud and arrogant. Back in the pirate hall, Jiang Xian and Ling Yu had done the same. Speaking of which, if Xiao Chen remembered correctly, Ling Yu was also from the Black Cave Mountain, a blessed land. He just did not know which sect he was in. Elder Lu did not find the standing Xiao Chen strange. He walked over and pointed to a peak in front. That is our Purple Flame sect. There are a few more peaks behind us, and they are all subordinate peaks of our sect. The rank 3 sects that were stationed here only had 2 peaks of the Black Cave Mountain at most. Our Purple Ember sect has 5, not including the main sect. This is the foundation of a rank 4 sect. There was a hint of arrogance in Elder Lu's words. The rank 3 sects that could be stationed here are all peak existences among rank 3 sections. However, compared to our Purple Ember sect, they are not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen looked up. The Black Cave Mountain was an extremely vast mountain range in the middle of the sea. Its shape was irregular, as if someone had purposely arranged it. The peaks were very scattered. Every mountain peak was filled with a vast amount of pure heaven-earth yuan qi that grew and multiplied endlessly. As a result, the peaks shrouded in a layer of dreamy spiritual energy mist, looking very majestic. Xiao Chen's gaze paused and fixed on the peak that Elder Lu pointed to. He thought to himself, no wonder there are so many subordinate peaks. It turns out that this is one of the 2 main peaks. Which sect does the other main peak belong to? Xiao Chen asked Elder Lu. Elder Lu's expression changed slightly when he heard that. It's the Divine Firmament sect, the other rank 4 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen had some understanding of geomancy. The 2 main peaks were the center of the Black Cave Mountain. They were like towering pillars supporting the sky, standing side by side with the world. They gave off boundless might. Even a Cloud Sea expert would not dare to barge into this peak. However, the auras above the 2 main peaks were different. Electric light soared into the sky from the Divine Firmament sect's main peak. Purple Qi and auspicious Qi circled above. The Purple Flame sect was slightly weaker. In the past few years, the Divine Firmament sect should have held the upper hand in the competition between the 2 sections. However, the difference was not that great. Aside from the sea and the mountain peaks, Xiao Chen also saw several continents and rivers in the distance in the Blessed Land. Just at this moment, the spiritual energy mist around the main peak of the Purple Flame sect split into a few strands and formed a multicolored path that approached from afar and landed before the ship. Go on, then. This is our sect's welcoming light. The group of people showed excited expressions as they boarded the welcoming light one after another. Their bodies immediately floated up and flew towards the Purple Flame sect. Many disciples from other sects on the foreign ships looked at the people who boarded the welcoming light with envy on their faces. To be able to execute the welcoming light, one had to be a rank 4 sect that occupied the main peak. Sects were ranked according to rank. The difference of 1 rank was like the difference between heaven and earth. After a while, the welcoming light vanished, and the group landed at the foot of the main peak. An administrator of the main peak had been waiting for them for a long time. Elder Lu, I have been waiting for you, the red-clad administrator at the mountain tablet, who seemed to be old acquaintances with Elder Lu, said as he stepped forward. Elder Lu smiled and said, Administrator you are too polite. These are all chosen by the sect branch. All of them have great potential and will be able to replenish the main peak with new blood. I hope that is the case. In recent years, the Purple Flame sect's new generation disciples are no match for the Divine Firmament sect. After that, I will arrange for them to join the outer sect. How they fare in the future will depend on their luck. Elder Lu replied with a smile. Then, he whispered a few words into the red-clad administrator's ear. The red-clad administrator's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Chen, revealing a suspicious expression. Men. Follow the old rules and bring these new disciples to the External Affairs Hall for the outer sect elders to choose. The red-clad administrator instructed, and someone immediately led Yang Qing and the others away. "You stay." The Red Deacon pointed at Xiao Chen and said calmly. Yang Qing followed the person in front of her and glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, she sent a voice projection. "The fiendish demon battlefield will open in 2 months. I will use these 2 months to enter the inner sect. I hope you won't disappoint me." Only by entering the inner sect would one qualify to enter the fiendish demon battlefield alive. Yang Qing said this because she was somewhat worried that Xiao Chen would not be able to enter the inner sect. In that case, she would have to find someone else to work with, but the risk would inevitably increase. He still hoped that Xiao Chen could join the inner sect. After Yang Qing and the other branch disciples left, the red-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Show me your recommendation letter." The red-clad administrator casually inspected it. After verifying its authenticity, he stopped looking at it. "Elder Lu told me about your talent. He guaranteed that you would not need to take the test. He even asked me to guarantee that you could enter the inner sect directly." The red-shirt deacon said slowly, bit by bit. Xiao Chen felt surprised. Unexpectedly, this Elder Lu thought so highly of him. "How about it? If you are willing, I will do that." Directly entering the inner sect is something that many new disciples dream of, the red-clad administrator asked rather casually. The red-clad administrator asked rather casually, as no one would refuse. He did not believe that Xiao Chen would either. Xiao Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he asked to confirm, "I would like to ask if Senior Yi Zifeng is still in the Purple Flame sect." Xiao Chen had no choice. He needed to know the most reliable answer. Elder Lu was often outside. It was hard to guarantee that his information was accurate. It was better to ask this red-clad administrator, who was in the sect most of the time. "Why are you asking this? Senior Yi Zifeng has not come out of closed-door cultivation for close to 10 years already. However, I am sure that he is still in the sect." The red-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, not understanding what Xiao Chen meant. Elder Lu said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, it is not that this old man is looking down on you. Just forget about taking Senior Yi Zifeng as your master. He is our sect's supreme elder, one of the stabilizing pillars of the Purple Flame sect. Furthermore, he is Pan Huang's disciple. Say, why are you so stubborn?" When the red-clad administrator heard that, he stroked his goatee and smiled faintly. This was the case for many youths. They entered the Purple Flame sect for Elder Yi Zifeng. Unfortunately, Yi Zifeng was very picky. After so many years, the sect had forcefully requested to take only one person as a disciple. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. As long as Yi Zifeng was around, it was fine. As long as he was sure that Yi Zifeng was around, he could rest assured. With a thought, Pan Huang's saber sovereign medallion appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Then, it started spinning quickly. An aura unique to Pan Huang spread out from the medallion, radiating to every peak of the Purple Flame sect. At the peak of the mountain, where the spiritual energy was the densest, a stone door opened. A stone door opened, and a handsome middle-aged man walked out of it. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. "Master's aura?" In the next moment, his figure flickered, silently arriving at the source of the aura. The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man startled the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu. Just as they were about to question him, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. The two bowed at the same time and said fearfully, "Greetings, Martial Grand Uncle." The handsome middle-aged man was none other than Pan Huang's disciple, Senior Yi Zifeng. When Yi Zifeng saw the Pan Huang medallion in Xiao Chen's hand, he immediately understood who Xiao Chen was. "Junior brother, you are here. Why did you not send someone to inform me?" Yi Zifeng said to Xiao Chen with a warm smile. Plop. When Elder Lu heard that, he stumbled in fright and fell to the ground, his heart thumping heavily. "Damn it! Are you trying to scare this old man to death? Junior brother. Elder Lu felt dizzy as he fell to the ground, completely confused. Chapter 1659. Yi Zifeng had once followed Pan Huang for a period of time. He had heard Pan Huang mention the Saber Sovereign Medallion before. Hence, the moment he saw the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Given Pan Huang's means, no one could obtain the Saber Sovereign Medallion through trickery. Only a true bladesman could obtain his recognition. Xiao Chen put away the Saber Sovereign Medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. Big Brother Yi is too serious. This humble one is not worthy of this title. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What a guy, he actually comprehended the Saber Dao Great Dao power. After glancing at the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu, Xiao Chen turned around and said, "My junior brother is here to look for me. I will personally speak to the sect master about his matter. You too, don't leak anything. Don't leak anything." "Yes, Martial Granduncle." Before Yi Zifeng's gaze, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt a mountain of pressure. Sweat trickled down their foreheads as they replied in fear and trepidation. Yi Zifeng revealed a satisfied smile and stretched out his hand. A saber light wrapped around Xiao Chen and soared into the clouds. A long time after Yi Zifeng left, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt the pressure on them vanish, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Martial Granduncle has been in closed-door cultivation for so many years. It turns out that he already broke through to Star Venerate long ago. The red-clad administrator looked in the direction that Yi Zifeng disappeared in, revealing an expression of admiration. Elder Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said weakly, "Deacon He, I'm sorry. I nearly brought you trouble. This time, I made a mistake and nearly caused trouble." The red-clothed deacon smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. Elder Lu, you escorted Martial Granduncle's junior brother to our sect, so it's obviously a great merit. Stay here for a day or two, and Martial Granduncle's reward will definitely come." When Elder Lu heard this, he rolled his eyes and smiled in realization. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? I was almost confused. However, Martial Granduncle's junior brother, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded a little awkward. But if he didn't call him that, he couldn't think of a better way to address Xiao Chen. Yi Zifeng was the sect's Grand Elder, and his seniority was even higher than the sect leaders. However, Xiao Chen was his junior brother. This meant that Xiao Chen's seniority had suddenly become even higher than the sect leaders. It was a complete mess. However, Martial Granduncle, since you said that you cannot leak this matter, there must be a reason for it. You must not leak this information, the red-clothed administrator said as he took a glance at Old Lu. Elder Lu smiled and said, "Relax, I've lived for so many years, how can I not know this logic? Come on, long time no see. Let's go for a drink." Yang Qing probably would not have expected that Xiao Chen, whom she was worried about not being able to enter the inner sect, would be picked up by the Purple Flame sect's legend, Yi Zifeng. At the summit of the main peak, a rainbow glow spread out. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gave off a vast pressure. Even with Xiao Chen's physique, which rivaled that of a major primal core cultivator, he still found it somewhat hard to endure and needed some time to adapt. As Xiao Chen sized up the surroundings, he felt startled in his heart. It felt like spiritual energy was gushing out at every moment. The multicolored fog in the surroundings looked like a seven-colored waterfall. Could this be a natural spirit spring? The summit of the main peak happened to be the source of the spring. When Yi Zifeng saw Xiao Chen sizing up the place out of curiosity, he said softly, "The entire blessed land is a natural spirit spring. At every moment, it spews out surging spiritual energy. The summit of the two main peaks is the source of the spring. In the entire Grave Sea, most of the spiritual energy comes from the three blessed lands. In the past few years, I have been in closed-door cultivation here and rarely come out." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly startled. This was because of Yi Zifeng's aura, which drifted in the world, seemed to exist yet not exist at the same time. Yi Zifeng was clearly one cultivation realm higher than the star venerates that Xiao Chen had met before. Xiao Chen wondered why Yi Zifeng was still in closed-door cultivation. Big brother Yi does not seem to be a star venerate anymore. I was no longer one 5 years ago. In that case, why are you still in closed-door cultivation? Since Yi Zifeng already broke through, what was the point of remaining in closed-door cultivation? He should be traveling the world. He should be exchanging moves with people of the same cultivation realm, verifying his gains from closed-door cultivation and comprehending them again. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and did not answer. It seemed like there was more to this. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Junior brother, are you avoiding trouble?" This question startled Xiao Chen. He looked at Yi Zifeng with some surprise. Before he said anything, Yi Zifeng already knew. Foresight? Don't find it strange. I know your origins. You should be from the same place as Master, both from the Kunlun realm. As a fellow bladesman, I can tell your talent and strength. If you want to enter a sect, this purple flame sect will not be able to accommodate you. Instead, it will hold you back. Yi Zifeng gave his analysis, speaking in an unhurried manner. Most bladesmen are proud. Unless there is something difficult to deal with, you would not place your hopes on me, a senior brother that you have never met before. The other party's tone was calm, and his expression was calm. His eyes, which were not particularly bright, looked like they could see through everything in the world. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he finally thought of a word to describe this cheap senior brother of his. Down to earth. That's right, down to earth. Yi Zifeng did not put on the airs of a senior expert, pretending to be profound. He was also not overly enthusiastic, making others feel that he was hypocritical. Yi Zifeng's tone was calm, and his attitude was gentle. He spoke in an unhurried manner, but it made others feel convinced. For some reason, Xiao Chen had a favorable impression of Yi Zifeng. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Big brother Yi, your analysis is right. Xiao Chen is indeed here to avoid trouble." In the end, Xiao Chen was still too shy to address Yi Zifeng as senior brother, so he could only address Yi Zifeng as big brother. Without hiding anything, Xiao Chen told Yi Zifeng about how he met the Jiao snake and how the Black Lotus Church strangely hunted him down. Yi Zifeng listened calmly. When Xiao Chen finished, he did not rush to answer, revealing a contemplative expression. For a holy venerate to show such an expression, the Black Lotus Church's matter was not simple. Xiao Chen could not help feeling nervous. Actually, he had heard about it long ago. The Black Lotus Church was an extremely special faction in the Grave Sea cluster. This was especially so for the Black Lotus Church's church master, who was exceptionally mysterious. The Black Lotus Church is somewhat difficult to deal with. I'll do my best. Yi Zifeng did not say anything definite. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "There's no need to rush. I can tell from your aura that you are about to break through. During this period of time, just stay at my place and cultivate properly. If you need anything, you can mention it to your martial nephew. I'll introduce you to him first." Martial nephew? That should be the disciple that the red-clad administrator mentioned, the one that Yi Zifeng reluctantly accepted. Yi Zifeng's lips moved slightly, and an invisible fluctuation spread out in the air. After a while, a sharp aura came from the middle of the mountain. A nimble figure leaped up the steep mountain path. Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, entering deep thought. Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? When that person landed excitedly on the mountain and rushed over to Yi Zifeng, Xiao Chen's expression froze slightly. Xiao Chen was slightly startled, and he tried hard not to laugh. He looked calm and unfathomable. The newcomer was quite young, and there was an unconcealable arrogance between his brows. His sharpness was unbridled. At such a young age, Xiaochen already broke through peak minor primal core and reached early stage major primal core. There was also an indistinct great desolate Aeon aura from his body, giving off an ancient aura. It was none other than Lingyu, whom Xiaochen had met a few times before. This was the Lingyu who had won more than 30 matches in a row in the Pirate Hall and arranged a duel with the elegant youth of the heavenly shaking mountain, Jianghu. Lingyu had also noticed Xiaochen. He showed a stunned expression, but before he could ask any questions, Xiaochen suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Zifeng said calmly, "Lingyu, greet your martial uncle Xiaochen." Ah! Lingyu was immediately flabbergasted, a very interesting expression on his face. He was sure that he hadn't heard wrongly. He knew the meaning of every single word his master had said, but after putting them together, he was really confused about what they meant. Lingyu looked at Xiaochen, then at Yi Zifeng. "Master, are you messing with me? You must be messing with me, messing with me, messing with me." However, when Lingyu saw Yi Zifeng's certain expression, he turned completely flustered. He revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Lingyu greets martial uncle Xiaochen. Xiaochen laughed loudly in his heart. He felt that it was really worth it to acknowledge this senior brother. Back then, this Lingyu felt that he was superior and thought that Xiaochen wanted to befriend him, so he coldly and nobly rejected Xiaochen. Although Xiaochen was broad-minded and did not mind, he was not a saint, so he could not help feeling displeased. Seeing the other party's expression now, Xiaochen felt incomparably delighted. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Martial nephew is too polite. In the future, I will have to ask martial nephew to take care of me." Yi Zifeng nodded seriously and said, "Your martial uncle will be staying here for a period. If there are any trivial matters, I will leave them to you." Your martial uncle, these were 3 very ordinary words. However, when Lingyu heard them, they sounded like cursing, even more unpleasant to the ear than your grandfather. Chapter 1660. Naturally, a disciple did not dare to disobey his master's orders. Lingyu smiled with a crying face. This disciple will definitely obey master's orders. Yi Zifeng smiled in satisfaction. Although the sect master had forced this disciple on him, he was pretty good in all aspects. Be it talent, toughness, or bloodline power, Lingyu was not cut out for the saber. However, back then, he could not resist the sect master's request to take Lingyu in as a disciple. Although Yi Zifeng was not very good at fist techniques, he had no problem giving pointers and teaching Lingyu. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable and had a high cultivation. The other elders of the sect could not compare to him in terms of experience. Even if Lingyu was not a grandmaster in fist techniques, he would be much better off cultivating under him than under the other elders. To Lingyu, this was an exceptionally precious opportunity to become Yi Zifeng's disciple. Normally, Lingyu studied diligently and improved rapidly, not disappointing Yi Zifeng. The relationship between master and disciple was pretty good. "I'm going to meet the sect master. I'll leave your martial uncle to you first. Don't neglect him. Do your best to fulfill any requests he has." "Yes." Yi Zifeng's figure flashed, vanishing from the summit. Clearly, he needed to personally explain the matter with Xiaochen to the sect master. After his master left, Lingyu's expression changed. He looked at Xiaochen with a smile that did not seem like a smile. "Young Master Xiao, you are really something. It has only been a short 1 or 2 months, and you have already become my martial uncle. I really misjudged you back then." Xiaochen did not care. He smiled softly and said, "Martial nephew, don't forget what my senior brother said. Lead the way." When Lingyu thought of this, he immediately felt depressed. He said dejectedly, "Come with me. I'll find a place for you to stay first. I don't know how master will arrange for you, either. You can stay in my courtyard first." As they descended the mountain, Xiaochen finally got a taste of the Purple Flame sect's grandeur. All sorts of rare fruits could be seen here, adorning both sides of the road and growing casually among the weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It was like they were used to it, like they were really weeds. With just a glance, one would discover that there was an ancient palace behind a certain forest. It was unknown how long it had existed. This palace gave off an ancient aura, and an expert guarded it. With a quick check, one discovered that it was actually a cloud sea star venerate. With a single glare, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to look at him anymore. Occasionally, disciples who passed by would respectfully greet Lingyu as martial uncle when they saw him. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Senior Yi Zifeng is the sect master's martial uncle. Lingyu might be young, but he is of the same generation as the sect master in the Purple Flame sect. Usually, it was others who called him senior uncle. Today, the tables had turned, and it was finally his turn. Moreover, it was the person he had once coldly rejected. It was to be expected that his expression would turn ugly. In the past, when others called him martial uncle, Lingyu would feel pleased. The way he was addressed as martial uncle sounded extremely awkward to him. It felt like he was being scolded. He kept a straight face, feeling depressed and unhappy. Here, this is the courtyard where I usually cultivate. There are also a few side rooms, you can choose any one. Lingyu stopped in front of a courtyard filled with spiritual energy halfway up the mountain. The Purple Flame sect had a strict hierarchy. Outer sect disciples usually lived and cultivated at the foot of the mountain where the spirit chi was the weakest. Only inner sect disciples could advance further up the mountain. The middle of the mountain was for core disciples like Lingyu. Further up was the elite disciples and elders of the sect. As for the peak of the mountain with dense spirit energy that was like a seven-colored mist, it was the privilege of an extremely small number of people. Xiao Chen sized up the courtyard and praised, "Good place. The location of this courtyard at the middle of the mountain is the best. The spiritual energy here is the densest, and the environment is elegant. There is even a mountain spring and a waterfall in the backyard." Lingyu revealed a cocky expression. "Of course. Take a look at whose courtyard this is. Although I am not a true inheritor yet, I am still young and have the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. The sect master even arranged for me to be under master. It's just a fine residence. What's the big deal?" Xiao Chen nodded. "You have a future. However, can martial uncle be an ordinary guest? There is no reason for you to stay in a side room. Little martial nephew, don't you agree?" "What do you mean? You want me to stay in a side room? This is my courtyard." Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "That makes sense. In that case, I'll stay at senior brother's place. The spiritual energy is dense, and the air is pretty good." After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Lingyu immediately felt incredibly angry. However, he remembered his master's instructions. After all, if he chased Xiao Chen out, that would be terrible. Putting on a smile, Lingyu stepped forward and pulled Xiao Chen back. "Martial uncle, don't be angry. Can I sleep in a side room? However, I never like to force others." It's fine, it's fine. Sleeping in a side room occasionally is actually not bad. I will stay here for at least half a year," Xiao Chen said emotionlessly. Lingyu's expression froze. Then, he smiled stiffly and said, "Is that so? That's good. I want to get to know martial uncle better." Lingyu's half-pulling and half-inviting finally got Xiao Chen to change his mind. Then, he said weakly, "Let's do this, then. Martial uncle, if you need anything, just call me at any time." Xiao Chen nodded and sat in the main seat of the main room. Then, he said casually, "Bring me a cup of tea first." "Are you sure?" Lingyu felt somewhat angry. Xiao Chen really treated him like a servant. Xiao Chen smiled leisurely and said, "After traveling so hard, I finally managed to sit down and brew a cup of tea for martial uncle. I can't even do that." Is this considered taking care of me? Martial nephew, is this how you normally treat your seniors? Good. 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 After saying, good, 3 times, Ling Yu, who had never brewed tea before, took out a tea set and started to prepare the tea leaves and spring water, getting busy. On the other side, when Yi Zifeng saw the Purple Flame sect master, he quickly explained the matter of Shao Chen in a few words. The Purple Flame sect master said sullenly, "Martial uncle, you must take care of this matter." Yi Zifeng replied calmly, "Naturally. I owe master a great debt of gratitude. There is no reason not to take care of his descendant." "All right. What help do you need?" "Martial uncle can use all the resources of the Purple Flame sect." After testing Yi Zifeng's attitude, the Purple Flame sect master quickly made a decision. Shao Chen was just a minor character. However, Yi Zifeng was the anchor of the Purple Flame sect. Since Yi Zifeng expressed his stance, the Black Lotus Church could only brace themselves and offend him. There's no need. This is a private matter of Pan Huang's line. It has nothing to do with the Purple Flame sect. I only need the sect's Starry Sky teleportation formation to teleport me to the nearest place to the Black Lotus world. The Grave Sea cluster had countless great realms. Even a holy venerate would not be able to reach some places within a short time. Only with the help of a Starry Sky teleportation formation would one be able to travel from one great realm to another in an instant. The sect leader was taken aback. "We're leaving now. We'll do our best. Naturally, the earlier we leave, the better. I'll make up for the resources needed to activate the Starry Sky teleportation formation." Right after Yi Zifeng spoke, he walked out of the great hall of the sect. His footsteps seemed slow but were actually urgent. He returned to the saber rack in the room and took out a saber. Then, he turned around and stepped into the Starry Sky transportation formation. Light flickered. In the next moment, he appeared in a transmission array that was countless great worlds away. The people at the transportation formation only heard the hum of a saber. They did not see anyone teleporting over. This was because Yi Zifeng had already turned into a saber light and arrived at the foot of the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain. Along the mountain path, he walked step by step. The surrounding formation, the guards, and the monks did not notice this living person, be it in the open or in the dark. On the Black Lotus throne in the Holy Palace, the Black Lotus sect venerate suddenly opened his eyes. At some point in time, Yi Zifeng had arrived in the Great Hall. "What wind blew the strongest bladesman of the Grave Sea from the Purple Flame sect to me?" The Black Lotus sect venerate asked indifferently with a grave expression, not showing any joy or anger. Shao Chen was someone who had faced a sovereign personage before. He had seen all sorts of situations and would not be frightened by a bladesman. Yi Zifeng remained expressionless. With just one look, he knew that he was not a match for this Black Lotus sect venerate. At the very least, he wouldn't be a match for the other party in the Sacred Mountain. However, it did not matter. He had never thought of actually killing the other party. If he could kill the other party, he wouldn't feel that this matter was too difficult to deal with. All he needed to do was draw his saber. Just one draw would suffice. In the next moment, a shocking Buddhist voice came from the Holy Palace. A saber light shot out of the Holy Palace, and the tall Buddha statue in the mountain collapsed. Yi Zifeng knelt on one knee outside the gates. The saber in his right hand stabbed 1 centimeter into the ground. Yi Zifeng coughed, and a large mouthful of blood fell to the ground. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered a white snow lotus blooming not far away. Yi Zifeng revealed a smile and reached out to pluck the snow lotus. His figure drifted gently like the wind, returning to the transportation formation of the nearby Great Realm. A light flickered, and Yi Zifeng took a step forward, appearing outside Ling Yu's courtyard. At this moment, Ling Yu's tea was halfway brewed, and its fragrance was at its strongest. Ling Yu suddenly looked up and happened to see Yi Zifeng. He smiled and said, "Master, I'm brewing tea for Martial Uncle." You should try it as well. Yi Zifeng smiled warmly and said, not bad. As Yi Zifeng passed by, he plucked a few snow lotus petals and gently placed them in the water. Yi Zifeng casually sat down beside Xiao Chen and handed the snow lotus to Xiao Chen. In the past, I heard Master say that the snow lotus that grows in darkness and filth is the most beautiful. Today, I finally got to see it for myself. This is a greeting gift for you. Xiao Chen received the snow lotus with a somewhat strange expression. Yi Zifeng had brought a saber in. Furthermore, it was a saber that had just been stained with blood. Chapter 1661. Soon, Ling Yu brought over 2 cups of tea and handed one to Xiao Chen and one to Yi Zifeng. Master, martial uncle, please have some tea. Yi Zifeng nodded and gestured for Ling Yu to leave first. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Naturally, he did not know how Ling Yu brewed tea. However, after adding a few snow lotus petals, the tea had a different taste. It had a slightly bitter taste that made one reminisce. After putting down the teacup, Xiao Chen said softly, "Senior brother, you brought your saber out." Yi Zifeng nodded. "I made a trip to the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain and helped you resolve some of your problems for now." This revelation startled Xiao Chen. He had not expected Yi Zifeng to make a trip to the Black Lotus Church without saying anything. Although the Black Lotus Church was also in the Grave Sea cluster, the distance was more than hundreds of millions of kilometers. This was truly unexpected. Xiao Chen retrieved his saber and went to the Black Lotus Church, resolving the matter. After leaving and returning, Ling Yu's tea had not even heated up yet. The shock in Xiao Chen's heart was indescribable, completely stupefied. Senior brother fought with the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate? Yi Zifeng put down the teacup and said, "I used 1 saber strike, and he used 3 palm strikes. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate will not be able to personally make a move against you for 10 years. Without a miracle, I will not be able to recover my cultivation to that of a holy venerate within 5 years." When Xiao Chen heard that, he was startled again. Yi Zifeng spoke so casually and calmly. However, Xiao Chen could imagine how dangerous that exchange was. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate's strength also surpassed Xiao Chen's imagination. With 3 palm strikes, he managed to force Yi Zifeng's cultivation to drop by 1 cultivation grade. Yi Zifeng would not be able to recover within 5 years. However, Yi Zifeng's strength was also startling. With just 1 saber strike, the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate would not be able to recover within 10 years. This indeed helped Xiao Chen relieve a lot of pressure, rendering Xiao Chen somewhat speechless. He did not know how to thank this senior brother whom he had just met. Yi Zifeng said softly, "The Black Lotus sect venerate is a sovereign personage in the first place. In the past few years, he has been recovering his strength. This attack of mine worsened his injuries, preventing him from worrying about you." Xiao Chen said, "But, senior brother, you..." Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. It's just 5 years. To me, it's very short. Once I digest the energy of these 3 palm strikes, I might be able to advance to the next level. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse." Seeing Yi Zifeng's attitude, Xiao Chen was filled with admiration. There were very few people that he truly respected in his life. No matter what, Yi Zifeng was one of them. What about this snow lotus? When mentioning the snow lotus, Yi Zifeng revealed a gentle smile. "I was lucky. When he sent me flying, I happened to bump into this snow lotus when I landed. If you consume all of this snow lotus, you will be able to weaken the Black Lotus seal in your body to the minimum. At that time, I will use some external force to help you clear it completely." Given this, the Black Lotus Church's pressure on Xiao Chen practically vanished. The Black Lotus sect venerate could not personally make a move. Once the Black Lotus seal was removed, his subordinates would not be able to find him either. 10 more years. After 10 years, everything would be possible. Perhaps it would not be the Black Lotus sect venerate coming to find Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen personally charging over. Junior brother, cultivate properly. If you have any problems with the saber, you can seek guidance from me at any time, Yi Zifeng said in unison. Yi Zifeng said in unison. Holding his saber, he stepped forward, moving like the wind as he headed for the summit. As Xiao Chen watched Yi Zifeng leave, he felt deeply moved. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Xiao Chen dealt with the great worry that he had for a long time just like that. Yi Zifeng came and went in a hurry like Yi Suifeng, dealing with it with one saber strike. Xiao Chen felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, this senior brother's concern also made him feel a heavy warmth. Honestly speaking, before coming, Xiao Chen did not hold out much hope. No matter what, his relationship with Yi Zifeng was somewhat strained. Xiao Chen had only obtained Pan Huang's inheritance in the Kunlun realm and had not even met Pan Huang. However, this Yi Zifeng did not hesitate to acknowledge him as his junior brother. No matter what, Xiao Chen had to repay this favor in the future. Although his senior brother always showed a warm smile, Xiao Chen could sense that Yi Zifeng, who had been guarding the summit for 10 years, had to be hiding something. Dong! 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 Footsteps rang out, and Ling Yu walked in from outside. He stared at the 10,000-year-old snow lotus beside Xiao Chen with a fervent gaze. His master never gave gifts easily. However, once he did, it would surpass one's imagination. After receiving Yi Zifeng's greeting gift, Ling Yu felt deeply moved as he walked over. With one glance, he could tell that this snow lotus was something good, even better than the one Yi Zifeng gave him. Ling Yu felt envious. Ling Yu poked his nose twice and smiled in a fawning manner. Martial uncle, what good thing did master give me? Let me take a look. Seeing Ling Yu's appearance, Xiao Chen could not help giggling. In the end, Ling Yu was still young. He could not hide his thoughts on his face. Xiao Chen said casually, 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I heard that it was found in the darkest and dirtiest places. I just drank a cup of snow lotus tea and felt my mind clear up. A natural treasure that increases comprehension ability. Ling Yu exclaimed with certainty, his eyes lighting up. Then, he looked and saw that Yi Zifeng had not finished the tea in his cup yet. He picked it up and gulped it down in one breath. This action startled Xiao Chen. How could one drink tea like that? Furthermore, it was still scalding hot. Pooh! So bitter. It scalded me. Ling Yu spat out all the tea in one breath. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled. His face looked as unsightly as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. However, when Ling Yu saw the tea on the ground, he smacked his forehead, feeling an incredible heartache. Heavenly treasures that could increase one's perception were spat out by him just like that. Xiao Chen smiled and said, this is the Buddhist sect's snow lotus. It can calm the heart and ward off evil. The one that increases comprehension ability is the Bodhi tea. Martial nephew, you should read more books. Ling Yu retorted angrily, you actually lied to me and made a fool of me. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you did not know the severity of the tea, which is why it was so hot. As for increasing comprehension ability, it was your own assumption. I did not even have time to remind you. Ling Yu felt stifled when he heard that. He pointed at Xiao Chen, not knowing how to rebut. Xiao Chen plucked a few snow lotus leaves and handed them to Ling Yu. Then, he put them away and said, if you run into berserking qi deviation or feel restless, there is no need to drink tea. Just keep one in your mouth. The effects are pretty good. Ling Yu did not know how important the snow lotus was to Xiao Chen, so he accepted it without thanking him. Feeling depressed, Ling Yu turned to leave. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and called out, I don't have any natural treasures that increase comprehension ability. However, do you need natural treasures that strengthen the physique and aid in breaking through bottlenecks? Ling Yu quickly turned around and smiled. Martial uncle, if you want to give your martial nephew a greeting gift, there is no need to be so polite. It is only right for your martial nephew to serve you." Even though Ling Yu said those words, he still directly grabbed the jade bottle in his hand. "It is not really a greeting gift. I am very interested in how you activate the great desolate Ian bloodline in your body," Xiao Chen said softly. Upon hearing that, Ling Yu looked around. Then, he asked, "Why do you want to know about this? Is there no way to activate your bloodline?" "That makes sense. I have never seen or heard of this bloodline before. It is probably inherited through a generation. However, you want to use a small bottle of natural treasures that increase the physique to exchange for this secret? Martial uncle, your thinking is too simple." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Open it and take a look first. It will not be too late to say that after that." Ling Yu opened the bottle cap suspiciously. The instant the bottle opened, an ancient and dense aura of life spread out. A spot of golden light flickered in the bottle. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Life juice source. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality. This is of a higher grade than what the sect keeps." After saying that, Ling Yu did not hesitate to pick up the jade bottle and pour it into his mouth. He. Who cares? I'll drink it first before talking. After I drink it, I'll toy with you again. I just won't tell you the secret of activating the great desolate Ian bloodline. Ling Yu revealed a malicious smile as he opened his mouth wide, his tongue hanging out. However, even after waiting for a long time, he did not see the life juice source pour out. Feeling it strange, Ling Yu looked at the bottle's mouth. He saw a small drop of golden life juice source trickling out of the bottle cap with much difficulty. The life juice source gave off a golden light, clearly visible. However, there was only one drop, so it could not be poured out. Xiao Chen took out another jade bottle and gently shook it in his hand, giving off the sound of liquid sloshing. Ling Yu put down the jade bottle and said angrily, "You're messing with me again." Xiao Chen smiled warmly and said, "Not really. I did not say that there would definitely be the golden life juice source in there. Furthermore, martial nephew, you are very impatient. I have to be on guard." Ling Yu thought of the matter of drinking tea earlier, and he blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yu chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, I've been worrying about your identity. I forgot that you are only a half-step primal core cultivator." Xiao Chen asked calmly, "What are you trying to do?" "Huh." Ling Yu laughed loudly. "Martial uncle, you have traveled the world. Have you ever heard of killing people to snatch their treasures? Today, watch as I, Ling Yu, beat someone up and snatch their treasures. Who cares? I'll beat you up first. If you don't hand it over, I'll keep beating you up." Xiao Chen revealed a strange smile. "Are you sure?" "Why would I be sure? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time." Chapter 1662. Ling Yu threw caution to the wind. He had been dissatisfied with Xiao Chen in the first place, looking down on him all this while. Now, Ling Yu became his martial uncle in the blink of an eye, needing him to take care of him. Originally, it would have been fine if Ling Yu tolerated it. However, Ling Yu tricked him twice, and there was the temptation of the golden life juice source. Of course, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Xiao Chen. He would just beat him up and snatch the life juice source. At that time, when Ling Yu's master blamed him, he could just say that he was discussing the martial Dao with his martial uncle. In any case, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Ling Yu. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he chuckled and launched himself at Xiao Chen. A strong aura spread out from his body, firmly suppressing Xiao Chen. After firmly suppressing Xiao Chen, he punched at Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he sat on the chair. 3 cauldron force gathered in his body and punched as well. Boom! The 2 fists clashed, and a loud sound rang out. Ling Yu, who had used less than half his strength, was caught off guard. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Ling Yu stumbled a few steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He simply could not tell how strong Xiao Chen's vital qi was. That was natural. Unless one was at Yi Zifeng's level, no one could tell that Xiao Chen's physical body already rivaled that of an early-stage major primal core venerate. A casual punch already contained 3 cauldron force. There was no need for him to gather it. I underestimated martial uncle. To think that you even cultivated vital qi. However, it is futile. Ling Yu did not care. After all, he had only used 20% of his strength in the earlier punch. He had not been serious at all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and suddenly stood up. At this moment, he burst forth with a startling speed. He executed the new fish dragon art, and his veritable essence energy protected his body. As his body rubbed against the air, his veritable essence energy burned into a purple flame. Xiao Chen turned into a flaming phantom and punched without hesitation. For the sake of bringing out his speed to its limits, this punch's might was actually limited. However, at this speed, Ling Yu, who was still speaking, could not see it clearly at such a close distance. Pa! A dark circle immediately appeared in Ling Yu's right eye, turning red and swollen. It was so painful that Ling Yu cried out and retreated. Martial uncle, you're really fast. Ling Yu's right eye hurt. He felt his vision distort and blur, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. In response to him, Xiao Chen threw another punch, and a black eye ring appeared on his left eye. Xiao Chen shook his head inwardly. He said that he wanted to beat him up, but he was not serious at all. He looked down on him and was full of flaws. His combat experience was pitifully little. His stance and his gestures were not perfect at all. Forget it, I'll give you a good beating. Martial uncle, I'm really angry. After being struck twice, Ling Yu was thoroughly enraged. He no longer held back, and his aura burst forth. Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy and brought out his early-stage minor primal core cultivation. It had to be said that when Ling Yu used his full power, his aura was much stronger than that of the early-stage major primal core venerates that Xiao Chen had seen before. His true qi was condensed and heavy, incomparably vigorous. With a single glance, one could tell that his true element boundaries foundation was very solid. He had also put in a lot of effort in his daily cultivation. However, he was still lacking that little bit of maturity, his killing qi was insufficient. If Ling Yu faced an experienced person like Elder Tang, he would lose in 10 moves without activating his bloodline. Ling Yu, who used his full power, was filled with confidence this time. He no longer used an ordinary punch. Instead, he used his best martial technique, the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. When Ling Yu punched, it was like a star falling, tearing through the clouds. In that instant, it scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This fist drew out boundless resplendent starlight without any obstruction. This was the state that Ling Yu used for this punch. This Ling Yu was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he already comprehended the true meaning of the fist technique. No wonder Ling Yu could win 20-odd consecutive victories in the Pirate Hall back then, shining with unparalleled sharpness and attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, Ling Yu ran into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was a demonic genius with even more horrifying talent than Ling Yu, more experience than Ling Yu's master, more combat experience than the elders of the sect, and a mental state equal to the Purple Flame sect master. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's dantian that looked like an ink painting slowly spun. Immediately, light flickered in Xiao Chen's surroundings. The light of the Taiji diagram was like ripples on water, reflecting on the ground and walls as it moved slowly. When Ling Yu executed the flawless saber Dao at this moment, it appeared incredibly heavy. Ling Yu's clothes fluttered like a saber falling to the ground, shocking a city. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind, looking like thousands of sabers stained with blood qi being drawn at the same time. Amid the clanging sounds, a heavy killing chi soared into the clouds and shook the surroundings. Xiao Qun used his palm as a saber and executed the flawless saber technique's falling moon stance. A saber light flashed, and a figure soared into the air, descending the moon. Boom! The falling moon was accompanied by a saber light as it clashed with Ling Yu's berserk punch, which was like a star breaking through the clouds. The entire courtyard trembled. Xiao Qun shattered Ling Yu's punch that turned into a star with one saber strike. The starlight scattered, and Ling Yu went flying back again. Ling Yu revealed an extremely incredulous expression, not daring to believe that Xiao Qun, a half-step primal core cultivator, actually surpassed him in strength. Little martial nephew, it is very dangerous to let your thoughts run wild during a huge battle. Xiao Qun smiled faintly. At this moment, the killing chi all over his body turned into a cold intent spreading out. Ling Yu's body immediately stiffened, and his heart sank. He felt an intense chill spread from his heart to his entire body. Before Ling Yu could disperse the chill, Xiao Qun struck him with a palm strike and knocked him down from the air. Ling Yu landed heavily, and intense pain immediately filled his entire body. Ling Yu could not help cursing in his heart, this martial uncle is really ruthless in his attacks. Just as Ling Yu was about to get up, he discovered that a scabbard had pressed against his chest at some point in time. That scabbard was like a tall mountain pressing down on him. It blocked all of Ling Yu's chi. If Ling Yu tried to force his way through, he might instantly pierce through his chest. With this thought, Ling Yu could not help revealing some fear in his heart. This was especially so when he looked at Xiao Qun's cold face, which gave him a strange chill. If Ling Yu really tried to force his way through, this martial uncle would definitely pierce through his chest without hesitation. Ling Yu's complexion immediately paled. "Martial uncle, you aren't here for real, right?" Ling Yu said, forcing a smile. However, the killing chi coming from Xiao Qun intensified, making Ling Yu's breathing heavier. He said, "Killing people for their treasures? With your level, you want to kill people for their treasures? That's impossible." This Ling Yu was really stupid. Before him, Xiao Qun could be considered the ancestor of killing people for their treasures. When Ling Yu killed people for their treasures, he was probably still wet behind the ears. Suddenly, Xiao Qun saw Ling Yu's eyes tightly shut, his hands clenched tightly, trembling. Ling Yu's tightly shut eyes seemed somewhat moist. Xiao Qun burst out in laughter. This child is about to cry from fright. This is really a sin. How am I going to explain this to my senior brother? Then, Xiao Qun removed the scabbard and smiled. "Get up. Martial uncle, I'm not trying to kill you." "Really not?" Ling Yu did not dare to open his eyes. He just lay there without moving. "I don't believe it. Even if he does not kill me, he will definitely beat me up." For safety's sake, Ling Yu made up his mind not to get up. This martial uncle had too many tricks up his sleeves. However, Ling Yu could not defeat him. This was simply too dangerous. Xiao Qun smiled helplessly. "Get up, then. It's just life juice source. I'll give it to you." "Really?" Ling Yu said with a smile as he swiftly stood up with two panda eyes. "Really?" Xiao Qun shook his head. Then, he walked over and sat down again. Then, he said seriously, "However, you can't play any tricks on me. You have to tell me in detail how to activate the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline." How could Ling Yu dare to play any tricks? A crafty light flashed in his eyes as he smiled. "However, martial uncle, you have to tell me how to temper my killing chi. Right, and how to release and withdraw it as I please. You have to tell me as well." When Xiao Qun saw the crafty light in Ling Yu's panda eyes, he could not help smiling. If Ling Yu was not greedy, he would not be Ling Yu. However, it was fortunate that Ling Yu knew the severity of the situation. At the last moment, he did not activate his bloodline to fight with Xiao Qun. If Ling Yu had activated his bloodline, it would not have been as simple as two panda eyes. Xiao Chun would have unleashed his great Tao energy as well. At that time, Ling Yu would not know the severity of the situation. Deal. Given Xiao Chen's magnanimity, he naturally would not take such a loss, so he agreed straightforwardly. Ling Yu chuckled. He felt that although he got beaten up, he still profited. Ling Yu had forgotten that his original intention was to beat the other party up. Chapter 1663. After reaching a consensus, Xiao Chun straightforwardly gave Ling Yu a bottle of golden life juice source, 5 kilograms. Ling Yu was truly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was so generous. This simply surpassed his imagination. As Ling Yu touched the bottle, he rejoiced, nearly dancing with joy. When Xiao Chun saw Ling Yu's excited appearance, he smiled and said, "You are, after all, the top core disciple of a rank 4 sect. How could the sect lack resources for you? Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Ling Yu sighed bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, you don't know this. Good things like raising the physique have always been rare. There is no market for them. The sect does not have much in store either. Every time, it is given to the true inheritors first before the core disciples. Unless I complete some sect missions, I will be rewarded with several taels of silver life juice source every time. This is completely incomparable to martial uncles." Xiao Chun understood. Suddenly, he saw that Ling Yu was about to pour the life juice source into his mouth, so he quickly said, "Stop. What's wrong?" Xiao Chun said helplessly, "This thing is best used for bathing. It is best to supplement it with some other herbs to make it easier to absorb." Ling Yu slapped himself on the forehead and said, "I forgot about that. I nearly wasted a heavenly treasure. The main thing is that there was no way to bathe in it with the previous amount." "Martial uncle, thank you for the reminder." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to remind me. It is time to fulfill your promise." Ling Yu put away the life juice source seriously and smiled. "That's easy. Although the great desolate Ian bloodlines of the various clans are different, the activation methods are mostly the same. All you need to do is awaken the ancient spirit hidden in the bloodline. In the future, if you want to activate it, all you need to do is think about it." Ancient spirit? That's right. No matter how many generations a great desolate Ian bloodline passes down, there will always be some remnant soul in it. For example, my astral rock bloodline contains the remnant soul of an astral rock. After I awaken the remnant soul and merge it with my soul, I can activate it as I please. However, after activating a great desolate Ian bloodline, there will be some corresponding restrictions. The stronger the physical body, the longer the bloodline will last after it is activated. Otherwise, if you exceed the limit, your physical body will suffer some repercussions. After all, your body is made of flesh and blood. It cannot be compared to the 10,000 races of the untainted land. Xiao Chun nodded thoughtfully and said, "How to activate the remnant soul in the bloodline? I have a remnant blood soul summoning art here. Most people with great desolate Ian bloodlines know a similar soul summoning art." After receiving the remnant blood soul summoning art, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he suddenly looked at Ling Yu and discovered that Ling Yu was trying hard to hold back a smile. He immediately understood and said, "This remnant blood soul summoning technique sounds scary, but it's actually a common technique, right?" Ling Yu was startled. Then, he could not help guffawing. Martial uncle is really smart. The sect will give a copy to any disciple with a special bloodline for free. The price outside is only a few hundred medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chun was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this guy laughed so hard that he almost jumped up. It turned out that Xiao Chun had used only 300 spirit jades to exchange for a bottle of golden life juice source. Anyone would be overjoyed. "Martial uncle, are you angry?" Ling Yu asked somewhat nervously when he saw Xiao Chun's expression. Xiao Chun flipped through the remnant blood soul summoning art and smiled softly. You're overthinking. This thing was originally a greeting gift for you. I still have 1 or 2 tons of it on hand. Originally, I was planning to let you cleanse your bones a few times. After hearing what you said about the sex treatment, I feel that there is no need. I feel that this is already good enough. When Ling Yu heard that, the smile on his face vanished. He showed a dispirited expression as he said, "Martial uncle, don't." "I was wrong," Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "It depends on your performance, then." Ling Yu felt regret in his heart. Why did I have to play that little trick? This is great. My losses are too great. Ling Yu felt a pang of heartache. The joy of obtaining 5 tons of golden life juice source vanished, leaving him as depressed as he could be. Never mind. Let's not talk about this. I would like to ask Martial Uncle how to temper my killing chi, to allow me to release and withdraw it as I please. Just like Martial Uncle, your killing chi is as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for others to breathe. Upon hearing that, Xiaochen closed the remnant blood soul summoning art. Then, he revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Ling Yu and asked, "How old are you this year?" In reply to Martial Uncle, Ling Yu just turned 20 this year. I entered the main sect at the age of 15 and have been cultivating for 5 years already. What was he doing when he was 20? The geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms were truly blessed. Xiaochen felt somewhat melancholic. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "I'm 30-odd this year." Ling Yu did not hear the vicissitudes in Xiaochen's words. Finding it strange, he asked, "What's wrong with 30-odd? In this Great Thousand Realms, everyone has a long lifespan. 50 is still considered young. Could it be that it has something to do with age?" Ling Yu tilted his head, revealing a confused expression. "That's not right either. The true inheritors of our main sect are all much older than Martial Uncle. However, I have never seen such a terrifying killing chi before, making one's breathing feel somewhat rushed." Xiaochen collected his thoughts and said softly, "Killing chi needs to be slowly accumulated before it can go from quantitative to qualitative. There are no shortcuts." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu could not help feeling disappointed. This was different from what he had imagined. Where did Xiaochen's killing chi come from? In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, he had experienced too many massacres. There were countless battles of various sizes. While there were not tens of thousands, there were at least thousands. Ling Yu could not compare to Xiaochen. He was simply too young, just like Xiaochen, who was 20 years old. He was as inexperienced as Ling Yu, perhaps even far inferior. If you want to take a shortcut, that is actually possible. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. What method? Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, causing Ling Yu to tremble. Martial Uncle, don't scare me like that. 3 days from now, exchange moves with me for 4 hours every day for a month. Although your killing chi cannot grow, you can get used to the enemy's killing chi. You will not be as inexperienced as you were today. When Ling Yu heard that, he felt somewhat startled. Could it be that he had to go through the same experience every day? However, Ling Yu immediately thought of something. He nodded seriously and said, "All right. I'll ask senior brother for guidance 3 days from now." After saying that, Ling Yu headed straight inside. Xiaochen pointed outside and said, "Little martial nephew, your room is outside." Ling Yu smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm used to it." "I'm used to it." After Ling Yu left, Xiaochen started reading the remnant blood soul summoning art again, entering deep thought. There were 2 urgent matters at hand. One was to break through, and the other was to activate the blue dragon bloodline. Regardless of which he succeeded, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds, reaching a qualitative leap. There would also be more opportunities in the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now. Based on what Ling Yu said, the Purple Flame sect had a mysterious true inheritor with a status equal to that of a sect elder. These true inheritors were much stronger than Xiaochen. At that time, he would have to compete with these people and could not underestimate them. Of the two matters, Xiao Chen had to focus on one first. Only then would he be more efficient. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen made his decision. He decisively chose to awaken the blue dragon's remnant soul in his bloodline first. After arriving at the cultivation room that Ling Yu usually stayed in, Xiao Chen looked around and felt very satisfied. Originally, he worried that awakening the blue dragon's remnant soul would cause a huge commotion. However, when he saw the layout of this cultivation room, he relaxed. There were many formations laid inside that could isolate the cultivator's aura. The Purple Flame sect had also put a lot of thought into the materials used to build the walls. The Purple Flame sect probably already had such considerations. After all, everyone had some secrets. The Purple Flame sect had to give its disciples a private place. Soul summoning. According to the book, the higher the quality of the bloodline, the stronger the ancient spirit that remains. The old dragon horse said that my bloodline is rank 8, which is stronger than any one of the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation in his heart. The old dragon horse said that the highest quality of the dragon race's bloodline was rank 7. There was something strange about Xiao Chen's rank 8 bloodline, so the old dragon horse told him not to tell anyone. After spending one night reading through the remnant blood soul summoning art, Xiao Chen pondered it for another day, completely understanding the parts that he did not understand. Only when he was 100% confident did he start to make his move. According to the book, it was possible to fail in summoning the soul. Every failure would result in significant damage to the physical body and soul. It was still necessary to be careful. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and circulated his veritable essence energy to circulate the remnant blood soul summoning art. Xiao Chen's blood surged, and a terrifying aura from the great desolate Aeon came from his body. The formation responsible for isolating auras that spread throughout the cultivation room buzzed and trembled. Xiao Chen immediately cursed in his heart. He had underestimated the ancient spirit in his bloodline. This was just the beginning. When he formally summoned the spirit, his secret would definitely be exposed. At the summit, Yi Zifeng, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Many of the strong Cloud Sea elders also opened their eyes at the same time, revealing doubtful expressions. The Cloud Sea elders had already started cultivating soul energy and were exceptionally sensitive to the aura of the ancient spirit. Chapter 1664. Just as Xiao Chen was caught between a rock and a hard place and was about to give up for now, the formation in the entire room suddenly stabilized. Junior brother, just awaken your bloodline spirit in peace. I'll stand guard for you. Yi Zifeng's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, calming him down. Many thanks, senior brother. The aura of the blue dragon's remnant soul vanished in a flash in the main peak of the Purple Flame sect. It had just attracted the attention of the Cloud Sea elders in the sect when it vanished again, undetectable. After a while, the Cloud Sea elders could only give up on searching, thinking that a disciple had failed to summon the blue dragon's soul. With his senior brother Yi Zifeng standing guard, Xiao Chen calmed down and started circulating the remnant blood soul summoning art again. All the blood in Xiao Chen's body surged continuously. A warmth appeared in Xiao Chen's body. Then, he felt like he was on fire. His skin turned fiery red. As the remnant blood soul summoning art continued to circulate, bits of azure light started to separate from his blood. His hot-bloodedness surged, and all the blood in his body started to separate azure light. After that, all the azure light rushed towards Xiao Chen's brain. Xiao Chen, who was already feeling very uncomfortable, felt dizzy from the heat. How can it be like this? This startled Xiao Chen. He felt his rationality slipping away bit by bit. Anxiety and irritation spread in his mind, affecting Xiao Chen's mind. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who was seated cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Immediately, heat waves surged throughout the entire cultivation room. It was like a dragon's breath, horrifying and terrifying, accompanied by roars. The cultivation chamber began to tremble once again. The formation buzzed, and cracks began to appear on the walls. On the roof, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. He had already cultivated soul power. He, who had already cultivated soul energy, could clearly see an invisible dragon soul coiled in the room, wanting to soar into the sky and shake the heavens. Yi Zifeng gently drifted down and landed on the dragon's head, ruthlessly suppressing it. Which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race is this? The irritable aura is similar to the red dragon bloodline. However, how could a red dragon spirit look like this? Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable. Back in the Central Great Realm, he had interacted with many major characters with great desolate bloodlines. As far as he could remember, there was no such lineage in the dragon clan. It was even more impossible for the pseudo-dragons or other branches to exist. The aura of Xiao Chen's dragon soul was clearly stronger than that of the dragon race's 6 main bloodlines. How could it be a false dragon? His rationality told him that this matter was not simple, and he absolutely could not expose it. A gust of wind flashed past. His tall and straight body was like a sheathless blade. Strands of saber Dao great Dao energy emanated from Xiao Chen's body. He used the Dao might to firmly suppress the dragon soul. Outside the courtyard, Lingyu had just finished preparing the supplementary herbs and bathed in the life juice source. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. This was a deterrence that came from the depths of his soul. It penetrated deep into his soul, causing his blood vessels to tremble. His entire body was prostrated on the ground, feeling waves of immense pressure. What happened? Blood leaked out of a corner of Ling Yu's lips, and he panicked. Suddenly, he remembered the remnant blood soul summoning art that he gave to Xiao Chen. Damn it! Nothing will happen to Martial Uncle. With this thought, Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. As he stared at that immense pressure, he walked forward step by step. Ling Yu looked towards his original cultivation room. A pair of azure-colored dragon eyes vaguely appeared, releasing a resplendent golden light. Whoosh! Ling Yu vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying again. Ancient spirit. It is the ancient spirit in Martial Uncle's body. Lying on the ground, Ling Yu was deeply shocked. He had not expected the ancient spirit in Xiao Chen's body to be so strong, so terrifyingly strong. His astral rock bloodline could not resist at all. Originally, Ling Yu thought that the great desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Chen's body was already extremely thin and ranked at the back, far inferior to his astral rock bloodline. However, it looked like the bloodlines of the strongest 100 races of the great desolate Ian were only so. What exactly are the origins of this Martial Uncle? Ling Yu thought to himself. As he thought about his experiences with Xiao Chen, he felt that Xiao Chen's background was extremely mysterious. When he thought about how he had coldly rejected the other party back then, he could not help blushing. Ling Yu, there's no need to get any closer. I'm standing guard for junior brother. Patrol the surroundings and don't let anyone near. Yi Zifeng's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Yu's mind, startling him awake. It turned out that Master was already here. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. With Master around, that Martial Uncle Xiao Chen would definitely be fine. In Ling Yu's heart, Yi Zifeng was like a god. As long as Yi Zifeng was around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. After Ling Yu got up, he no longer barged into the courtyard. Instead, he obeyed his master's orders and patrolled the surroundings. Xiao Chen panted softly in the cultivation room. He felt some horror and fear in his heart. He only felt too hot and uncomfortable, wanting to breathe and relax. Unexpectedly, the panting uncontrollably turned into a deep dragon roar, making him feel even more uncomfortable. As the azure light that separated from his blood continuously gathered, a faint dragon soul formed in the depths of his soul. The next step was for this ancient dragon soul to merge with Xiao Chen's soul. After the merger succeeded, Xiao Chen would be able to activate his blue dragon bloodline as he pleased. Xiao Chen desperately needed the blue dragon bloodline. After seeing Ling Yu's combat prowess soar when he activated his bloodline, Xiao Chen had always had a desire in his heart. Xiao Chen had always had a desire in his heart. If he hid such a huge treasure in his body and could not use it, it would be a waste. However, the situation now was somewhat different from what Xiao Chen imagined. He felt that this dragon soul seemed to be vaguely taking over the dominant position. Could it be that after the merger, Xiao Chen would really turn into a dragon? His original consciousness would be completely erased. This kind of worry was something that no one could have anticipated. No matter who it was, no matter how strong their bloodline was, they could not take over the dominant position. After many generations of inheritance and dilution, the ancient spirit would only be a strand of remnant soul, not very strong. However, this situation was somewhat different for Xiao Chen. He breathed heavily and uncontrollably let out dragon roars, causing the entire room to tremble endlessly. Up on the roof, Yi Zifeng's forehead was already covered in sweat from suppressing the dragon roars. He was already injured in the first place. Now, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, no longer as relaxed as he was at the start. The situation was indeed as Yi Zifeng expected. This junior brother's bloodline power was very extraordinary. This strengthened Yi Zifeng's resolve to suppress this dragon soul and not expose its secrets. Once news of such a strange creature leaked out, it would attract the attention of the world prematurely. Who knew how many people would feel afraid? It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen would have a chance to mature. He would definitely be killed by someone before he grew up. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was in the cultivation room, felt conflicted, hesitating. He did not know whether to proceed to the end or not. Azure dragon scales already appeared on Xiao Chen's skin, flickering with a metallic luster. Such a situation made Xiao Chen even more worried. He became anxious and berserk, and his consciousness slowly blurred. It's over. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was horrified to discover that without his control, the savage blood soul summoning art had already started to circulate on its own. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. The blood flowing in Xiao Chen's limbs and bones continuously separated into bits of azure light and surged to the top of his head. The faint figure of the dragon soul in the depths of his mind slowly became clearer. Xiao Chen's body slowly expanded, slowly occupying his soul. A formless swelling pain came from the depths of his soul, completely unstoppable. How can it be like this? His soul pool suddenly increased by 4 or 5 times. Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen, revealed a doubtful expression, feeling extremely confused. Logically speaking, given Xiao Chen's cultivation, a casual movement of his soul pool would scatter his soul, turning his physical body into an empty shell. Am I going to die? Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly turned blurry, and his thoughts slowly turned empty. While he did not know what was going on, a pile of dragon humps grew out from his back. They were like sharp swords, spreading out in a perfectly straight line. Xiao Chen's hands turned incredibly sharp, and his entire body started to dragon. The situation slowly progressed toward the worst-case scenario. However, just as the situation was about to become completely out of his control, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a mysterious black pearl in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul released a large expanse of immortal light. Just as the dragon soul was about to erase Xiao Chen's soul, an uncontrollable suction force appeared. This created an uncontrollable suction force that incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit. It swallowed the incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit without revealing anything. At this moment, Xiao Chen fainted and did not see this strange scene. Chapter 1665. When Xiao Chen woke up again, it was already daybreak. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a pile of rubble. Sitting up with some difficulty, Xiao Chen felt as if he had just woken up. His head was heavy and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt waves of discomfort all over his body, as if his bones were broken and then reassembled. Slapping his head hard, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, finally recovering some of his energy. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw a huge face right in front of him. He could even feel the other party's breath, giving him a huge fright. Ignoring the soreness in his body, he stood up immediately. Hee, martial uncle, wake up. Looks like master was right. Don't touch you. You'll wake up after daybreak. Ling Yu said with a smile as he stood up. His complexion was red and his aura was stable. Even his true essence had become much more stable. Xiao Chen understood. The other party must have absorbed the life juice source last night. In one night, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, this was his first time using this golden life juice source. He had a great desolate Ian bloodline, and this was his first time using the golden life juice source. The effect was surprisingly good. In just one night, everyone's eyes lit up. If Xiao Chen had a few more days to completely absorb and refine the life juice source in his body, his strength would definitely improve further, and his combat prowess would increase significantly. This was what it meant to be a genius disciple. With just a little bit of luck, they would be able to bring out 10 times, 100 times more effect than ordinary disciples. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the rubble. He asked, "What happened before I fainted?" Ling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was patrolling for you. Then, I heard a loud sound, and the cultivation room was completely destroyed. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. Fortunately, Master made a move and completely suppressed this shocking phenomenon. Otherwise, everyone in the sect will be alerted. I owe my senior brother another favor." Xiao Chen felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He knew very well the terrifying consequences of exposing the Blue Dragon bloodline in advance. That was much scarier than the Black Lotus Church. However, Xiao Chen was also quite curious about what had happened at the last moment. He had originally thought that he was definitely going to die. After he woke up, his main consciousness would definitely be erased. However, looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. He was still alive and well. His limbs had not changed, his body had not changed, his thoughts were still there, his soul seemed to have become stronger. "Martial uncle, did you succeed?" Ling Yu asked excitedly. Xiao Chen really wanted to see what would happen after his martial uncle's great desolate Ian bloodline was unleashed. Right, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if the bloodline activation is successful or not. Xiao Chen sank into his thoughts. He also wanted to know the results of his efforts this time. With a thought, his black eyes instantly turned a resplendent gold. Its entire body gave off a deep azure light, and its aura was ancient and distant. It was unknown how long it had existed. A powerful desolation qi spread out from Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, his golden eyes turned into azure dragon eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely resplendent scarlet light. Strange, mysterious, aloof, arrogant, tyrannical, powerful. Xiao Chen was affected by an irascible emotion. His entire body was filled with power, and he felt that human lives were as worthless as grass, and he viewed the common people as ants. The world is vast, the universe is vast, but there is nothing worth pursuing. Endless loneliness and solitude lingered in my heart. I only dared to ask what in the world could make me look straight at it. Ling Yu, who was at the side, regretted it the moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline. He was already prepared to activate his Star Rock bloodline the moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline. However, before Xiao Chen, he still felt waves of pressure, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even speaking was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's state only lasted for a moment before it quietly dissipated. Returning to his original state, Xiao Chen felt a sense of unreality. At that moment, it was as if he had become a different person. Although his thoughts were clear and all his actions were under his control. However, many thoughts appeared in his mind uncontrollably, difficult to suppress. Was this the true portrayal of the ancient blue dragon? Although the sky was vast, the opponents that could make the blue dragon look straight at were 1 in 10,000. Xiao Chen felt some lingering fear. Such a state of mind was unacceptable. If Xiao Chen charged up and sought trouble with a Cloud Sea cultivator with such a state of mind, he would be humiliated if he got taught a lesson. "Martial uncle, your bloodline is really too horrifying," Ling Yu said with lingering fear in his heart. However, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the burden after using it. "Martial uncle, it is best that you use it sparingly." Bang! Before Ling Yu finished speaking, Xiao Chen's body fell backward without any warning. Once again, Xiao Chen fainted. "Martial uncle, I'm not done yet." Ling Yu smiled bitterly, feeling extremely helpless. This time, Xiao Chen slept for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. All the discomfort he felt vanished. He felt refreshed, and his entire body felt incredibly comfortable. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen's body had completely adapted to the new body brought about by the dragonification of his bones. Even he had no idea that the day his body transformed into a dragon, his life force and physique had improved by another level without him realizing it. "Ao Jiao, how many days did I sleep for?" Xiao Chen asked after washing up. "No more, no less." "Just 3 days," Ao Jiao answered honestly. "Oh." Xiao Chen left and went to the courtyard alone. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Xiao Chen sensed the changes in his body and was surprised to discover that his vital qi had increased to 4 cauldron force. "Strange," Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his eyes, and the various scenes of his dragonification appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen simply could not figure out what pulled him back from the gates of hell. He clearly felt that the ancient spirit had already completely occupied his physical body. "If I have time, I have to ask senior brother." Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to the entire process, should know more than Ling Yu. However, Yi Zifeng's condition was definitely not good right now, so it was not good to disturb him. "Martial uncle Ling Yu, things are bad. Things are bad." Just at this moment, an anxious figure came from outside the door. A figure rushed in a fluster, charging in without greeting Ling Yu. That was a young Purple Flame sect disciple dressed in gray. His cultivation was not low, even slightly higher than Ling Yu's. However, at this moment, he appeared flustered and anxious. The instant the gray-clad disciple entered, he saw Xiao Chen and was stunned for a moment. "Who are you? Why are you in Martial Uncle's courtyard? Why are you in such a flustered state? Speak properly." "He is my martial uncle." Just at this moment, Ling Yu, who walked out of the side room, spoke with a sullen expression, acting like an old man. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. At this moment, Ling Yu's expression and aura returned to when Xiao Chen first met him in the pirate hall. Ling Yu radiated sharpness, and unconcealable pride appeared on his face. His powerful aura made it so that no one dared to look down on him. "Martial uncle's martial uncle? How should I address him? Martial granduncle?" However, how could there be a half-step primal core martial granduncle in the Purple Flame sect? The situation immediately turned chaotic. "What are you waiting for? What's the matter? Quickly say it." The gray-clad disciple recovered his wits and quickly said, "Martial uncle, the Divine Firmament sect's Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu is charging over again with their core disciples. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lan, and the others have all been defeated. Now, only Senior Sister Bai is left bitterly holding on. Damn! It's that bastard again. His 7 purple thunder strikes must have improved again. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Seeing Ling Yu get angry, the gray-clad disciple whispered, "Martial uncle instructed me to enter closed-door cultivation and not to disturb him. The senior brothers and senior sisters just want to hold on for a while. There's no need to trouble Martial Uncle. Ling Yu's face sank. Indeed, he had instructed them to absorb and refine the life juice source for the past few days and not to be disturbed. Never mind. I got muddle-headed. Bring me there now. Don't go overboard with this group of bastards. Heavy worry appeared on Ling Yu's face. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything, he rushed over. Xiao Chen heard everything from start to finish, finding it strange and not understanding. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed as he followed. Chapter 1666. Martial Uncle, why are you following us? Ling Yu asked, feeling it was strange. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, after sleeping for so many days, I have to move around a bit. Furthermore, I have not properly strolled around the Purple Flame sect yet. Cut the crap and lead the way. Upon seeing this scene, the gray-clad disciple felt startled. What is the background of this white-clad person? Ling Yu's words rendered Ling Yu speechless. After all, Ling Yu was the top core disciple. Furthermore, he was very young, only in his 20s. He might very well become the youngest true inheritor in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Furthermore, Ling Yu had the sect's stabilizing pillar, Yi Zifeng, as his master. He even had a connection to the legendary Pan Huang. His future was limitless. Several of the elders in the sect did not dare to show their martial uncle any displeasure. When they met, they would address him politely as martial uncle. However, before this white-clad person, their martial uncle did not show any temper at all. This was really strange and puzzling. The three of them quickly traversed the mountain path. Soon, they arrived at a lonely mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist. A simple and imposing pavilion stood beside an old tree on the peak. Several Purple Flame sect disciples gathered there. 2 Purple Flame sect disciples lay at the side, their complexions pale and in pain. A purple-haired youth sat on a long bench in front of the pavilion, leading many Divine Firmament sect core disciples. All of them had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on a ring that was floating in the air and shrouded in a celestial mist. 2 people were currently fighting intensely on the arena, a man and a woman. The man was a Divine Firmament sect core disciple, and the woman was a Purple Flame sect core disciple. She was the senior sister by that the gray-clad disciple mentioned. Greeting of Swords Edges. At the entrance, there was a stone stele with 3 ancient and vast words written on it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and understood some of the reasons. Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Lan, what's wrong with you? When Ling Yu saw the 2 weakened people in the pavilion, his expression changed drastically. Then, his figure flashed as he charged in. Little martial uncle, didn't I tell you not to come? The 2 said sullenly with slightly angry expressions. In such a situation, as the number 1 core disciple, how could I not come? However, Ling Yu did not care. When he got up and checked the 2's injuries, his expression immediately turned sullen. Lightning entered his body and damaged his tibia. He wouldn't be able to recover within 2 months. How vicious. Feng Yu, you bastard. Do you need to be so ruthless? Ling Yu roared furiously as he stood up and looked at the purple-haired youth leading the Divine Firmament sects group. The purple-haired youth smiled and said, both our sects have set up the greeting of swords edges to facilitate the exchange of pointers between the disciples of both sections. Fists and kicks are emotionless, while blades and swords have no eyes. Brother Ling, why are you so angry? What are you shouting for? It's a fair spar. I've already shown mercy. What more do you want? The Divine Firmament sect cultivator who injured the Purple Flame sect core disciple stood up and looked at Ling Yu in disdain, not showing any signs of remorse. In the greeting of swords edges, each sect had a similar location. The greeting of swords edges was where the face of a sect was. Not a single sect would remove the greeting of swords edges. Doing so was equivalent to showing weakness, a great humiliation to the sect. All the other sects would laugh at them and look down on them. Setting up this greeting of swords' edges also served to motivate the sect's disciples. The world of cultivators followed the law of the jungle in the first place, where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were humiliated. However, in recent years, very few Purple Flame sect disciples went to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of swords' edges. It was the other party who came to mock them. This time, the other party came prepared. Clearly, the other party wanted to deal a blow to the Purple Flame sect core disciples, preventing them from entering the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and reducing the competition. The ruthlessness of this move was unexpected. Boom! As the Divine Firmament sect disciples spoke, a bolt of electric light knocked that exquisite girl into the air. Immediately, cries rang out in the surroundings. The eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples filled with rage and dissatisfaction. 3 consecutive defeats. Another 3 consecutive defeats. Aside from the occasional exception, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples usually suffered 3 consecutive defeats when they fought the Purple Flame sect core disciples. The reason was none other than the Divine Firmament sect's development over the past few years. Its younger generation disciples had already surpassed the Purple Flame sect. The Divine Firmament sect's momentum was ferocious. Every year, geniuses and outstanding talents were born, firmly suppressing the Purple Flame sect. Little Martial Uncle, who told you to come? Weren't you in closed-door cultivation? The exquisite girl asked with a trace of reproach in her tone as she looked at Lingyu. However, like her 2 senior brothers, her tone was filled with concern. The Divine Firmament sect's purple-haired youth, Fengyu, appeared very confident. He smiled faintly and said, "Stop being so wishy-washy. Stop acting pitifully. I'm already sick of watching it. Lingyu, it is time for you to make a move. Let me think of who to send this time. Let you win 1 match and regain some face for your Purple Flame sect." Right after Fengyu spoke, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all laughed. It had been like this for the past few years. After 3 consecutive defeats, Lingyu would appear and win 1 match. Then, this purple-haired youth would appear as the finale and defeat Lingyu. Such a scene would play out practically every few months. There were no exceptions every time. In the blessed land that was the Black Cave Mountain, the little thunder saber Fengyu was like Lingyu's nemesis, suppressing him firmly. He. Senior brother, let me do it. Perhaps this time, it might not be your turn to make a move. The Divine Firmament sect disciple who injured the 2 Purple Flame sect disciples earlier did not show any fear. The little thunder saber Fengyu maintained a faint smile on his face, always looking like he had control of the situation. He said, "Brother Lingyu, please." Lingyu clenched his fists tightly. He clearly knew that this was a trap. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let the other party lead him by the nose. "Junior brother Feng, be careful. This Lingyu should have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Based on his aura, his strength has improved significantly." The little thunder saber Fengyu sent a voice projection to his junior brother. "Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not a fool. This fellow should have obtained some natural treasures. However, he has yet to completely refine them. He is definitely not a match for senior brother. I'll help senior brother scout him out first." They were all core disciples of rank 4 sections. Although the Divine Firmament sect's people were arrogant, they were not fools. Fengyu immediately calmed down, no longer having any misgivings. He continued looking at Lingyu and said, "Brother Lingyu, what's wrong? My junior brother already went up. Don't tell me that you do not even have this bit of courage." When Xiaochen saw all this, he was about to make a move to stop Fengyu. However, Lingyu could no longer remain calm. He leaped up and landed on the arena. This child, Xiaochen sighed in his heart. He could understand this. After all, Lingyu was still a youth. It did not look like he could truly remain indifferent to favors or humiliation. Given the current situation, Xiaochen definitely had to endure for now. After Xiao Chen completely absorbed and refined the life juice source, he would properly temper Ling Yu. When Ling Yu's strength truly improved, he would charge his way to the divine firmament sect's greeting of swords' edges and slap this face back 10 times, 100 times. He would crush the other party's spirit in one go. He would not be like Ling Yu now, walking onto the arena with resentment and helplessness. Divine Firmament Sect Core Disciple Fang Yun. Brother Ling Yu, please give me some pointers. The Divine Firmament Sect disciples on the arena performed cupped fist salutes. Purple Flame Sect's Ling Yu, please give me some pointers. When Ling Yu saw the smile on the other party's face, he could not control the rage in his heart. Right after he spoke, he threw a punch. Ling Yu's punch contained great might. A fist wind tore through the air, giving off ear-piercing howls in the surroundings. The little thunder saber Feng Yu nodded slightly. His judgment was right. This Ling Yu's strength had indeed improved significantly. However, everything was still under control. Fang Yun had learned about this in advance, so he was not too surprised at Ling Yu's great increase in strength. His figure flashed, leaving behind an electric afterimage as he dodged. The strength that Ling Yu displayed in the arena made the eyes of the Purple Flame Sect disciples light up. They could not help focusing their gazes on the arena again. Although Ling Yu was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He wanted to end the battle quickly and preserve his strength. Then, he would fight the little thunder saber Feng Yu and rewrite all the humiliation he suffered. By relying on the golden life juice source that Xiao Chen gave him, Ling Yu's strength had increased significantly in the past few days. He was extremely confident of defeating Feng Yu. Xiao Chen was somewhat startled. This little martial nephew truly surpassed his expectations. While Ling Yu's fist technique looked mighty and tyrannical, in reality, he used just the right amount of force. Every time he attacked, he did not waste any excess veritable essence energy. Ling Yu's footwork was completely random, but he managed to push the Divine Firmament Sect's Fang Yun into a corner. This prevented Fang Yun from executing his punches and kicks. He might not even have a chance to bring out his full power before suffering a sullen defeat. Interesting. Ling Yu's improvement is truly extraordinary. Xiao Chen thought to himself, perhaps Ling Yu might be able to create a miracle this time. Chapter 1667. Back in the arena, the Divine Firmament Sect's Fang Yun, who had been filled with confidence that he could fight Ling Yu to a draw or even defeat him, suddenly stopped. His expression was extremely unsightly. 20 moves had passed, and he was completely in a passive position. The space for Xiao Chen to move around became smaller and smaller. Every time he attacked, he felt restricted. He could not bring out his aura at all. His attacks were suppressed, and his strength was being suppressed more and more. This was a friendly spar. Although the battle was quite intense, it was not a true battle to the death. Some life-saving killer moves definitely could not be used. Even if you had them, others also had them. If they used life-saving killer moves together, the consequences would be unpredictable. After returning to the sect, they would definitely be punished. This was an unwritten rule of the greeting of swords' edges. If Ling Yu could not use his trump card, he would not be able to turn the situation around. The enraged Ling Yu calmly did not give Fang Yun any chance. After another 10 moves, Fang Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, could no longer hold on. Ling Yu revealed a rather large opening, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate to attack decisively. The true intent of the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist was unleashed, causing starlight to descend on the stage, clearing away all the clouds surrounding the stage. Everyone clearly saw Ling Yu send the Divine Firmament Sect's Fang Yun flying with one punch, unable to retaliate at all. All right. The Purple Flame Sect disciples immediately cheered. No one expected Ling Yu to win so easily. Junior brother Ling, your strength has improved so much in just a few days. The disciple with the surname Lu, who was defeated earlier, was slightly startled, before a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ling Yu was naturally happy that Ling Yu had such strength. The petite woman with the family name Bai said, "Perhaps little martial uncle might not lose to that little thunder saber Feng Yu. Even if he can't win, he can still fight to a draw. Little thunder saber Feng Yu. I wonder how far his purple thunder 7 strikes has progressed." At the mention of the little thunder saber Feng Yu, the purple flame sect disciples all revealed dejected expressions. Ling Yu was the future star of the purple flame sect. Not only did he have great talent and a powerful bloodline, but he also had Yi Zifeng as his master. He was also willing to work hard, and at such a young age, he became the #1 core disciple. Many people felt that with Shao Chen around, the Purple Flame sect would be able to suppress the Divine Firmament sect in the future. However, no one expected that Feng Yu of the Divine Firmament Gate was a nobody before he turned 18. The moment he appeared, he kicked up a strong wind in the entire Black Cave Mountain. He was like an existence born to restrain Ling Yu. Ever since he appeared, he instantly overshadowed Ling Yu's limelight in the Black Cave Mountain. Under his lead, the Divine Firmament sect's core disciples repeatedly came to the Purple Flame sect's greeting of swords' edges to mock and humiliate them. It was rumored that his master was the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian. He started practicing the saber at the age of 6 and comprehended saber intent at the age of 8. Later, he was taken in as the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian's last disciple. It was only 2 years ago that he began to show his talent. He had been a nobody for 18 years. As soon as he made his debut, he showed off his abilities, displaying the domineering aura of all the outstanding talents of the Black Cave Mountain's younger generation. He obtained the title of Little Thunder Saber. Like Yi Zifeng, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. Like Yi Zifeng, Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was also a supreme elder of the Divine Firmament sect. Aside from his shocking talent in the Saber Dao, his comprehension of the Thunder Dao was equally shocking. Most importantly, he had also perfectly fused the two and reached the realm of controlling lightning with his saber. In the past, no matter how much Ling Yu improved, he would eventually lose to the other party. However, Ling Yu easily defeated Feng Yun this time, allowing the Purple Flame sect's core disciples to see a trace of hope. "Senior brother, I'm sorry," Feng Yun said in a low voice before the Little Thunder Saber, feeling somewhat guilty after his defeat. Feng Yu fell into deep thoughts and shook his head. "It's my fault. I underestimated his room for improvement. I shouldn't have reminded you. You've already lost in terms of aura, and you've underestimated his improvement in strength. If you didn't know anything from the start, you wouldn't have lost so miserably just because of your bravery. If I gave you another chance, you wouldn't have lost so miserably. It's not that you're weak, don't think too much about it." A glint flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. This Little Thunder Saber was truly extraordinary. Ling Yu showed rage on his face as he said, "Feng Yu, it's your turn. There's no rush. No matter how much you improve, you will always be surpassed by me." Feng Yu let out a long laugh. His figure flashed, and he landed on the arena. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened. Endless thunderclouds gathered above the arena from all directions. Thunder rumbled and the sky darkened. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. Will of Thunder. He actually comprehended the will of thunder. Everyone was shocked. Feng Yu was only 21 years old, and he actually comprehended the will of thunder. The moment Shao Chen appeared, he shocked everyone. No one had expected that he had already comprehended the will of thunder. "Ling Yu, if you can receive 3 moves from me, it will be considered your win. I will personally expel the lightning from your senior brothers' and sisters' bodies." Feng Yu had a calm expression as he held his saber. 9 moves? Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Only 9 moves? This Feng Yu is really underestimating me. After these 3 moves, I will not return to the Purple Flame sect for 3 years. Feng Yu's expression did not change as he continued. The moment Feng Yu said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. In the past few years, every time Feng Yu led a team to the greeting of swords' edges, it was torture for the Purple Flame sect disciples. Now, Feng Yu actually decided not to come again. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This fellow was really scheming. The fiendish demon battlefield would open 2 months from now. All Xiao Chen needed to do was severely injure Ling Yu in 9 moves. If he prevented Ling Yu from entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he would miss out on a great opportunity. He would lose the chance to catch up to the Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. That way, there would be no need to come to the Purple Flame sect every few months to deal a blow to Ling Yu. The many core disciples of the Purple Flame sect felt somewhat nervous, not knowing how Ling Yu would answer. On one hand, they wanted their martial uncle Ling Yu to agree to help them, the core disciples, gain some glory. On the other hand, they feared that Feng Yu was up to something, feeling nervous. Alright, I agree. Ling Yu's eyes flickered for a moment as he decisively made his decision. He did not believe that he could not receive 3 moves from the other party. 1 move. Clang. A saber light flashed, and Feng Yu's scabbard flew into the air, turning into a flash of purple electric light as it shot towards Ling Yu. In the sky, the heavy sound of thunder resounded. The sound of thunder shook the 4 directions. Ling Yu's face sank, but he did not choose to retreat. He raised his hand and punched. Bang! The fist light clashed with the scabbard. Ling Yu's figure trembled, and he grunted as he took a few steps back. His aura immediately weakened significantly. That scabbard actually attracted lightning in the surroundings. The energy it contained far surpassed Ling Yu's imagination. 2 moves. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he saw Feng Yu press forward, his footwork turning illusory. With every step Feng Yu took, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As the electric light shone, Feng Yu's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only 9 saber lights flickering endlessly. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This greatly startled Ling Yu. He simply had not expected Feng Yu to have practiced a consummate technique of the Divine Firmament sect that was extremely difficult to master. All the Purple Flame sect disciples at the greeting of swords' edges were stunned. Oh no! Junior brother is in danger. Divine Firmament 9 changes. He actually managed to practice the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Only now did everyone startle awake. No wonder Feng Yu dared to say that he could defeat Ling Yu in 3 moves. It turned out that he had already practiced the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Feng Yu's figure vanished from the arena, and the 9 saber lights pierced towards Ling Yu from different directions. Each saber light drove countless bolts of lightning. The entire sky turned dark. This Divine Firmament 9 changes was not as simple as the saber light splitting into 9 and disappearing. The more horrifying thing was that each saber light drove lightning, materializing a boundless berserk mysterious phenomenon. What should I do? I can block 6 saber lights at most.